Not a lot of bad blood between the two. This part gets cut, but after we had filmed that, it was difficult to get them to go play their games. I mean, you got to go get set up, guys. You can't just sit around and talk. They wanted to chat with each other for a little bit longer, but again, we had to kick them out of there to make sure it happened. I mean, right. Dave, Knights, there's this team that right now, they seem to be popping off at the right moments again.
And that's where my mindset goes. I don't say a lot of stuff with certainty because I like to give my way out. If the Knights win today, it's not going to be a 3-0. The Knights will not 3-0 Ghost Gaming. You are going to lose a game in this set somewhere along the lines. Ghost is too good of a team to be 3-0'd here, I think. I say I think after saying all that certainty. This is where the Knights' mental gets tested. You are not going to 3-0 Ghost Gaming. You very much can win the World Championship. You're going to have to bounce back after a loss at some point here in this set. Ideally, it's not 2-0 down. Ideally, you don't have to win all 3 straight. That's the Knights, the continued mental fortitude that we've seen throughout this week, tested more so than ever before this year, here today. You will not 3-0 the Knights. You might 3-1, or you're not 3-0 Ghost. You might 3-1 Ghost. You might 3-2 Ghost. You're going to have to bounce back after a loss at some point here in this set, and that next game is going to be a big one for the Knights.
But your little mishap there is maybe the fear, right, Mifflin? I mean, you can't 3-1 or 3-0 Ghost. But Ghost could 3-0 the Knights here. I mean, that's what everyone is worried about coming into this.
Look, if Ghost is going to win, I wouldn't be surprised if it were a 3-0, but the Knights have had such a hard path to where they are right now. They had to go through SSG. They had to go through Radiance. They've ended 3 storied careers in one event.
Jeez.
And every single set has been going the full distance. If this game does go the distance, if we do get ourselves a Game 5 situation, I'd put all my money on the Knights.
So it all depends on that shakeup. And I mean, we were saying it yesterday, you probably don't want to go up 2-0 on the Knights either. That seems to activate their passive. We'll have to see if that works. We're going into game number 1 now, the finals that are going to come through, kicking off with picks and bans. Someone, I'd said this in the interview, someone is going to get a second ring, whether it's 4 members on the Knights or a couple players there for Ghost, Dave.
And the important thing, in my opinion, especially looking towards picks and bans here, that one player on the Knights doesn't already have a ring. Cuvo Fred, first World Finals, first time playing in a World Championship final. Big for him. He has had a miraculous week this week. He's had some on games, some off games. They've played 13 games this week or something like that. I mean, ridiculous amount. More games than any other team has this weekend. Cuvo Fred, I would argue, has been on for more of those games than he's been off. Cuvo Fred has had a fantastic event up to this point. How he rises now to this occasion, the most important game of his career, I want to look towards picks and bans. He's had some great picks here this weekend that have worked out, great facilitator picks, I think, that have made the Knights look better. He's obviously shown that he's ice cold in some of these late-game team fights. Give Cuvo something that he can operate on.
Well, with this raw ban coming through, it kind of shifts my mind to one of the other guys that doesn't have a ring, Twig, on the side of Ghost right now. The mid laner, former jungler overall for Ghost Gaming. I mean, this guy, Mifflin, this year made this transition. He has been to every single Worlds. He played for SK in the first Worlds. He played for Fnatic in the second Worlds. Obey 3 times in a row, then Rival, and he has never been able to get crowned a championship. You know that's sitting on his mind right now. He sees a ban targeted at him at the very beginning of Finals 2. Is that going to, shake him up, or do you think he's been consistent enough in that performance?
The Ghost Gaming boys getting shaken up. How dare you even ask me that question? He sees a ban come his way. Twig's head's like this right now. He's got to be feeling good about it. He comes into this Ghost Gaming team. He's the only question mark we had at the beginning of the year. We've seen different shades of Twig, and he's one of the most evolved players. When we talk about the most improved in the league throughout the year, often the word inbound comes up. For me, Twig is right there in the conversation. At the beginning of the year, we were talking about, well, can he do it? He's kind of the weak link. He's playing the Raijin every game, jumping in, getting first blooded. Now, he's an absolute threat who brings Anubis into the world stage and forces teams to ban it. Twig, man, keep your eyes on this guy.
Yamoja, Ratatosker getting added onto that ban list. This Ratatosker is the one that has caught everyone, I think, by storm. You go back, you watch Renegades, of course Lasbra is playing. It's one of the gods he was playing in Phase 2. It looked good for him there. But then you start adding this in as a solo laner for Finoke. Of all people, we're starting to see Ratatosker shift over. It makes sense to try and control him. I think yesterday that's where Aggro had put his eyes, was in that solo lane matchup, this Fine OK versus Scary D.
Wow.
Is this a good ban for them to try and control him?
I think it has to be, right? I mean, this is shades of Thor, of course. We've seen Fine OK play Thor. We've seen other solo laners at the SPL level play Thor as well. Shades of that. Not, you know, in solo lane, it's kind of this nuance. You got to control this wave so you can rotate out, rejoin the rest of your team. You hope you have enough wave pressure to make an impact and then go join your team in these team fights. Picks like Ratatosker, picks like Thor. Not that I'm predicting a Thor in the solo lane, but it's that type of mindset where Fine OK up against Scary D, going to be an incredible matchup to watch there. But Fine OK can build up enough of a lead, build up enough pressure where if you give a Ratatosker over to him, you give a Thor, or someone with one of these global ults that can flex from jungle into solo, it just makes it easier. You can't make life easy for someone like Fine OK. We saw what happened in their set against the Renegades. He had Kulkullen and took that game over. Aggro and I were done casting that one 10 minutes in, and Fine OK was just tearing down everything from the Renegades. So anything that you can take away from Fine OK to make his life harder, or to at least not make it easier, is always going to be a good ban. I think Ratatosker fills that spot. I think it makes life easier for a solo laner that can get a lead. You got to take it away.
You know, Mifflin, we have to look at progress to get here, right? Like Dave said, it's been 13 games played for the Knights, 4 of them being losses, 9 of them being wins for them. And that's the biggest thing, trying to claw their way up here. Ghost had 3 games. They came in yesterday, they played 3, they got here, and they were done, right? Yeah, like they did not really have to crawl their way here the way that most teams typically do to get to finals. At least in the semis, you got to put up a little more effort usually than what Ghost did. Is that something, like, does that count as less of a warm-up? Does that count as more of a warm-up because you just kind of get to go in your first games at Worlds, you get all the jitters out because you just slaughter your opponents?
I think there's 2 perspectives on this score. It's the struggle makes the man for me. PK, they struggled every single step of the way to get here. No set did they play that didn't go 6 hours. They're coming in with as warm of hands as you could possibly wish for. But Ghost, on the other hand, get the added benefit of confidence. They have been the undisputed top of the league for the entire year, and they come into the World Championship. We've had Panda Cat tweeted out, I can't wait to make it to the World Championship Finals. I can't wait to get there because it's going to be a breeze. Ghost Gaming going undefeated up until this point in Worlds, it can only feed into that.
Right, and it feels like destiny, right? That's how I ended my call with Aggro in their set against the Renegades. At this point, it has to feel like destiny for Ghost. They lost like a few sets throughout the year. Phase 1 finals didn't go their way. Phase 2 finals, they look incredible. It's got to feel like destiny for this team. And I think for some, that might rattle you. You're going into a grand final all year. You just kind of know, at this point, we just got to play the phase and we'll be in the finals by the end of it. I think that's how this Ghost team are operating. So I don't think anyone's necessarily rattled, concerned, anything like that, the fact that they've made it here, because they know they've deserved it from day one.
We got to jump back into it. The picks and bans that have rolled through. We'd mentioned that Ratatosker, the Raw. The set joins the Knights in their top 3 bans for game number 1 here. On the other side, the Aphrodite and the Morrigan. Makes sense. You want to shut down Paul as much as possible, but I'm noticing, I have Scylla written down here, still available, and maybe something to look forward to. Ymir locked in, Guan Yu locked in, has been their top pick, I believe, over there for the Knights. They love giving it over to Scary D, and it's been treating them well. But you have to be a little worried. They're top 3. From what we've seen of the Knights, this is enough to win them games, Mifflin. But I see King Arthur over there. I think Fine OK. I think the King himself. This is going to be a difficult lane and a difficult matchup.
Ghost Gaming get themselves a ton of comfort picks. And now a third one joins the ranks. Cupid, King Arthur, Anubis, 3 picks that I closely associate with the players piloting them here today, but we can't count out PK. For PK, this entire week has been about their frontliners. Getting those 2 at the top of the board, Ymir and Guan Yu, that's going to be huge for them. You've already got the looming threat of Paul on the Scylla as well. Sparks are going to fly, man. I've already got chills.
I mean, they're set up now. And this is going to be back and forth. That Anubis-Cupid combo yesterday, roaming to the Renegades duo lane, Dave. It did not leave a lot of areas for mistakes. If this gets ahead, Twig is going to carry.
Right. The game in question, we were wondering if it was the fastest lead ever built up in SMITE Pro history because of the way that started off for Ghost Gaming. I wonder if there is concern around this Anubis pick at all for Ghost Gaming, in that we didn't see this necessarily against the Renegades, in that more times than not, Captain Twig was happy to root himself and then eat an I'm a monster throughout the game. I think Ghost Gaming go into this with some confidence that there's going to be enough peel that Anubis won't have to eat too much of that Scylla rotation. Guan Yu for Scary D, excited. Cannot wait to watch this matchup over there in the solo lane. Thor, though, that's where this matchup gets exciting now that we start to see some of the junglers roll through.
Yeah, I mean, banned out there, you got the Kamazats, the Raven, the Hunbats, the Nemesis. Jungle was the focus here in the second ban phase. Thor comes out, iconic coming down, and good for Sam. But Tsukuyomi has not been played this tournament at all, Mifflin. And alongside this Hachiman, I mean, you get 4/5 of this team for the Knights, and it's comfort picks that they've picked and won games with the last couple of days. Tsukuyomi, that's a curveball.
It really is, but I think it fits exactly what Cubo's going to be looking to do. That early aggressive style, the ability to be the guy last into the team fight, cleaning up the back line, doing whatever he needs to do. Tsukuyomi functionally feels a lot like Cubo Fred's Kamazats. I think it can work out incredibly well, and now I see why you guys are wowing. The Fenrir lock-in for Ghost, more than likely going to PBM into that support role. We got to see it a little bit earlier this week from Quig. It's raw aggression across the board from Ghost. They're running it down. If Ghost win this game, it could easily be 22, 25 minutes. They're working with it, and they're looking to make PK look like chumps.
I mean, this is just pure aggression, right, Dave? This is the kind of composition you lock in, not to respect your opponent, but to make sure they know their place. This is not something you go in because you think you're going to have to go the distance against the Knights. This is a composition to make sure you never go past Game 3.
This is Fino K's tweet earlier in the week boiled down to a draft, right? I can't wait to decimate all my opponents in 20 minutes or whatever it is that he tweeted out. That's how you draft here if you're Ghost Gaming. Same for soccer. That's where my eyes go. I look at this Thor pick, and it's not a pick, or it is a pick we saw a decent bit throughout the onset of Season 7, fell by the wayside a little bit as we went down the stretch. You are able to make such an impact all over the map with this pick. That Anvil of Dawn, game-changing. Sam for Soccer is a game-changing player.
Agreed.
Ghost Gaming are leveraging the abilities of each of their laners with the picks that we see here. Sam for Soccer, though, comes to the forefront of my mind. This Thor is poised. Poised converting into a win is a different story, but poised to make a big splash here in Game 1.
Now, Mifflin, the composition for Ghost screams early game. It is blatantly like Mega Horn at the top of a mountain, screaming down, causing avalanches, asking for early game. How do the Knights deal with this? I mean, their games, like, Scylla, pretty good late. Ymir does pretty well early on as well, but do they have enough to combat it? Can they keep that gold lead from getting out of hand?
I think they really can. Take a peek at the Ymir pick up against this Ghost draft. What's he going to be looking to do? Create space. Make sure we get to that 35, 40-minute mark. Anubis can't deal with the wall. Cupid, King Arthur can't deal with the wall. If that's the root of your aggression, they're going to have a very hard time locking down this PK draft. And then once we do get to the late game, it makes perfect sense what PK is going to be looking for. Have Ymir initiate, Guan Yu with a cavalry charge creating space, Tsukuyomi finishing off the kills, and there's so much CC across the board. Paul's going to be finding I'm a monsters left and right.
Right, it's got to be Paul. It's got to be Paul then on the Knights that you start to look towards here. Again, that's where I'm not going to raise the alarms, anything like that around this Anubis, but if there is enough dive and setup from the rest of the Knights that can give Paul that space to operate, and this Anubis has to root himself throughout a couple of his abilities, you're making things a little bit easier. Again, this is a very niche moment where if Captain Twig is rooted and I'm a monster finds an easy target, that's a very specific niche moment. Paul's got to be the guy, though, I think, for the Knights to step up here. This Scylla pick came out of nowhere, in large part due to Paul. He picked a Morrigan so he could still play the Scylla when the other team drafted it away. This carries as much weight, I think. I mean, I look at Thor for Sam for Soccer. I've made that clear. I now look at Scylla here for Paul to be the big difference makers for their respective teams.
And to try and control it. But yesterday, Mifflin, when we were watching, it was the Knights matchup. When Radiance pulled out this Anubis, we were talking about the Kamazats. And granted, that gets banned here by Ghost. But can Tsukuyomi deal with that enough? Is that matchup going to go in favor of Cuvo here, or is it going to have to fall back on Paul the way that we've seen? I mean, these two right now, depending on how this set goes, they're the ones kind of fighting, in my eyes, for that MVP because of how well they've been performing. Scylla is going to be one thing, but can the Tsukuyomi do it?
I think Tsukiyomi can. Keep your eyes on that piercing-like ultimate. That's how he's going to engage the fights if he's looking at Anubis. And then it's going to have to be burst nearly instantly. It's not the same get-out-of-jail-free card like Bat Out of Hell.
Well, it's game number 1. Finals starts now. Who will be able to take it? Well, let's go down to Finch and Aggro to find out.
Great job, and indeed, Finch and Aggro here as we move into our finals for this 2020 season, all the way into 2021. You have awaited since November of 2019 for a brand new champion, and we crown one here today. Aggro, this composition from PK, to me it is so critical they do well with this, because this is what they've been working with, right? The Scylla has been a big pick for them, the Guan Yu and all that. If they don't win with this here, that could hurt them for this set.
It absolutely can, because when you've prioritized something and made it look really scary, I mean, look at how high that Scylla was valued up against Radiance yesterday. If all of a sudden that doesn't feel as threatening to an early game leaning team like Ghost, it's going to make things a lot harder for you to continue to have that threat through picks and bans. I love the identity that Ghost has come in with this draft. I mean, it's early game. It's exactly what they do to a T. They knew that there was going to be heavy prioritization on picks like this Ymir, and they picked things like the Anubis, like we saw with them up against Renegades. We saw them go with things like this up against a very similar composition. We'll see if the result is the same.
I think there's a really good chance here for Ghost Gaming to cause some damage, man. I mean, I don't think Twigs can get away with the early duo lane gank like we saw from earlier on in this tournament, but this has been a really strong pick for him when he's able to get ahead to punish the divers. We saw something like a double Camazotz not be successful against him because he's able to find that wrap into the instant burn with that ultimate. But here's Neo Ma coming in to defend. A bit of an invade from Ghost Gaming. There is the freeze, and Sam stuck in enemy territory. The hammer doesn't get him over the wall, but there is no aggression for PK, so Ghost, make it out of there.
Good communication coming from the Pittsburgh Knights that there was going to be pressure in mid, and that's what this pick is really designed to do, but I don't think it was enough to really stop them. Here's Paul going to be in trouble from Mike, but good positioning, understanding that he just has to hug that right-hand side, and he should be pretty safe.
Yeah, not really going to be looking to get aggressive on Paul when he's all the way over there, away from the oncoming aggression. But I think he should look out for that. That's what this Fenrir plus this Thor are meant to do, right? How is Paul, especially in this little bit of time before he has that ultimate, supposed to be safe, supposed to keep those beads available? That's a lot of pressure they could put on him.
It's going to be have to be excellent positioning from him, because there's no simple answer for Scylla. It's not like she could do anything in particular to actually be able to step up and clear the wave. You really can't in the early stages, especially against Anubis, who is maybe the best wave clear, maybe only second to Hades, of who can be really, really aggressive and dive in there and clear that wave with the all-in. I love the Anubis up against the Scylla in the early game because she cannot punish you for standing still enough. But, of course, as we go into the later stages of the game, Crush goes from not clearing the wave to basically clearing your health bar in one cast, and that's something that Twig is going to have to be pretty cognizant of as the game goes later.
Man, there must be so much pressure on Ghost in particular in this one, right? Because this is where they fell last year. The very similar team. Only big difference, though, is that Sam for Soccer on their side this time around, and Cuvo Fred is in his place. But hasn't Cuvo kind of lived up to that here so far? It feels as though Cuvo has certainly filled those big shoes. The world's MVP is on the opposite side of the map here this time, but could certainly still end up being a big impact player.
He's been unbelievable for them. And I agree with what Gore's saying on the desk, by the way. I mean, obviously everyone's thinking about who the potential MVPs could be for each of these teams.
Yeah.
Fred has absolutely put his name near the top of the list for the Pittsburgh Knights. I think it's really between him and Paul. Scary, Neil, and Zap have all played phenomenal. You have to in order to get to a position like this. But the performances that Fred and Paul have really put out there have been the absolute difference makers for me in this one so far during this incredible run for the Pittsburgh Knights that I'm sure a lot of their fans are hoping can continue here today.
But I think that 3 times in a row of going all the way to Game 5, that's just asking so much, isn't it? I want PK to be able to get out a little bit ahead for him. I'm sure their fans want to as well, just so they don't have another heart attack like they had in those other 2 sets. But I think matters are going to be a lot easier for them against this Ghost team if they don't leave it to the last minute. I know they're good late. I don't want them to change that, right? But, I mean, into the 50s, it feels like you're rolling the dice against a team like Ghost.
You are. And everyone thinks of Ghost as this early game team. They're going to come out and they're going to stomp you in 24, which they will. It's a fair identity to associate with this Ghost team, but don't think that that's the only way that they can win. They've shown the ability to take games late. They've beaten Radiance, a team that everyone thought of as one of the premier late game teams, in late game sets with high stakes at the Phase 1 playoffs. There's a team that's proven to me in Ghost that they can win any way the game comes to them. That's why they're the favorites coming into this tournament.
Yeah.
I don't think PK can sit on their hands and go, oh, we're better late. We could just wait until that point. It's not going to be that easy.
And Zapman has been, I don't think disrespectful is the right word, patient on these relics and cooldowns all tournament long, all week long. And I don't think that's going to change here. If Panda Cat wants to get a bit of an overreaction from Zapman, wants to trade on that ultimate, he's got to do a little bit more than just drop it on him, because Zapman has proved he will hold on to him.
Especially with Neil nearby. If Neil's not there, then that threat probably gets the mounted archery out. But knowing that he's got a support there, even though Neil does not have a defensive relic for him, 5 beads for the Pittsburgh Knights, and that's courtesy of this Fenrir and of the Anubis.
Good work there from Mike. Gets the beads out from Cuvo Fred, and that is Cuvo Fred selecting the beads as opposed to something like a blink early. And he just got proved correct on that one, didn't he? As there was aggression plus a blue buff invade for Ghost.
That's been Fred's MO this tournament, is not going for these blinks early on, because it fits better with Pittsburgh Knights' identity of wanting to go later into the mid and late game anyways. You'll pick up blink at 12 and be safer through the early game as long as you don't end up losing it early on. I like the decision here, especially against the composition from Ghost, which has 3 CCs that all insta-kill you if you don't have Purification Beads, and Thor Dunk, Anubis Wrap, and Ragnarok coming from the Fenrir.
Well, I know you were saying a potential MVP for PK, likely between Paul and Cuvo, but what about on Ghost? Is it so clear? I mean, I could see Fine, Sam, Mike, maybe even Quig, depending on what kind of day he has here today. I mean, they're all likely candidates, and that's what's made this team so strong, is that any one of them could pop off at any given moment.
It's a little bit harder for Ghost because they only played 1 set, and we didn't exactly get the world's longest tape to take a look at to see who was performing the best. I think it really comes down to who performs here today in the big sets. I'd expect Twig or Fine to be on big pop-off alert here, because those are the only 2 guys on Ghost that don't have a ring already. You know they're going to be hungry to raise that hammer for the very first time, especially Twig, man. I mean, the guy's been to every single SMITE World Championship. He's come in second twice in his career. He doesn't want to feel that again. 3rd time's the charm, you hope, if you're a Captain Twig fan.
You hope so, man. Is there a guy, I mean, there are some, but as more than Twig, I think it'd be hard to find someone who's been around this long and as successful without that ring. I mean, it's Barkley type stuff that he's done, right? Guys that have been around and not quite made it at that level, but he has been elite enough to do it. As there's more pressure from Ghost onto this blue buff in right. Yet again, I already see Sam and Fino Key here. The Knights have got to get someone over here sooner, or perhaps they're just content to let this one go, but it's going to be tough to let Ghost keep getting that consistently.
Especially against a character like Guan Yu that is a little bit more mana hungry. And normally the way that PK has prevented these sorts of invades throughout the rest of this tournament is that by having this Scylla, they've had so much more objective pressure on this left-hand side, knowing that, oh, you just give us enough time, I'm a Monster and Crush are going to confirm this objective for us really, really quickly. But with an Anubis on the other side, that really throws a wrench in your plans, because Ghost has much better objective DPS than that of the Pittsburgh Knights. Maybe not the best secure in comparison, but something like Death Gaze can certainly secure an objective.
Aggression there from Mike. He's got Neo Ma into the ultimate. The Death Gaze is there as well. And that's your first blood of the finals for Ghost Gaming. But Pittsburgh Knights are not done. Twig falls in trade. But in the air is Sam waiting for his target. He dunks down. Doesn't quite find much. But Zapman is here to help. It ends up being a double kill for Mike. But a trade comes back 3 for 2 so far in favor of PK.
What a rotation coming from Zapman. He sniffs that engagement out really, really early. And you want to talk about the ideal scenario for a Hachiman. That's shades of Season 3 Bera pulling that Hachiman pick out in their big set up against Energy, where he comes in a very similar rotation, zaps right on time. Sam's got to be a little bit more accurate with that Anvil of Dawn first and foremost. If he's able to land on top of Fred, they might be able to get in there and get out a little bit more quickly. And Paul has got to be feeling great after that team fight, because he gets his hand in every single kill that happens, gets 2 levels on Twig, as Twig misses a whole wave and more. Great start for the Pittsburgh Knights, despite Ghost Gaming being the ones who got the first blood.
Yeah, I think if you're PK, you're feeling good for a number of reasons. The primary one is that this is where you'd think Ghost have the advantage based on the history, and where you're kind of trying to skip past to get to your pick of strength, but instead they absolutely stood up against them, and it is almost entirely, I think, thanks to what Zap did there at the tail end, as you covered. And now they've got the numbers on the blue buff there for the defense, moving in aggressively as Ghost anyway, as Fino K takes the poke and looks to push in further, but unsuccessful.
Wild. I mean, that's a 9-minute tower for Fino K, and then he just 1v3 got in there and tried to steal that blue buff away. Now didn't get it, but still ended up getting quite a bit of damage off on the back end, asserts a little bit of dominance, as you love to see, of course. And now he's only getting tankier with that Stone of Gaia. Not great game for Gaia if you're worried about that passive proc, because Pittsburgh Knights really can't passive proc you in this game. But just cheap health item that gives you a ton of regen at the exact same time. Certainly not the old Glad Shield feelings that you used to get when you were playing Arthur, but still a very important power spike for Final K to get. And if you're Ghost and your last engagement in mid didn't exactly go perfectly, I think having him come over is going to be huge.
Well, they can burn it when they have this Anubis, and Pittsburgh Knights never get to contest, even with the wall. And they didn't even use the ultimate out from Twig. He pops it right on Neomar, point blank, and there's the Ragnarok, bringing Zapman back in. But he's got the ultimate, looking to escape, but Fields of Love and the Heart Bomb used, plus the leap. Ghost Gaming have the answer back.
You were saying that Zap's nice and patient with those beads. That time, patience ends up costing him. Waits way too long on the purification beads. Thought it was just a bluff coming from PBM, but my man had the aces the whole time. The boys were right around the corner. Great play from Panda Cat. And this Ghost Gaming team is just executing their composition to perfection. Even though the first engagement didn't go well, what was the game plan? Kill the Ymir. Let's just dump everything into the Ymir and get a kill onto him. Every time Neil steps up, he is going to eat a death gaze. It's just impossible for Twig to not get that damage off. Ymir does such a big body, no mobility. The wall doesn't matter whatsoever. He's CC immune the entire time in that ultimate. And this counter pick is just so smart from Ghost Gaming. If Ymir is going to be the top pick in support, like it seems to have been during this World Championship, having something like an Anubis in your back pocket, that off-kilter strategy ready to go, is so valuable.
Sam now on this left side of the map, he has that ultimate in his back pocket. One more thing we're thinking about, they burned that Fury that quickly without the ultimate. That's the 3-1 adding into that for Ghost.
Anubis.
That is scary for the Knights. They thought they had the timer on it, but it's Ghost with the burn potential. Now Sam is here. I thought maybe an ult into the lane was in effect, but they might be looking for a purple invade. But in comes Cuvo Fred. They had a ward on here. Sam should know, but still gets caught out. Hammer over the wall gets him out, but Mike still contesting the actual buff. Neil not sure about moving in, so really in the end it goes to Ghost anyway.
And this duo lane is just starting to really wrest control from this game from Ghost. And this is exactly how this team loves to play. It's exactly how United won World Season 4 with this Polar Bear Mike team. It was side lane pressure that converges into mid lane really well. That's exactly what they're doing here. Final K has already gotten a couple of blue buff invades on that right-hand side. He's already taken tier 1 tower. So where does Sam start to go? Starts to rotate over to the left-hand side. Now Panda has a significant lead in ADC. Mike's been having a significant lead in support. And you know where that lead's coming next? Directly down the mid lane. That's what this team loves to do. And it's such a viable strategy, man. I mean, you pick something with pressure in mid. In Season 4, it was Zeus and Morrigan, those gods that cleared really, really well at the time, that you could end up fighting around at all times. Anubis does very much the same thing. Just get that side lane pressure and bring it together into the mid lane.
I love this from Ghost, though. Just so committed to their strategy. I mean, that initial fight in mid, while it didn't go as bad as possible for them, it certainly didn't go the way they planned. They really lost it. And yet they did not give up on that aggression. As you said, found new areas to try and push, and now nearly 4,000 gold up in the 13-minute mark. That is Ghost Gaming to a T, isn't it? Getting this kind of lead early on, and Pittsburgh Knights already struggling to deal with it. About the same mark in experience as well, considering how far Twig was behind Paul at the beginning, and now here they are all tied up, man. Ghost never slowed down.
And this is exactly where Pittsburgh Knights have to start to think, how do we counteract what Ghost is going to do? Because they should be realizing what's happening, that they're getting choked out of the sides of the map, and there's nowhere for Ghost to go eventually but down the mid lane. So how do we counteract that? Scary D has done a good job of stopping pressure like this throughout this tournament by being the first to rotate. But I don't think that's going to happen up against Final K, who really doesn't have that much incentive to stay here. It's going to be too difficult for him to take a tier 2 this early on, so he's going to be more likely to rotate anyways. So Scary being the first one in isn't necessarily the call. Can we end up being the aggressors is where I think I would go if I'm in Pittsburgh Knights' shoes. Instead of trying to be on our back foot and defend everything, can we start to be aggressive elsewhere on the map? Can we be the ones stepping up at mid when Ghost is still on the left-hand side?
Cat takes another favorable trade, gets the ultimate and the purification beads, and so in comes Mike to try and capitalize, uses the ultimate, and keeps up the chase with the brutalized. Mike and Cat working together again, and they put Zapman down.
And here's Fine-OK over here again.
Hello.
Just got Cubo Fred's ultimate with that Excalibur's Wrath, or his beads, excuse me, with Fine-OK's ultimate. First one there, out of the solo lane, creating pressure. That's exactly what Ghost is going to keep on doing. This duo lane of Mike and Cat, man, just unbelievable. I saw someone on Twitter calling it Kobe and Shaq energy.
Yeah.
And I think it's an apt description because these two have been that level of dominant in their careers.
They were out there having fun, weren't they, Kobe and Shaq?
Oh,
No
yeah.
contest. And that's what we see from Mike and Cat. But Cat maybe a little bit confident with it. He says that kind of stuff on Twitter all the time, and now here he is putting it into action. They have the pressure on this left side of the map as Fine-OK looked like he blinked in on Cubo Fred. Hasn't found much just yet. Well, he has the beats down, so in comes Sam, but didn't really find it with the dunk, so he forces Paul into the ultimate. Scary D kills Twig in the back. Ghost kind of a bit on different pages there.
Trying to peel for Twig by way of zoning Paul, and he did his job, Sam, even though he didn't land his ultimate. Twig just too late on hopping up into that death gaze. He's got to get up there earlier and try and get that lifesteal going.
This is such a critical fight now for PK. A chance in the 5v4 to return the favor, and Fine-OK not rotating indicates exactly what we saw. Ghost not contesting, and PK get the Fury.
And that's the best way for PK to do it, is be a little bit aggressive, step up and try and do what you can. That was really Ghost being overly aggressive in their jungle. Mike finds Neilma again. Neil didn't think it was serious, but it's real serious. Cat was right around the corner.
Oh, but Cubo Fred might have a chance to punish because Mike would have to commit. He does do so with the leap, but they punish Cat. This is the counter-punching style of PK at its finest, as now they hunt down Sanford Soccer with no ultimate. Does have the relics available, but so far has not used them, and he won't. Scary D evens up the kill count.
And Fred just seems to be in the right spots all the time, doesn't he? I mean, he's coming into these fights late. He's not there too early. He's not getting punished for it. And speaking of punish, Twig, what are you doing this close, buddy? Anubis looks good up against Ymir, but against everything else, not so much.
All right, now Captain Twig should know. Let's go ahead and make a quick mental note that they will dive you for that one if you didn't going into it, which I gotta hope he didn't. And look at the way PK have turned this around. It might turn around even more as they will be getting this tier 2 tower. What a response. They belong here on the world stage. If you thought there was a doubt, if somehow they snuck past SSG and Radiance, well, you're getting that confirmed now.
They belong here, no doubt about it. There is I've never seen a tougher team mentally than this Pittsburgh Knights squad. It is unfathomable what they have done in this tournament. And Ghost, this is how they lose a lot of their games, is by being over-aggressive, making arrogant positioning mistakes at times. And that's exactly what happened there to Twig. It's what happened to Mike and to Cat, thinking they have a free pick on the Neil Ma. I thought the trap was laid for Neil with Cat hiding, but truly, it was the other way around. If they're going to dump everything into the Ymir, that's fine. You just can't let it happen for free. And for a while, that's what was happening to the Pittsburgh Knights. They were going in one by one, following up after Neil had already been killed. That wasn't working. Now they're working much more in tandem, going in as Ghost Gaming is trying to commit onto the support and punishing them accordingly.
4 of Ghost's 6 kills onto Mike. He's the one that's been able to finish them off for the most part throughout this. And I think Ghost need to find a way to get Fine-OK a bit more involved in this, don't they? I mean, we're still a bit early here in this game, but clearly Scary has been able to rotate over and make 2-0-3 happen. Fine's been playing great too, but it's been a bit confined to this solo. They need him out there a bit.
He got the beads out from Fred before the Fury spawned and thought that, all right, we're just going to wait until Fury spawns, right? I mean, why would we step up beyond that? Oh, well, we walked into this one, and then we walked into these kills, and all of a sudden now it's not even worth him rotating because the fight is over at that point. You're going to put this much investment in those side lanes, as we were discussing, you've got to be able to actually make it work. And so far, Scary's done a good job of not sticking to the lane, still rotating, still staying as even as he can in that farm. And the Ghost strategy can still work. Their side lanes are still ahead.
Yeah.
The problem now is that the mid, where you want to transition this lead into, is all of a sudden very behind. And it's not just Twig, it's Sam as well, both down 2 levels in this game. That makes your transition much harder. It means that Cat and PBM and Fine have more heavy lifting to do whenever they start to try and come mid.
And Sam's been a little bit off on a couple of these ultimates here. Still got the job done, I think, trying to zone Paul, as you said, but would have been a much better zone had he landed it, right? So I trust Sam for soccer more than a lot of folks out there in this league, so I'm sure he's going to turn this one around. It just hasn't been the greatest start to this one for him, but as soon as he's able to get that going a little bit more, then maybe that can help out Ghost Gaming a little bit too. A lot of the macro has worked for them, but some of the more nitty-gritty hasn't been there.
And this feels familiar to me, that Sam getting a little bit of a slower start
Sure.
in these big sets. You think back to how that SK Gaming team made their run last year. In the early stages up against Splice, Sam really struggled at the beginning of that set. We know what happens eventually, that he makes incredible plays in order to beat the Renegades and then beat Team Rival at the very end, but slow start does not surprise me here for Sam. He's always been able to turn it around and hit those jets whenever it comes down to crunch time, but game one, maybe not always his best.
Well, the good news is Mike's been happy to pick up a little bit of that slack, hasn't he? 4-1-3 from this Fenrir with level 15 to level 12 from Neil. Now, he can't do quite what Sam would be able to, but he's been a facilitator for this team when they've been able to get in there a little bit early. They might need a bit more of that from him. Cuba Fred and right has been hit by the Unchain. A move in now for Mike as he commits and gets the Aegis out from Cubo Fred as well as the Purification Beads. Great work
That's
from the
not
Fenrir
enough.
right when we called the name, and they get the ultimate out as well.
And Final K's here. He's looking to get that kill, but Mike, he's got it
goodness.
all himself. The man just soloed the enemy jungler.
He just walked Cubo Fred down. That is a Tsukiyomi. You did that too. Now he dies in trade to Zapman, but don't you trade your support for jungler every day of the week?
Absolutely. Level 18 Tsukiyomi for the Fenrir, whose everything is down. Yeah, we take that.
Well, now this Fury, Ghost got to find a way here into this one as it's down to half HP. The best confirm is on PK's side, yes, but Ghost can contest as Neoma drops the ultimate. I'm a monster, a bit off the mark from Paul. So in with the horse goes Scary D, but the Fields of Love hits nearly everybody. The response from Sam is great,
Whoa!
but Paul is a bit better, pops him, and that means PK come out 2-1.
Who needs I'm a monster? I've got the whole combo left waiting for Sam as he falls. Pittsburgh Knights gritty in these fights. Fine use the beads when trying to track down Fred in the middle of that piercing moonlight, and that means that he's so vulnerable in that moment. Didn't have enough charge for his big ult either, it looked like, because otherwise you can use that to avoid all that damage. A great Fields of Love as you called, but the whole idea of this Anubis is that we get enough ahead that it doesn't matter that I'm immobile, that I can just stand there and I can beam down Scary D as he's on the horse, and Wig did a lot of damage, but not all the damage, and there's a huge difference between doing all the damage and just slightly not enough, especially against a healer when you have no anti-heal whatsoever on Ghost Gaming. None.
It's going to be tough for Ghost Gaming from this point. As you said, really Anubis' big plan is a DPS race. Just about anyone he runs into, he cannot do that here at this point in the game. And still, I feel like maybe a little bit not there from Sam as Paul does end up getting caught in the mid. That is his beads down. Good work from Twig and Sam there in that mid, but in that last fight, it didn't feel like enough work from him. Again, Mike was the initiator. Mike was the one soloing out Cubo Fred and doing a lot of the work I think you might normally expect from your jungler.
He just dunked down and ate it. I mean, to quote the Snow Geb skin, he ate it. It was instant coming from Paul. Beads were there from Sam, but kind of have to beat Aegis on the landing, I suppose, if Paul's going to hit you with that. Either quicker on the relics or better target selection. You think that Fields of Love is going to do a little bit more work, but Zap was able to get out of it with the beads. Cuvo was already dead, so you don't have a lot of easy targets. With Paul still having all of his relics up, that's a scary dunk to make as a Thor.
Yeah.
If Paul just pre-beads your ultimate on reaction of that little warning circle and instantly Sikkim crushes at his feet, you kind of just die at this point.
Plus, look at his build. It's nothing like what Cuvo's done with the Void Shield and the Sledge, right, which is a little bit more bruisery. Sam is looking to one-tap somebody with the Erendite into Heartseeker. Just finished the Heartseeker now, plus that Crusher. So he really can't afford, as you said, to take really much damage at all on those. He needs to be hitting you and you can't respond and taking you out of the fight right away.
Man, a 3-level lead easily here for Fred, who's already level 20. Sam has got to try and find some farm, but PK's not going to let him.
No, they're starting up a fight right away, so Mike comes in and grabs that man right away, holds him still, but the damage isn't coming. It's mostly PK that are keeping them at bay, but Sam comes in, gets dunked immediately by the Honda Monster, but Twig takes care of Neil, and so far Sam is still standing, but they lose fine okay on the front as Sam runs for his life.
Panda Cat is forced out by Scary D. He's creating tons of space, and Mike just on the run from Paul. Panda Cat not getting a whole lot of support until Twig shows up, but that might just be enough.
Almost. The heart bomb is there. That is the stun, and Panda Cat gets a much-needed kill. That's 2 for 1, and Ghost showing some more signs of life here in this one.
That is wild that Panda Cat was able to survive that dive from Scary D. One-on-one, Thorns, ultimate, level 20 warrior, not quite full build for the Cupid. And Panda Cat surviving there is a huge deal. I think a lot of hunters end up dying on that dive. The ability to stay up in that moment is absolutely massive for Ghost, because now not only does Panda Cat live, but Scary doesn't get a chance to come back, regroup with the team, and heal them up for something like a Fire Giant push. Really, really great play by the backliner of Ghost.
I like this, though. Ghosts are not going to overstep on the back of that fight. They take the Pyromancer, and then they just leave, even with a bit of a 4v3 advantage for a moment. But they've got time. Cubo Fred with nothing for Relic. Same for Scary. No Shell for Neil Ma, and no Aegis there for Zapman. Even with a lot of relics down for Panda Cat and Mike as well, with some of this good initiation Ghost have, maybe they can capitalize.
I mean, they should be capitalizing way more. Mike has Zapman in his mouth for the entire duration of Ragnarok. It was just fine, okay, and I'm sitting here looking at my watch, waiting for Sam to land, and he only lands after Zap's already on the horse. I don't know if he wasn't in range, or if he was just waiting to try and keep the CC chain going perfectly. Probably scared of Paul's damage as well, and for good reason. I mean, you see the man's I'm a monster. Nearly one-tapped 2 people freehand with that shot, but got to be able to insta-kill Zap in that fight. If you have the Hunter with no beads, and we get him with the Fenrir, you've got to be able to execute on that.
Paul deserving that fear indeed, leading everyone in player damage as Neil can't find anything there in the mid. Right behind him, though, is Panda Cat, and they're kind of leaps and bounds above that next member. They are the ones that have been battling back and forth so far. Panda Cat with Mike at his back, and then Paul with good help coming out from Neil and Cuvo. The rest of Ghosts have got to make sure they're getting in there and providing some support. Twig's damage, not bad, but really he hasn't been able to get onto priority targets or live after either. I mean, doing one or the other is going to work, and he hasn't quite hit either. Well,
he's at the point now that he has a Obsidian Shard that I think he can DPS race Scary's horse. So you have so much extra damage. If you use that Obsidian proc on Death Gaze, that whole cast is getting that extra 10% pen. That feels really, really good up against frontliners. If you can lead off with that, I think he's going to be fine.
Primal Fury started up by Knight. Only one close is Mike, but cannot confirm I'm a monster as PK secure one more Fury and extend that lead a bit more, about 2K or so, a little over that in the Knights' favor. But now that we're getting later and later into PK territory, not such a big deal. The actual gold of the matter, they need all this additional help with coming over to the objective.
And I don't think that it's a Ghost Gaming problem that I think they can struggle now. It's the composition problem.
Big leap in there from Mike. The response from Twig is there, but they have not gotten the kill yet. Neil Ma still alive. That forces the Fields of Love, but Neil Ma does fall in the back of the fight, though now they have a chance to lock down Scary D as well. But it's Cubo Fred's turn. He moves in, and Fine OK is done. So Mike on the retreat, and Ghosts have overcommitted to the enemy support, and Captain Twig has no hope in the backline. He gets decimated, and in comes Sam looking for a chance to put down Zetman right through the relics. He finds one more.
That's the Sam we've been waiting for. A great wall on the back end as well. 2 for 2.
They needed that.
Ghost Gaming limping away. Paul's ultimate coming back up, and having Scary D there with the heals means that PK is going to be a lot stronger in the subsequent fight if Ghost had stuck around. But they needed, as you called, Sam to find a big dunk, and boy did he. Check out these relic timers from Paul and Zap. Very, very close together because of that dunk coming from Sam. Twig does the right thing, by the way. He doesn't try and run towards the rest of the team. When you're Anubis, you've kind of got to hold that L every once in a while and just go, all right, did my job, we'll see you later. He actually passed down to make sure that Panda Cat and Mike, who were a little bit low at the time, didn't end up getting chased after PK had taken care of the Anubis. Plus, Twig got all the damage off that he could in his last moments of breath. So good job by Captain Twig. Exactly what you need him to be doing. Dropping that ultimate in a corridor, forcing Neil Ma back. Ghosts now need to be a little bit worried because there's a couple times where they've overlapped Fields of Love and Death Gaze in order to kill Neil.
Right.
If they can get to a point where they only need one of those, these team fights are going to get much easier.
It's going to be tough to win these fights, and they have to commit both of them. And Neil really, not just in terms of surviving through those, but didn't he kind of force them positionally to commit as well, kind of back towards that mid-tier 1 tower. That's all big work from Neil Ma. And I know that 0-5-5 or 0-5-3 might not look great, but I think that's about as good of an 0-5-3 as you can ask for from him, as he has forced Goats to commit if they want that kill.
Look, for sports fans out there, this is the equivalent of Neil getting double teamed on offense.
Right.
You know, every single play. If they're going to do that, you're going to have a bad shooting night. You've just got to be able to facilitate and pass the ball a little bit. And Neil's got plenty of assists. 3,
Yeah.
not the best analogy, I suppose, in that regard. But he's forcing Ghost into bad spots and allowing his team to come in and clean up very effectively.
And a great game there from Neil Ma, from PK in general, as they have responded to aggression from Ghost and pulled this game into their territory. As you said, not unfamiliar territory from Ghost. They've certainly proved an ability to win some of these late game matches, but this is where the Knights this week most recently have thrived, able to take down the 3 seed and the 2 seed in order. Now here they are, holding their own up against the 1 seed. What a run from these guys as Neil moves forward. There's the Fields of Love again used, and the Death Gaze trying to get them out of there, and they get nada.
That's huge. I mean, you get Scary D's ultimate, but who cares? But look at Mike blink in, gets a priority target, but a better wall from Neil. Zap's going nowhere.
You want to talk about the game Neil's having there it was, but Sam for Sucker with the dunk says bye-bye to Zapman. That means Neil Ma falls as well, and Ghost Gaming having one of their trademark fights, and Panda Cat puts down Cubo Fred, and how about a 3 for 0 right when you need it?
Mike diff. That's all it is. That's Mike diff
Who
right there.
does that, by the way?
That? We just used both of our backliner ultimates.
Our
but
best ults.
I'm going in. Yeah, I got this one, guys. Don't worry about it. Blinks in, goes into the weeds, and still picks up the ADC perfectly with that Ragnarok. Flawless.
Yeah, Mike's the best support that we got right now, and he put it on display as Paul, after losing those beads, cannot afford to step up any longer. So Scary D is on Steel Watch as a good bit of damage comes out from Paul into Fine, but now the damage on the Scary is real. Good wall prevents Scary from finding the damage that he wants.
He did.
But Scary D falls to the Heart Bomb, but can Ghost do the fire? They got a lot of low members.
Yeah, they can, because now it's just one person that you have to worry about zoning, and that's Paul. Yes, he's got I'm a Monster coming up, but Final K can communicate how close he is. EFG at that. Going to be going Ghost's way.
Perfect timing for this. Mike gets aggressive, forces the ultimate out from Paul. Huge play from him. How much work has Mike done this game? I think he's been the better jungler so far, doing everything for Ghost Gaming. And that's not to take it away from Sam. He's had a good last 2 fights, but from minute 1, Mike's been doing it.
Man, I mean, you see the videos of Mike squatting 600 pounds at the gym.
He
was prepping for this moment, my guys. He was ready for the big carry. He is looking unbelievable in this game, but it's not just Mike. It's Sam in these last 2 fights, as you mentioned. Final K is right there, tank switching with Mike really well, because Fenrir can't step into that front line forever. He's going to need some support whenever he starts to get focused. Final K has been able to take that pressure off of him really well, and Panda Cat in particular has just played unbelievably in these backline fights.
Don't want to give up the Oni Fury for free, so Final K finds Paul with no beads, locks him down, and Ghost take the Oni Fury, and Fine is not done. He continues to push in and forces the Knights to retreat. So now Ghost are pushing ahead of the Oni Fury for sure, but there's Sam dunking in, finding Neil. In comes the hammer, and the support is low. Meanwhile, Mike moves in, grabs Zapman again, but Final K has lost his life, but so has Zapman, so has Neil, and I'm a Monster does bring Twig low, but Ghost Gaming suddenly in an even 2 for 2.
Great stun coming from Mike, dodges the stun coming from Fred as well, but a 2 for 2 whenever the enemy team has enhanced Fire Giant is a worthwhile trade for the Pittsburgh Knights. Final K really, really deep, I think unnecessarily so, on that fight. I mean, yeah, he's going to get support coming from Sam, and sure, you get Zap again, but losing 2 members when you have enhanced Fire Giant means that this looks like, to me, not a Phoenix Siege coming from Ghost, but more getting global gold off the map in the form of these towers. I think that's too aggressive there from Final K. And the rest of the team comes to support him. I'm not saying that it's necessarily his fight call that is the problem, but certainly the team didn't have a choice with where Fine was going.
And did come in at least making it to a 2 for 2, but you probably want a little bit more out of EFG, but opening up the mid-tier 2 and the mid-tier and the left tier 2, not so bad, I suppose, on the tail end of it. And they've got, even 33 minutes in, about a 7K gold lead, and still with some boots out there, not true 6 slotted, that still does matter to a certain extent as well. So maybe Ghost can get rid of those boots a little bit sooner.
Should still be able to go and get this tier 2 and right. I mean, you've got a minute and 30 on this Fire Giant, and now that everyone's spawned and regrouped, you can head back over there. But these last few fights have been so good for Ghost because of what Mike has done at finding these priority targets that don't have purification beads. But you take a look at the relic situation for PK, now they have all of those defensive relics, whereas Aegis down for both Twig and Panda Cat. I think that was an I'm a Monster coming from Paul that forced those relics. That means this fight won't be as easy for Ghost Gaming. They're going to need to find another way to get these fights started so easily without Mike just being able to play it literally perfect.
And he has done so. What a game from him, 7-2-8. How often is that your support slash line? I would argue almost never, and he's earned every bit of what he's showing. Now, it does look like Ghost are planning a bit of a push. Sam is the furthest member up. Meanwhile, Mike is pushing up that mid lane, so they're threatening 2 places at once. But PK are not fooled. They're entirely hearing right.
To keep this Kobe Shaq analogy going between Mike and Panda, this is like when Kobe drops 40 and Shaq has 35 and 15 between PBM and Panda Cat. What are you supposed to do whenever they're both on the same night?
Not a chance you can block them both. Panda Cat has the Magi's cloak as well. That's big for him as the mid-tier 2 does fall. With only 20 seconds left on that EFG, though, Ghost Gaming are ready to back it up. It'll be another minute plus that time before the Fire Giant spawns again, as Ghost showing a little bit of aggressive pathing, maybe hoping to catch someone on their own. I doubt they want to push, but they're certainly showing that they do.
I mean, EFG's falling off. I don't think that they're going to want to try and take an elongated fight here, but they get walled off by Neil.
That means that they've got to. In goes Mike to force out some ultimates from Neil Ma. Sam's up as well. He doesn't have to re-engage, but he goes for Paul in the back anyway, forces the ultimate in response. Now he has the wall, and Paul has to use beads and Aegis. So Sam can live, that's worth it, but I don't know if he can. In comes Scary D, Sam is done, and Zetman gets the credit for it, but Fine OK is not stopping yet. He's moving in, forcing out other relics. Ghost Gaming gets stuck in a fight, but maybe they can make it work.
Mike falls, big mantle stun's not gonna matter, 2 for 0. Ghosts get caught, forcing another bad fight that just didn't need to go in at that point. Sam doesn't get enough damage onto Paul. You have to 100-0 him in that point, but he's got both relics and his ultimate. Is that a viable strategy for you? It doesn't seem like it is.
Just odd from Ghost, and now Twig in an awful spot with Scary putting in damage. Not gonna die from it right away, but it's a 5v3 in favor of the Knights. They won't take that to the house though. They're heading instead over towards the enhanced Fire Giant, which seemed to have spawned perfectly there for them. And Ghost, really all they can do is watch.
This is a little bit scary, though, for PK if they don't DPS this fast enough, but what am I worried about? They're going to DPS this plenty fast. You got a Hachiman boosting the attack speed of the squad, Prot Shred from the Talu Assault, and the Great Secure coming for Paul. PK, all of a sudden, back in the driver's seat with 5 members with Enhanced Fire Giant.
I just feel like maybe Ghosts weren't happy with those tier 2s, were they? I mean, They got walled off. That was a great wall from Neil to kind of force their hand a little bit, to kind of overreact to it, but the dive in from Sam, the rest of that commit, it was a little bit much, and they tried to force it.
And you just have so much more mobility for the Pittsburgh Knights. I mean, you're talking about, you got the Sentinel movement coming from Scylla, the Cavalry Charge from Guan Yu, the Piercing Moonlight, and the Mounted Archery coming from Cubo, Fred, and Zatman, respectively. Sam dunks in, and who's catching him? Right. You know, you don't have something like a Guan Yu on your side in order to get there and help you. Final K's got to walk there if he's in combat, which he certainly was. So he can't get on top of that priority target with you. Mike used his ultimate early and forced out to that Sentinel, but that's all he got. That's not enough value in comparison, especially to what he has been getting, though what he has been getting has been astronomical value that you can't really expect every single time. It's just got to be a little bit tighter for Ghost Gaming. Pittsburgh Knights are much better equipped to take these sprawling, spread out team fights throughout the jungle. Even though they're the one with the healer, Ghost Gaming have to stay a little bit more compact in their fights.
Because the Knights can turn a sprawling, spread-out fight into a bit more of a compact one with that mobility that you mentioned, right? They can catch up more than Ghost can. As this tier 2 and left goes down, still not quite even up in goal, but I mean, we're deep enough into this one where that's not the issue. The biggest disparity here is EFG on 5 members for the Knights, and the Relics coming up just in time. Only one missing is Aegis for Paul, and that's about 15 seconds out. Bit similar for Twig, who's about to have his bees and Aegis back up as well. A 3-2 split, though. Scary D moves in first. Fine, OK, and Sam are here to deal. They keep him at bay for a minute. That's good damage on mid and left Phoenix as Mike gets aggressive. Paul is the one pulled in, has to use I'm a Monster and the beads in order to escape. So good work from Ghost, and Sam goes up way too far away. Instead lands to try and deal with Polar Bear Mike, or rather Neil Ma, who's still too healthy. And now Sam in danger of falling. Ghost can't find the right targets.
Fred had sprung the trap, and him and Scary D are in the back line. Double kill for Scary D. Fine, OK, doing what he can, but a better wall coming from Neil Ma means that PK is ruining this fight.
Yeah, this just might be over. Mike and Panda Cat have so much work to do, and they don't have ultimates to get it done with. So Cubo Fred looks to get aggressive. That is the left side Phoenix done. And PK right on the precipice of going 1-0 up against the best team that we have had all year.
Unbelievable. They've got 2 members to do it, but it's Kobe and Shaq on the defense yet again. I don't think they're going to be able to do it, Finch.
No, it is not enough. The Knights are absolutely ready for the world stage, aren't they? Game 1 goes to the underdogs.
Unreal performance, but Ghost had it so many different times.
Yeah.
He just kept chasing and chasing and chasing. Another great play from Mike. Gets beads, forces Zap out, and then Sam lands in the demilitarized zone. I mean, he was in between everybody. His wall doesn't quite cut off Neil. That's a little bit unfortunate, but Fred's positioning was perfect. I mean, he was lying in the weeds, ghillie suit on and everything, just waiting in that back camp in order to use that piercing moonlight to come through the wall. No one can hit Fred where he is, but he can hit you, and his dive was scary, was flawless.
If you're Ghost Gaming, you have got to be feeling the fear now, right? Shades of what happened back in Season 6 of this game and this set getting away from you. PK up 1-0. We'll be back to break it down after the break.
Well, we kick this one off with a hell of a game one. No other way to put that one. The Knights, of all teams, find themselves up 1-0. Not often they have started anything this tournament up with a 1-0 lead.
Right.
So it is very fortunate for them that this one starts off their way. But again, if you're watching at home and you want to hang out with some other SMITE fans or maybe take part of the Q&As, I think most of them at this point are probably finished, but you can join our official Discord server. There's other channels in there as well that are going to help you as time goes forward. Things like a bug report channel, game things that you want to talk about, being able to reach the designers, as well as, being able to talk to other SMITE friends. Again, a lot of the people I know, a lot of my closest friends I've met through SMITE and because of SMITE. And so I think it's absolutely worthwhile being able to get in there and enjoy all of this while watching the SMITE World Championship. But guys, we come through. I have to give a shout out. Alan Barr on Twitter sends me a message afterward. And as a fresh reminder that Ghost Gaming are on a 15-game competitive streak. Win streak. Were. And the last time they lost outside of this set or game, I guess we just watched, was a 2-0 to the Knights. Phase 2.
It writes itself.
Week 12. And that is just not something you can make up. I had to go back. I went back to verify it because I was like, there's no way. I had to go look at it. And they're doing it.
And you know what? I think we've had this storyline now this week that's built around the Knights and their ability to fight down from a set deficit individually in these games as well. The games that the Knights are winning, half the time they're at a deficit early on. Ghost Gaming was at a 4,000 gold lead at this point in this video. They were at a 4,000 gold lead like 8 minutes into this game after a mid-fight goes Ghost Gaming way. You talk about mental, not only set-wise, but game-wise as well.
I mean, Mifflin, the fights, the way they've gone back in this set, right? Early on, we got to see Zapman made a rotation to mid lane, what, 5 minutes in it felt like?
Yes, sir. I mean, Zapman is a priority player for these guys, but if you want to talk about a duo lane in that game, you got to give shouts to the Ghost Gaming duo. Doing it all. I mean, PBM was, what, 7-2 at one point?
It was gross.
It was a 9-1 slash line for the duo lane altogether. But look, I'm going to talk about PK. I'm sure the fans are sick of hearing me say his name. Scary D, the man on your screen right now, is a natural disaster in human form. On 2 legs, this man is a hurricane tearing through Ghost Gaming at every given turn.
I hear the live cams as they come through, popping off. Look, Cubo, if he doesn't stand up after a set, then you aren't feeling the energy. That has to radiate for you. And again, the mind goes to Ghost Gaming. Now, this is a team that has not spent a lot of their time at a deficit in a set this year. Again, the closest they came, that 3-2 win over Radiance in the Phase 1 playoffs. That's a long time ago. They've lost 4 sets total in Phase 2. One of those was to the Knights, as was just prior mentioned, but they only lost 1 set to the Knights. It was 1 different set to 4 different teams. They didn't lose to anyone consistently. And that's the scary thing, I think, coming into this, Dave. You look at this team, the ability to bounce back is what comes to mind. We know the Knights can do it. We just watched 2 days of the Knights doing it.
Right.
Ghost Gaming haven't had to fight from a 1-0 deficit a lot this year. Is that going to take the wind out of your sails, or is that just well, you know, we had Anubis, we had Fenrir, like maybe you just kind of put a damper on it?
Right. I think to other teams, maybe. I mean, we have a lot of strong fortitudes mentally, I think, at the SMITE Pro level. I think I would be worried if it were a team that wasn't Ghost Gaming or one of these other teams that have shown that they can bounce back. I'm not concerned about Ghost at all. I think you hit the nail on the head there. I think some picks there don't work out in their favor. Maybe we swap the Anubis for something else. I mean, Twig had some good early games, was able to pour out some damage in some of those early fights. I'd argue disappeared a little bit into that later game. The Anubis was a little less impactful. I think the Scylla continues to dominate, so that's something you have to look towards as well. The Guan Yu suddenly is something you have to look at against the Knights. So I think if your question is sort of, am I concerned about Ghost, their mentality after game 1, no. I think this is a team centered around a guy in Mike who can lift up the boys around him and get them mentally ready, mentally prepped for game 2.
I mean, he almost lifted them there. That Fenrir game was insane. I mean, talk about a second jungler. That was not a support. It was the quote I had used in the interview. Avrin tweeted it out again. The play support like adapting plays jungle. That was personified there, Mifflin, by that Fenrir game. It's not something that any team other than Ghost is really playing. They are unique in their support picks. I'm even going to throw it out there. In Phase 2 playoffs, he locked in a Nox support to be able to come through. Do you think we're going to continue to see Mike on these aggressive kind of off picks, or is he going back to the Guardians?
I think Mike's doing exactly what he needs to do. He was 7-2. I'm not going to tell him to do anything different almost ever.
You're right.
It's not my right. It's not within my power to tell Mike how to play the game when he's looking like he's looking right now. But I think you hit the nail on the head there, Gore. Secondary jungle? I don't think so. I think he was the sole jungler for Ghost in that game. An uncharacteristic, poor performance from Sam for soccer. It just doesn't work out. Thorolds weren't finding their way home, and really, Mike had to pick up the slack.
We're going to have to find out. I mean, Neil said that maybe Sam over there is just a plant, right? I mean, he'd be the first player to drop. Look, you leave the team that wins Worlds, you go to this other team, you make it to the final against your former teammates. I mean, it's something you had highlighted earlier, Dave, is a very interesting dynamic. Maybe, you know, I don't think he's at all trying to do anything other than win. No. But Thor was something that we didn't really get to see him on as much. I mean, it's a good pick for him, but maybe not exactly the one that comes immediately to mind.
Yeah, you know, so early on in that game, some of the Anvil of Dawns were off the mark. And there's no other way to word that. Started to connect a little bit as the game went on, wasn't fully consistent. I think it still brings the weight. I think it's still something you consider putting Sam back on later on in this set if you need. Maybe start to look elsewhere. I like the way, though, that Ghost is starting off this ban phase, because something that I wanted to touch on while we were talking about PBM, Neil did not have all that attractive of a KDA there after game one. He was, what, 0-7-8, I think. The Ymir got bullied. That's what the Ghost draft was kind of built to do. Let's melt down this Ymir as quickly as possible. Those walls were starting to connect for Neil in that game. He was throwing up a wall. He was providing CC. He was providing lockdown. He would die for it, but then the rest of his team would win the fight. I don't at all disagree with the way Ghost Gaming are changing things here. Ban out the emoji. We know Neil is incredible at that pick. Ban out the Ymir as well, because 0-7-8 isn't all that wild. It's those intangibles, those assists that don't go up onto the scoreboard, where Neil really made an impact, I think, in game one.
Well, the bans Ra, Ratatosker, and Set, not too much change in there for the Knights. Ghost, as you had highlighted, the Ymir joins that Yamoja and the Guan Yu. I wrote down their top 5, at least that we've seen this tournament. They have the most games, so luckily we can actually rely on these numbers. The Guan Yu, the Sobek, the Afro, the Kamazots, and the Scylla. Cupid has been big all tournament, though, Mifflin. And now Zapman, of all people, has locked that one in. And knowing that that's available, the Morrigan's available. I mean, normally Paul's used to having to restrict himself. The only thing he can't play here is the Ra. All of a sudden, I think he's feeling pretty confident.
He's got a lot of options available to him. The signature Paul Hebo, the Hell's still out there. The only thing, as you already highlighted, the taken away is going to be the Ra. But already, I'm loving this adaptation from PK. It feels to me like they're trying to speed up their game ever so slightly with this Cupid lock-in. It's not the Jingwei that we're used to seeing from Zapman. It's not the Hachiman or even the Heimdall, these more safety-centric hunters. It looks to me like PK is looking to frag out. Paul doesn't care that the Hell and Hebo are still available. He's going straight back to the Scylla.
I mean, it's treated him so well, right? There's almost, I can think of literally no reason not to go back to this, David. It has been the perfect pick for them. This Sobek, along with this Cupid, has had some pretty big, successful games as well. And you can kind of see the energy, I think. And we kind of made fun of him a little bit earlier. We were looking at it. Paul looks the same before a game as he does after a win or after a loss or after getting a game-saving triple kill. Like, he is locked in, and I think that's something the Knights have that's going for him. This Poseidon on the other side for Twig, it's been pretty big. The Krakens, I mean, so far I would say 50-50. Twig ran it well. Vin didn't necessarily have the last game on Poseidon you would like to, but it's a solid pick.
Yeah, Aggro rolling over, I imagine, over in the green room, thinking back to Fino K getting out that Kraken there yesterday. I think it's good, though, for Ghost to take this in that the Kraken, if you want to look specifically at objective secure, fighting around the objectives, I'm a monster, Kraken, both will do a good job of trying to lock down some of that objective control for your team, respectively. I don't know what the answer is here to the Scylla. I got to be honest with you. At some point, it's just got to be that Paul is just that good at the pick, right? I mean, she's got good disengage, good mobility, with the Sentinels able to rotate her way around those fights. But at the end of the day, Paul might just be that good at the positioning.
Once upon a time, Dave, there was an age-old counter to Scylla. I'm going to take you back all the way to 2015,
tell me.
And it's a pick that's relevant in this set. Sam for Soccer has an Awila. She's capable of playing that pick, and it's one way to make sure that this Scylla isn't allowed to free cast inside these fights. I'm a monster immediately followed by Sentinel. You have to be worried about Gravity Surge. I think it could be something interesting here, especially considering, take a peek, PK putting a lot of respect on the Sam for Soccer here. Taking away those picks might force him into the Awilish.
I was going to say, tell me if you've heard this one before. Nemesis Hunbats banned out by PK. Kamazot's Raven banned out by Ghost. The junglers are the targets that are coming through. It was game 1, the same 4 in the final ban phase that comes through, and the same 4 here in game number 2. Now this Cerberus, I wrote it down alongside things like that Hunbats, alongside things like this Cupid, and that Ratatosker solo we saw. Dave, this has been a huge pick to Mike for this this carry support style to help deal with the duo lane.
Right, and it's a similar vein to what we saw in the Fenrir, right? If you're giving Mike a pick where you can build Sledge first item, he's going to jump on you and he's going to fight and he's going to make you pay for it. Cerberus, obviously, you know, different mindset there, but, well, same mindset, different way of going about it. This Cerberus, as the game goes on, we've seen Mike like to build some of these damaging items. We see Spear of the Magus later on sometimes in the build here on this Cerberus. Cerberus, specifically in the hands of Mike, the ability to jump into the backline. Maybe that's some of the answer here against this Scylla. If Cerberus can make his way in, Mike has enough of a lead, has enough of that damage built up. You can melt through Paul. I say potentially because hasn't happened often against Paul on Scylla. Maybe that's an answer here for Ghost.
Look, man, Scary D's been way too smiley through these picks and bans for me to start thinking this Achilles isn't going to have a good performance. He is comfortable and in his element. A lot of smiles there. Again, maybe not as emotive as the rest of the team. A lot of zoned-in players. Okay. But the Tsukuyomi locked in, finalizing the Knights draft. Potentially a Susano over there in the jungle. I think Panatom more when I think Susano than I think Sam for Soccer. But for Ghost, Mifflin, what does this pick do and how well can it deal with the Knights?
It's got a lot of chase down potential. The third ability from Susano should be able to keep up with Scylla relatively easily. A lot of the time, Scylla uses that I'm a monster to create space. The Typhoon ultimate can be able to rip through and chase down just about anything that Paul tries to use to escape out of there. But I'm worried now about this Ghost draft. We know they look their best when they're able to abuse the early game and end a match before PK is allowed to get to their best phase 30 minutes in. PK, when you're playing against them, it feels like you're caught in quicksand. The longer the match goes, the more you struggle, the further down they're able to drag you. I think Ghosts want to end it quickly. This draft might be a little bit slower than we saw in game 1.
Now, Dave, that's maybe ideal for Ghost, right? Although, from what we've seen from Knights, they kind of like your 57-minute games, right? They like them to go a little longer because of the way they can change the pace of it. And we've done a lot of talking. Paul is someone always worth mentioning because of what we've seen on the Scylla. Cuvo had a really solid game on the Tsukuyomi last time around, but it's actually Neil. You had mentioned his Ymir here on the Sobek. It fits really well. It's one of their top picks so far in this week and in this championship. But alongside that, you get Scary D on this Achilles. It feels like those two as a front line are really going to be a driving factor for the Knights here.
Absolutely. This Sobek is going to be so important in dislodging this Poseidon out of the back line. Somewhat immobile, has to work around those whirlpools to prevent a lot of that engage. And Neil will find those plucks, right? Neil is the guy, if there is a small sliver of an avenue that leads him to Poseidon, leads him to Panda Cat on this Heimdall, he'll find it. So I think this is a great pick over there for Neil, especially a guy who has the mindset of, well, I'll set up for the rest of my team. I might die for it. He is lurking in the waters to get him out of that, by the way. But Neil will have the ability to set up these fights.
Well, you never want to go up 2-0 against the Knights. Ghosts don't have to worry about that anymore. That passive's not going to get active. Right now, they have to worry about the Knights going up 2-0 over them. Game number 2 starting right now. Let's go back over to Finch and Aggro.
From the desk there, guys. Another great job from you is now Ghosts, just as Gore said, but their backs against the wall, not at all how I expected this set to begin, and yet PK keep bringing the heat. And let me be clear, the heat is Paul on Scylla, and he gets this yet again.
Somehow, some way.
Did you say 80% win rate, by the way, when he was up in
that sounds about right. It has been dominant so far this weekend, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday on the desk. I think a large reason why the Scylla has been so successful is because Mage Pen is not exactly in the strongest spot it's ever been in, particularly flat pen, but with Scylla having percent pen built in on the Crush, when you build that double flat pen, you're not feeling the lack of power, the lack of utility that you might be having from other items in that slot that other mages are building, things like Doom Orb. You still one-shot people really, really well, and I think that has really caught people off guard this weekend. How much damage Still is able to do with this double flat pen build throughout all stages of the game.
It's been really oppressive, Hassan, especially in these late game fights. I mean, Sam for Soccer got in there on Paul in that last game in that big team fight that turned it back in PK's favor. And it wasn't enough, man. Beads, Aegis, plus the I'm a Monster, and Sam couldn't keep up. So speaking of them, is this Susano the pick? I mean, you heard Myth talking about the dive potential, the chase potential it has. Is that enough for them to keep up with Paul?
I think it is, and this is the type of pick that I wanted to see Ghost go for. Their last composition was really, really early game focused. So even though they made a lot of mistakes, even though that game is won by PK, I think that Ghost kind of threw that one, if we're calling a spade. Not to take any credit away from the Pittsburgh Knights, of course. They take advantage of mistakes better than anybody in the late game.
Yeah.
This Ghost Gaming team was ill-equipped to go as late as they did with that draft. They weren't planning on playing that long. With this draft, they are much more well-equipped and ready to go when it comes to going later on in the game.
They should have a decent shot. Panda Cat and Mike were the big heroes for them in that game one. Fine, okay, with his great moments there as well. The real hope I gotta think is that as Mike gets plucked in, that Twig can play better, but Mike now in trouble. That Heart Bomb stun gonna come through and hits Panda Cat as well. So now Mike in the critical condition. Zatman dashing in aggressively, so Neil finishes it himself. PK find first blood.
This kill lane is classic. Sobek, Cupid, oh, Neil really hated minion number 5 in that wave, and he'll take care of him, but good attempt either way. If you're feeling it, you might as well go for it. I've got no problem with that.
Oh yeah, you want the hot hand to shoot. What a start from PK in this one. Finding the pressure over there in duo. Mike, starting with that blink. Don't have a problem with that at all, but it is going to mean he is going to get plucked every time it connects, and great damage there from the Knights to put him down. And now Ghost, I mean, you said it's not so much an early game focused draft as before, but you definitely don't want to give such a good late game team the early lead.
No, definitely not. And Ghost has still taken a lot of late game drafts to early wins during the course of this year. This draft has that capability. Susano is a god that isn't great pre-5. His fight isn't that strong, but as soon as you finish your first item after boots, you feel pretty strong at that point. You have really, really good all-in potential. Your mobility is fantastic throughout all stages of the game. And I would love to see Ghost try and turn up the pressure onto Paul a little bit earlier than what we've seen from him.
Sam rotating the solo, blinks in, looking for the pull. That brings Scary D back, and the damage from Fine OK is there. A response gank in solo is what Ghost needed.
And if anyone knows what happens if you let Scary get to the late game with Achilles for free, it's Sam for soccer. We've been robbed of a lot of great moments from the crowd during this year, but Scary hovering the Achilles in a World Finals game, I think, would have elicited a great response from a crowd full of SMITE fans. This was his iconic pick last year. Now it's become Guan. He's really following the same MO, just keep spamming the same god until they start to take it away from you. Ghost took it away from him this time around, and going to the Achilles makes a lot of sense, but this is where Achilles is not particularly strong. Even though he can find that identity as a lane bully, his wave clear is not very good early on. So trying to get to him when he has to use both those combat dodges just to try and clear the wave is a really good way to open up a gank potential. Smart gank by Sam.
And if Achilles is lane bully number 2, in comes Zatman. We'll talk about it later. There's the big stun, but the field of law from Zatman is better. Mike is the one locked in, but in comes Sam for the cleanup duty. Custodian Sam for soccer finds the first kill, but gives up on Neil.
Surprised that Sam doesn't get that one too. Neil able to escape pretty well, but maybe a little bit of lack of patience there from Sam on teleporting in. Either way, you get the more important one. You get the Hunter dead. You get Zap speeds.
Yeah.
Perfect trap laid by Panda Cat. That's not often something we talk about when it comes to ganks and who deserves the credit. But in my mind, that's Panda Cat in that spot. Understanding how much damage he can take, understanding that he can get PK to all in him because Zap has hit 5 and he's still only level 4. He deliberately doesn't hit the wave so that he doesn't tick over to 5 to make them think, we can't kill him. We won't get his beads. All that kind of stuff. Really, really great gank setup there by the Hunter.
Sentinel gets Paul back into mid, away from Mike's aggression. Stun a bit off the mark there from Mike, so he avoids the stun himself. Ghost Gaming again, looking for these blue buff invades, and I think this is another smart way for them to play it. They go right from this sort of counter gank in duo to the secondary punch of invading the blue.
Why not? And look, your early game strategy worked last game.
Right.
You were up 5,000-6,000 gold through the mid game. Why not just go with the same sort of strat? You've already set Scary behind with the first blood, or the second blood rather. Now you come back over, you start invading those blues consistently. Achilles not great at taking those fights early on in the game. Kakullen fantastic at it. I think it makes a ton of sense.
Fine, okay, looking for pressure. Not willing to go for the full dive, even with Sam here. Maybe a bit surprised on that.
Another early tower.
On where Cubo was, but yeah, they'll take that tier 1 tower down.
Wow. It was pre-9 minutes last game, pre-6 minutes here in game number 2. And Scary has really shown that he's not pressed about this kind of stuff happening to him. He hasn't minded all this extra pressure.
Well, there's Fine okay with the early rotation. Cubo Fred loses speed, so
stun.
Mike hits the perfect stun on top of him. Stygian Torment is the response. And there's the Kraken on the pole, forcing his beats as well. Where's the Sentinel? It's not available. This is classic Ghost as they shut down the Knights.
All through this right side of the map. Feed the beast that is Fine okay, and let him try and run it for you. Great plays for PBM as well. And Scary D in the wrong part of town is going to have to use that Fatal Strike defensively.
And this is much more like the Ghost Gaming pressure. And I was going to say earlier, we had to stop for more of Ghost pressure, that what they really need is for Sam and Twig to kind of step up a little bit here for them. So how about Twig center Kraken forcing the beads? How about Sam all over the map, a part of all 4 kills? Exactly what they needed from that middle of the map.
And the best thing, if you're a Ghost fan, is that Ghost has not moved away from their identity at all after a tough game 1 loss.
Right.
They do the exact same thing coming into game 2. We're going to start our pressure on the solo side of the map, then we're going to transition it to left. We're going to use Sam as that extra pressure valve wherever we need him on the map. We play around that perfectly, and then we're going to start to funnel it through mid, just like they tried to do last time. Now, that's where they made a couple positional mistakes, a couple of overextensions by red buffs. That game 1 looks entirely different if it isn't for a couple bad positional mistakes by Ghost Gaming. I've got a feeling that the leash on where they're standing is going to be a lot tighter in this game number 2. I'd expect them to play much more clean.
They came in a little hot in game 1, didn't they? I mean, I think about that Mike and Panicat play where they tried to lock down Neil and they get punished. That's a really big example of one of those areas where they gave back some pressure. So I like that they have the confidence, but they're easing it up here a little bit. They're letting that confidence be macro rather than micro. Is Fine okay, has the Rage transformation ready, but Scary this close to the tier 2 is really not in trouble. But Fine okay already showed us what he can do when he rotates just a little bit out to that corridor next to mid and starts to impact these fights. Thought he might look for it again.
And this is tough for Ghost because Scary's doing the right thing, just keeping this wave locked on his side of the map.
Goodness.
He's got to be careful from Fine okay's damage. Fine's going to de-transform. I think Scary might be dead.
Can't keep up this chase though because Cubo Fred is there, hits him with the ultimate. So now Fine okay stuck on the wrong side of the tier 2 tower. This is what we were talking about. The over-aggression could
Watch
hurt
out.
as Scary D gets the kill and Fine okay gives one away. And Sam can't find the pull and now he's stuck on the wrong side of the tower.
Wind Siphon in the wrong spot. Typhoon, excellent. Sam
work.
going to take down 1. Here comes Paul.
So this is going to be trouble now for Sam. Paul gets the kill. And I want your opinion on it, man. That feels like shades of game 1.
It does, but this is good play by Pittsburgh Knights. By Fine getting this tower early, it's actually a detriment.
Right.
Because you make it so you have to go so far up in order to get this farm. And now Sam is almost tethered to this right side of the map. He can't afford to go left because if Fine's clearing right on the tower line, tier 2, and Sam's on the left side of the jungle, then we've got a free rotation over to kill this Cucullin. So Scary does the right thing, keeps this wave in the right position, and then Fine okay just goes a little bit too deep. If he's a little bit more disciplined, doesn't try to go for that tier 2 tower dive, I don't think PK can really afford to fight him. And to Fine's credit, he nearly killed them both in that moment. But then Sam is priced into coming over, and if he's trapped between tier 2 and Phoenix, not really going to get out because you know PK is going to be able to out-rotate your squad.
Cubo Fred makes it over in time for the blue buff defense. Fine, gonna go for it with that spear, but not quite enough to be able to strip that one away. Some good news, though, is that Twig still has a bit of a lead in middle lane over Paul. I think Paul's had to come over to a couple of these fights, took that spill early, and that's given Twig some room to get ahead.
And that's exactly what you want your Poseidon to be because he has that movement speed to get around the map really well and force great fights as Neil has to use that lurking in the waters just because of the threat of that Wind Siphon.
Great work there from Twig and Sam for soccer working together, and that's what I like to see in the middle of the map in general. Thought we might see a Gold Fury starting up here as Fine okay gets aggressive. Same coming out here from Mike. So Fine, this is all great from him because his team is doing the Fury in the background. There's the commitment coming out from Cubo Fred. But the last bit of peel is there. Fine okay survives. Cubo Fred goes down and goes to get the Fury. Perfect fight.
Listen, you want your guy to do it. A little bit unlucky there for Twig. We go for those every once in a while, and we can just keep talking about the good things
Yes.
that Ghost just did Fine OK too aggressive. We've seen that from him at this stage before. That was a concern, I think, coming into this tournament. Does he get a little bit too overexcited? Maybe a little bit on the right-hand side, comes in, looks like he might be in mid, but you make the great call to understand that Fine is willing to trade his life for a Gold Fury either way. But when you get one and you don't die, then you really feel that much better. A tough beads there from Fred. To boosh beads on the world stage is not what you want to do. He used those way too late after Fine OK used that knock-up in his human form. Ends up dying because of it, because the Stygian Torment is an easy kill for him.
Great work there from Ghost. And for some reason, I can't believe we're only 11 minutes into this one. This has been great aggression coming out from the Chaos side team here in this one. And great work from all the teams, to make sure, from all the players in the team, rather, to make sure they've been there to follow up. Speaking of following up, Knights get there way early to make sure this blue buff can't get invaded. Fine OK has the Rage transform. He's certainly looking to brawl. But don't you like how that right side overdive kind of sets up for that mid commit? Yeah. Instead of him zoning for Gold Fury, it looks like he's overcommitting again. A Scary D has to, just barely finds the pass to get away from all the pressure from Ghost Gaming. But with everybody here on this right side, with Pyromancer down, is there anything for them to go for?
Don't really think so. I mean, speed buff's coming up, but I don't think that Ghost has that info. It's staggered with Sam's speed buff, which is usually what you're checking on, that same timer. And without being able to think that, hey, my speed's coming up, maybe Fred's is as well, ends up not being worth your time walking that deep into the enemy jungle.
If it's not there, what a waste of your time there to make it over there. So they end up playing it a bit more safe. Fine OK, looking for that camp invade. Doesn't quite find it there, so he has to come back over. But this has been exactly what you would want if you're a Ghost fan in response to what happened to them in game number 1, where maybe PK answered a little bit of that over-aggression Ghost normally use, and maybe a little bit of calibration. Remember, Ghost's game up against their setup against Renegades before this, they won that with a clean 3-0. Just about everything they tried worked. Now they've met a bunch of resistance from PK, recalibrate for that, and they look a bit more ready.
I think that's a good way to put it. This Ghost Gaming team hasn't lost in months. You heard Gormizer say on the desk that, remember, they swept Phase 2 playoffs. They didn't drop a game in that tournament. Their last loss was to this PK roster, so you know it's been a little bit since they've faced that level of adversity. They look to have bounced back really well. A 4,000 gold lead at 13 minutes is exactly where a team like Ghost wants to be. The adjustment that I wonder if Ghost can make, I wonder if Fine can take a page out of Scary's book and just let this wave push to his side of the map. It would require Scary to push an extra wave and to put it on your tower line, but if Fine's able to hold a wave on his tower line, you really flip that script well, and you're playing Kakulin, a character who has good enough clear, that whenever it's time for you to shove for an invade, you can do that really, really easily. Right now is a good time to be shoving. Blue buff's about to spawn, but in between, I wonder if they can pull Scary a little bit more out of position.
I like that Ghosts are keeping active in between these neutral farm big targets being upright. They want Pyro and Fury. That's how they really put the hurt on Knights and extend this lead out. But when that's down, they're not just giving PK plenty of free time to clear. Fine OK is keeping up the pressure. They're stripping away these blue buffs. They're making it hard for PK to get involved and putting pressure on Relics as well. When that next Fury does come up, Ghost has continued to extend their lead.
And if Fine's going to be this aggressive, I think that you do have easy gank paths for Cuvo Fred. Great ward coverage from Ghost. Look at all the red dots lining these back camps, making sure that Fred's only way in without Fine being able to see him is either very, very high up by Fire Giant or very low underneath the mid tier 2 and in behind Scary D's tier 2. But this is the points where I think that you can afford to start to let this wave push. But with Fury coming up in 45 seconds, Fine OK being there is going to be much more valuable than Scary being there with the point both these characters are in their leads.
And you can tell where Ghost want to be as Zatman is in a world of trouble here in left. Late on those beads, but the Field of Love gets stunning on 2.
Yeah, Mike's not going to let him go.
But he blinks in. No chance for Zatman to get out of that one. Mike gets the kill, but a great chance there from Zatman.
Whoa.
And now the Kraken coming out. Twig is somehow stuck in between 4. And Paul finds it.
Is this week 1 of Season 7? That was week 1S from Captain Twig, and now Neil perfectly baits the jump. See you later, Mike. Fatal strike right on time.
What an answer back for PK. This is what they've done all week, but Fine OK finds another life to take. And in comes Panda Cat with all his damage. He had been farming up all game. Scary D goes down. Fine OK finds the route onto Neil. No escape. And that's 4 for 2 in favor of Ghost.
Yeah, Ghost make that mistake again, but this time it doesn't seem quite as fatal because Fine OK is right there. This should still be an Oni Fury in Ghost Gaming's favor, but a massive mistake coming from Twig.
Yeah.
Sam also messed up. He beads in lane on nothing as that rotation was coming. Ghost, even though they're looking better, still looking awfully mortal in this game. And I have to say, Finch, I'm a little surprised. I think that Nerves did get to this team last year on that world stage, but you've spent all year in the #1 seed. You've won your Phase 2 playoffs without a whole lot of contests, or at least Phase 1 playoffs was close, but Phase 2's really wasn't.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised. I think that as much as we were criticizing a team like Sanguine for letting the moment get to them, I think Ghost might be a little bit as well.
I think so too, and you got to imagine, you come in, I think it might be fair to say, even a little overconfident in game one, some of that positioning, right? And now we're seeing the inverse of that. Now that overconfidence punished, PK gets that game one win, and Ghost maybe thinking a little bit about what happened in World Season 6. But they're still making sure they fight through those mistakes here in this one, right? So they're still up comfortably about 6,000 gold, 16 minutes in. That is a lot to be ahead at this stage in the game.
Yes.
They're at a position where they can afford to make a mistake or two still.
Absolutely. And look, yeah, it's not like this Ghost Gaming team is incapable of winning this series or this game or anything like that, but something to keep an eye on. A couple of head scratchers from a team that usually keeps it pretty close to the vest whenever they're playing at their best. And when a team is up 7K at 17 minutes, you'd think, well, this has got to be their best, right? I think it's kind of scary almost for PK that Ghost is making considerable mistakes at this point, and they're still up by this much.
Exactly. We still have not seen Ghost's final form in this one, but they still have a big test in this one, I think, for PK. Up against PK, I mean, because PK's been in this kind of deficit all week long, right?
Oh, yeah.
And have you seen this team get nervous? In fact, when I was watching those picks and pans, it is scary to me how calm this team seems. They are yucking it up in those player cams, and the other team looks deadlocked serious. I think PK are coming into this cool as you like, able to handle even this kind of deficit.
No doubt in my mind. I mean, they're at this point, we should start calling the 5K deficit at 14 minutes the PK lead.
Yeah.
You know, they're ahead. They've got them right where they want them. Shout outs to Mifflin's old Eager team, because that's how they were as well. They just loved being able to take it late and beat you on the objective macro play instead of pressing about what's happening in the first 20 minutes.
Do you remember who the shot caller for that was?
Yeah, I think it was Unrelinquished.
Yeah, we
Delta
gave them
Marine 72.
The MVP
Their
is
best
better
player,
than, right?
Right, their best player.
So they're moving in for the Tier 1 tower siege here in mid, whereas Scary D kind of has an underneath path looking for Fine OK. That does not bear fruit. The mid Tier 1 continues to stand, and Ghost, with the Pyromancer and Fury down, are kind of just holding altitude right now. Not really trying to get over-aggressive here at this point. Went for the mid-tier 1. If it was open, it wasn't really, so they just gave that one up.
It's tough to say if you want to really start to jam it at 5 mid right now if you're Ghost. Just try and get that pressure and use tower advantage in order to get some more global gold off the map. I kind of like them slowing the pace down, because as long as PK doesn't catch up, there is a difference in a 5K lead at 22 minutes versus a 5K lead early on. And even though 5K lead early on might seem like it's better, the more expensive items are going to come later in your build, so getting those almost feels like a bigger power spike than having that lead early in the game.
You know, Ma has to come check fire as Ghost started up. Twig is
Stays
the
on
one
it.
tanking it here at this point, taking some extra damage. He finally resets, but I don't know about losing 30% of your mage's HP for what essentially amounts to a bluff. Either way, though, Ghost have to give that one up.
I mean, you get the blink from Neil, and like I said, you're not trying to really force it at this point. That's a knock and see if anybody's home sort of situation for Ghost. If no one shows up from Pittsburgh Knights, sweet, we have FG. If Neil wants to expend the blink because Mike's got a good zone going on, sweet, we got Neil's blink. We don't have to stress about it.
How much of that type of crime do you think is impulsive, though, where you just check to see how they're feeling about it? I bet not as much as you think. Right?
Really? You think it's like Home Alone situations where they're stalking out in the van and they're figuring out who's on vacation at the same time?
I'm not opportunistically checking doors to see which one's open. That can't be a good long-term strategy, but I don't know how much you're really thinking about if you're at that point in your life, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose that's a good way to put it. You know, you're not exactly walking down the street with the boys going, that's a nice house, I wonder if the door's
they
open.
Probably got some nice stuff, yeah. Probably not the idea, but it worked here in Smite, right? You kind of knock a little bit, and the other team does have to come answer, or you just get that objective, so not quite the same parallel in that response, as Pittsburgh Knights are doing exactly what they love to do in this type of spot, right? Keeping it farmed up, trying not to let the lead get too far out of control. It's on the precipice of that right now, but it's going to be the next fight that really determines whether or not it gets out of reach.
And that next fight should be on the Fury, and I want to see Ghost be there early because you don't want to put yourself in a position where you let PK trade gold for Pyro. Even though that's a winning trade for you, you're in a position, you know, PK's trying to negotiate when they have no power here. You know, Ghost holds all the cards in this negotiation situation.
Good work.
Don't let them get a one-for-one trade even though you're doing more. You shouldn't be letting PK get squat on the map with the lead that they have.
Fury is already down to half. Panicap is sticking on it, and Neilma is here to look for a contest. But in the end, he does not go for it. Goes to get that Fury. And remember, Mike for a little while longer, 50 seconds actually, that's pretty relevant, does not have the Magi's. Neil caught up to him and took it.
No sticking around there from Neil in order to try and see if he could force Kraken out from Twig. I thought that's what he was really doing.
Yeah.
In that case, you want to be holding Sickening Strike because that's your best damage instantly coming from Sobek without putting yourself in absolute melee range. But I think the reason Neil doesn't stick around is because look at the lack of ward coverage on Ghost's side of the map around that Gold Fury and even underneath you in the mid lane. The worst thing that you can do is try and go for a steal there, end up getting picked. They confirm gold without using Kraken, and then they get to go and Kraken fire in a 5v4. So not the steal potential there for Neil Ma, but understand why he was sticking around a little bit.
Maybe some bend but not break from PK, right? Which has been
Typical.
their mantra all week long. But they're getting dangerously close to breaking as Pyromancer goes down as well. It is now right at 10K, and our Ghosts are not going to hesitate. Mike is on the zone, and Fire Giant is the call. Kraken is here for the confirm, but I'm a monster. Might be a bit more if they can get it. Stitching and Torment does control Scary D, but in come the Knights,
Oh, of course!
and PK steal it away. What a play from the guys that have hung around all week long.
Imagine thinking you could out-confirm Paul, but Mike
No
not
chance.
going to let him off the hook for free. Fields of Love, excellent to create his own, and Final K awfully deep. PK get away scot-free on the back of Paul Silla once again.
How do they do it? Time and time again. The Knights find the tiny play, the big play, really tiny, is an understatement, but the tiny window to keep themselves in this game. That is huge. And I'm not saying PK are about to go on their own siege here right now. That's not the case. But they have stalled Ghost Gaming out for another 5 minutes or so until this fire is up. And if you're Ghost, you don't super want to take a fight anyway into a Fire Giant team. This is great work from the Knights.
Beautiful. And I think that for the record, Ghost can still start the siege here, but would you? I mean, I don't know that I really would feel that confident if I'm in that moment where we just lost our Fire Giant when we thought that we had the game in a really, really good spot, but Zap might be a little bit too far forward here.
This might be a good collapse on the Neil, though, and it's going to force the Knights to step in a bit. So they send Neil Ma on a little bit of a trip. No one can step in now, and this kill's free. Now that changes the calculus a bit.
It does. Being at a 5-on-4, and Neil certainly too far forward, but really there as an escort to get Zapman out of danger more than anything else, and you'd rather lose Neil than lose Zap in that moment. This is going to make it easy tier 1, maybe some tier 2s as well for Ghost, but they're going to need more picks than just one if they want to start stripping Phoenixes.
Well, if you want a damage check for Paul, 751 onto Sam for Soccer. About 8K gold down is not an awful spot to be. He certainly has turnaround potential, and I think that's why Ghost is showing some respect right now. Even though it's the 5v4 and Neil's coming up soon, but if you make a bad play here, if you're out of position a bit, Paul will make you pay even this far behind.
He's not that far behind in the build. I mean, you look at where Twig is. He's got 5 completed items. Paul on 4 2/3, just working on that last bit of the Obsidian Shard. A little bit of aggressive maneuver there from Zap trying to get that tier 1 without any minions with PBM still standing there, but he still has fire for 1:45. Totally makes sense. PK not in a great position, but not in the worst one either.
No, they're not. I mean, PK can certainly still stand up in this one. Good work from Twig to get some damage on the Zapman. Fields of Love comes out defensively. Kraken makes Zapman use the Aegis, and the aggression is still on from Ghost. They drop a ward. They know where he is.
Great
Mike
stun.
hits the stun. They get the beads out from Zapman now as well. Now, Zapman does live, but he is so vulnerable to Sam now.
No relics, no ult, no chance for Zap to be able to come and be a player in this fight.
And that's why Final K blinks in. Zapman is the sitting duck. Final K puts out the thorns, gets the rage transformation in time as well, and Zap has to leave. That
Comes
means
Sam.
Neil's stuck in the middle in trouble, and Sam for Soccer coming to collect.
Paul!
But Paul, is that a one-tap? Sam for Soccer is a distant memory. Final K gone as well. Pittsburgh Knights are on something different.
Paul's better. Paul's better. I don't care who you are
Than
on
everyone.
the planet. Paul's better.
Aegis has to be used from Twig, but he's still in a horrible spot. Neil gets one. Panda Cat falls as well. The Pittsburgh Knights have killed 4 for 0, down nearly 10,000 gold.
How does it happen? How does it happen? Is that man the best baiter there is? Is that how it happens in this game? Certainly seems to be over. 20 seconds on Sam at the least. Mike is the only one standing, and the Knights say no lead is too big, no chasm is too wide to cross as the Knights barrel into the Titan room. Ghost Gaming are about to go down 0-2 to a team that had to play 4 games just to get here.
I am absolutely shell-shocked. How do you do that? How does that happen to you? Paul he's living rent-free in Sam's head. Go ahead to Ghost Gaming, Sam. Paul had the bug planted inside his brain the whole time.
I thought there was a chance this was a 3-0 coming into this set.
Same.
But not like this, right? Not with PK up 2-0, down 9K saying, make it harder for me next time. This team's just a little bit too good. We're going to have the desk handle that right after the break.
Running full system diagnostic.
Are we live? Oh, we're live. Hello! Hello, everybody at home around the world watching the SMITE World Championships. As you can see, I'm in a helicopter of all things right now. Listen, when we worked out that SWC was going to have to be from home, we had to make sure the players got to lift the trophy, and that's what I'm here doing now. No expense has been spared. I will be landing at the winner's house to deliver the trophy myself and make sure they get to raise Thor's hammer as it's meant to be. Hopefully you guys are there to tune in too, and hopefully the rain slows down just a little bit. I'll send it back to the studio though. Best of luck with the broadcast, boys.
Well, thank you, Hindu, for the update. I was wondering what happened to that thing. We've been walking in here, it's been gone. Just now starting to realize Hindu took it. There's no guarantee he's truthfully going to go to a player's house. He might just run off with the hammer. I was also wondering where all the bonuses were. I mean, nobody got anything over the holidays. I guess I see where it went. We had to get a helicopter for Hindu. It's probably private. Explains the noise earlier, too. Guys, if you are enjoying this event, make sure you're telling us how you're watching there on Twitter. Hashtag SWC at home. I know there's been a ton of tweets coming through. It's also the best way to get featured on the broadcast here. Show us how you're watching these finals. Got the champagne ready. And predictions for the back-to-back world champs. Let's go, PK. That's from Apam. You've seen
Dr.
doing all the
SEL
rundown. No. We're looking at somewhere else. And, wow, the best Ghost. Look, these might be the cutest Ghost Gaming fans I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect for what you need to see here as well. Great dogs rooting for what they want to go to, although maybe not the best news as well. Getting some other animals. We get a lot of dogs. We got a parrot yesterday, and now we're going to be stepping forward. This is a PM because Auburn hates me. Well, I'm sure she doesn't. She'll probably love you. She'll get over it, whatever it is. Again, hashtag SWC at home, and show us how you are tuning in, and make sure, well, it's a good one. These tweets are starting to elevate as they come through. Speaking of elevate, Knights have elevated their play. I mean, they have been down every set against everyone except for E-United. They come into E-United and close games, but they find the 3-0. They come up to SSG, 2 games down, and they find themselves a reverse sweep. The second, as that man was very kind to point out on Twitter, the second one to happen competitively, period. The first one, also done by this team a year ago in the World Championship. Now Ghost are in that position, Dave. They have to fight back from a deficit, a 2-0 deficit. One slip-up, one mistake, one teensy little detail, and this could be a 3-0 for PK.
Suddenly I'm nervous. I'm sitting here preaching how there's no chance you win Worlds without dropping a single game to Ghost Gaming, and that's exactly the situation we're in. I'll make it simple. Ban Scylla and ban her twice. Ban Scylla twice. I don't know if she somehow gets in after the first ban her a second time. You can't let Paul play this pick. If you are not going to ban Scylla, Captain Twig needs to play her. It's that simple, I think. Paul, in this fight right here, are you kidding me? He sat back and free casted that entire fight. Nobody looked at Paul throughout the majority of that final fight.
Look, there's only one thing you can call letting Scylla through in Game 3. Arrogance, hubris, idiocy, because Paul is looking that good on this pick. He stole Fire Giant. He stole the game right afterward. Don't let it happen to you again, Ghost.
I mean, go back and watch those highlights. At any point, you watch that game, click at any moment before that Fire Giant steal. PK are down by thousands of gold. Honestly, after the Fire Giant steal, they're still down thousands of gold. It is just the way they play those team fights. 13,000 damage, top damage in the game. Again, we've seen this kind of play before. Again, I'm having flashbacks. Season 1, sitting in the crowd, rooting for Cognitive Prime up against their opponents, and Titan there. It's not something you get to see often. Scylla, as you had mentioned, Myth, has been coming through off and on throughout the years, but right now Paul's is different. You can see the excitement there. Look at those Ghost Gaming cams, though, after that win. They are not happy. They are not pleased. They look a little bit lost. They didn't expect this. I don't think anybody did. This is a team that just glows with confidence.
Right, they're down, obviously, mentally, of course, not how you wanted your World's finals to start off. I did see, though, immediate communication. Nobody was silent. Well,
Yeah.
anyone who wasn't actively talking at the moment was silent. I saw Twig, though, bringing up some points. Mike was in there listening. I mean, from what I saw, definitely, you know, low energy, but I did see communication. That's what's important here. When you watch some player cams over the course of this week, and you've seen teams who go down big early on in these sets, and the player cam is just stunned silence immediately after the game, you just get this feeling the next game is going to be the last one. Knights have all the momentum. Next game could be the last one, but I still stand by this. I don't think if Ghost lose this next game, it can't be because of their mental. They're too mentally strong. They are too close-knit as a team to come undone at a bit of adversity like this. So if Knights win, it's going to be because of the way the Knights play and not because Ghost Gaming let these first 2 games hang on them.
It feels like a statistical anomaly, right, for the Knights to be able to 3-0. Just what we've seen all year,
It does.
it is not something that you would have expected coming into today. But granted, I also had to say that Phase 2, Week 12, at 2-0, that's all you needed. It was a best of 3
Yeah, we're
back
done.
then. That's all you needed to take down a game like this. But there's still one game that stands between Knights and lifting. I can't point over to it because Hindu took it. That hammer, again, wherever it is in the air, in that general direction, I would assume, that is what they need, is one more clean game, Mifflin. And I just don't know if Ghost are going to let them have that. Like Dave said, down but not out. Not tilted. They're talking about it.
But listen, Gore, Ghost has been playing clean. They've had the lead every single match, and not just a small lead. 4,000 gold 10 minutes in. That was 4,000 gold 9 minutes in that match. The Tier 1 tower in solo falls at the 5-minute mark. One mistake is all it's ever taken for PK to kill your Titan every single time. Ghost, they're playing perfectly, and you already brought it up, Dave. Their mental's intact. But doesn't it feel like that's exactly what PK is attacking in every single match? They're dragging Ghost into games that are longer than I think Ghost have played every single year. That's got to be so draining, especially when you're playing on the biggest stage SMITE has to offer.
Agreed.
I mean, it goes to show I should read my own notes before I throw to you. I literally wrote, Ghost has a lead, Knights didn't care. That seems to be the way this one's going. Let's see if it continues on that path for Game 3. I can't believe I'm saying this. Ghost Gaming looking to get eliminated here if they do not clean things up. We're looking for the Scylla ban. Have to figure it out. Knights are first pick once again. I'll go back to what we've been saying. Guan Yu, the Sobek, the Scylla, the Camazotz that's been banned off. I don't think the Knights, Dave, need to change anything. What they've been doing, the Raw here, and keeping the bans pretty simple.
I will say, though, if you're the Knights, you're not thrilled in the way you've gotten. I mean, you're thrilled you've gotten the wins. You're not
Yes, sir.
overjoyed at the fact that you've had to dig yourself out of a 4K gold differential. You have to rely on Paul to steal away the FG. I mean, these are moments that make wins. You can't take that away from the Knights. But you still want to draft around a better early game that they've kind of fallen to Ghost now a couple of times in the early. To your question, though, I don't know if you change anything in the ban strategy. I mean, the way things have gone for you so far, very strong here. Yamoja gets taken away by Ghost. I mean, it's got to be Scylla. I don't know if Knights are going to first pick Scylla. That's the thing, is we've seen a lot of Hunter picks first overall. If you don't ban the Scylla here, you're betting the house that this Scylla is not going to be first picked by the Knights.
Now, Mifflin, they keep on track, right? Raw, Ratatosker set, that's normal for PK here. The Ymir comes through, Guan Yu, Yamoja. Run back game number 2. Cupid was the first pick for PK. There's 2 options that I'm going to present to you, and I want to know which one you think is more likely. Well, now it's already been stripped away. I was going to say, do you first pick the Cupid, and does Twig try to take the Scylla, or back to what you said in game 2, do you go to that Awelish pick, the thing that you said helps deal with her, maybe the best from the jungle, and is good for Sam?
I think Awelish could be the answer here, but it's hard to present an answer to the impossible question. Essentially, PK is the Sphinx in ancient Egypt, and it's Ghost Gaming losing their mind trying to figure out how to deal with Paul. This Scylla pick first overall, I said it earlier, Ghost needed to ban it. Paul is looking so good on it, and now PK getting even more comfortable. Game 3, 1 match away from being crowned the 2-time world champion. Cuvo Fred gets his Camazotz.
I mean, this has been treating him so well, right? We've seen it countless times this weekend, to the point where Ghost have banned it twice in a row, and Mifflin, the prophet himself, I'm glad I got to bring it up, but I'm glad you mentioned it first.
Making me look
that
good.
Awelish coming through, but against Sobek, against Camazotz, how well does it go jungle for jungle, not just that jungle for mid?
It's decent. There's a good trade potential. You're never going to really have the opportunity to 1v1 the Camazotz if the Camazotz ultimate is still available. Wheelish really can't deal with that one. But the engage from Camazotz often starts with either a blink or the leap in. Gravity Surge can stop that. But we're not worried about the jungle to jungle here. We're worried about how well Sam for Soccer is going to be able to put a stop to what this Scylla is able to do. It's almost completely in his court. He has to be the one.
Well, a World's MVP from last year. You gotta expect Sam is not down just yet. Ready to try and turn this around. King Arthur gets banned out there by Ghost, trying to control the scary differential that comes through. You have to be careful with him. Hell, banned out there by the Knights. And Dave, that's kind of where I was gonna go. We've seen Twig get picked up pretty often. Heimdall's getting taken away, so they're trying to control that. Apollo, really big in the early days of this tournament. We haven't seen things like the Hebo yet. It feels like there's a lot that maybe you could build for synergy around a Wheelix. Do you think you go that way, or is Twig pulling back some of his more natural picks?
Yeah, that's such a tough question, I think, because getting Twig comfortable in these games has to be important, because one answer to the Scylla is output as much pressure as she is, which has been a bit hard to match here. Right, it's been near impossible to match that level of pressure. So it depends, I think, where Ghost's confidence around Twig goes. And this is a little bit of both, because I think Hebo can provide that massive outpouring of damage, absolutely. Also provides additional setup for dealing with this one individual pick that you're looking at. I'm glad you bring it up. I'm glad it gets locked in here. I think the Hebo pick just makes too much sense.
I mean, we got to see it, Mifflin, way too often. It feels like this year for it to not make an appearance. Although, again, people banned this against Paul for so long. It was really funny because when you asked Paul about it, he said, dude, I'm not good at Hebo. Like, they had a 50% win rate. Like, it's a hit or miss whenever he locks it in. Twig on the other side going to come through. But that's not the only appearance for Worlds we're having here. Osiris for Scary D. How does that match up well against Kukulkan?
It's got a decent matchup. You're able to take the 1v1 relatively easily. Osiris is one of the age-old lane bullies within SMITE, and I really do expect Scary D is going to be able to come up at least a little bit better off than he did in Game 2. He's not going to be losing his tower 5 minutes in Game 3, but already, look at this PK draft, top to bottom, comfort picks across the board. Scylla, Camazotz, Sobek, Hachiman, Osiris. It's exactly what these guys want to do. If they are Quicksand, they've formed that formation. Ghost Gaming, a little bit of shades of what we saw in Game 1, but they're going to have to hit it a little bit better. They're going to have to close out these matches. It doesn't matter how much gold in the lead you are. Ghost Gaming's been ahead every single time. 10,000 gold means nothing if it's your Titan that dies.
I mean, Dave, like Mifflin just said, 4/5 of what Knights have locked in here has been tournament-winning performances on these gods from them. Osiris is the wild card over there, but then you look at Ghost, and you recognize that Osiris is a comfort pick. You get the Kukulkan, the Cupid, the Awelish, the Hebo, the Finra. At any given time, you say, yeah, those are some comfort picks for Ghost Gaming as well. It feels like everyone's coming into this on what feels like an equal playing field, even though they're down to 0. I'm scared of this Ghost Gaming roster. Is this the way they bounce back? I mean, we saw what PBM can do on this Fenrir. Is this the fight?
This is the right mindset for Ghost to have. If you stopped watching Game 1 or Game 2 10 minutes in, went to go get a drink or something and came back, you're surprised at the way that things ended there, because Ghost Gaming, with these types of drafts, specifically in Game 1, had the lead. So I like Ghost Gaming playing with this mindset, play with that early pressure. Give Mike the Fenrir. He ended, the duo lane in Game 1 ended 12-4 and like 16 or something like that, and they lost the game. You're not going to lose many games if your team does that. You just have to hedge your bets elsewhere as well. I think they provide a little extra safety with this Wheelix pick. Mifflin hit on that plenty with the Scylla, the way that could potentially counter that out. The Hebo now added in as well for some additional setup. I think Ghost Gaming have drafted the way they need to. They're playing to their play style and giving themselves a chance.
Now, yesterday, Mifflin, we had talked so much about the fact that a matchup in the solo lane, looking, here it'd be Scary D, fine, okay, but the Osiris versus the Kukulkan and how important that would be. Scary D just kind of proved to us he doesn't really need the lead over there in order to control it. Is this Osiris playing for the late game, or is he going to be able to control the lane?
I don't think it's Osiris playing for the late game. I don't think it's Scary D playing for the late game. I think it is a concentrated effort from PK to attack the mental of Ghost Gaming, be it through elongating the match, be it through letting certain objectives fall so that Ghost Gaming has to spread themselves thin. I don't think Scary D really needs to control the solo lane. He hasn't been the one rotating out aggressively almost ever. It's about Sam for Soccer. That's the whole discussion in Game 3. This Awelish has to come up big.
Oh, this is the moment. PK did it a couple of days ago. Can Ghost Gaming try to do a reverse sweep? They got to start now.
Well, Aggro, sometimes being a chair one's tough, man. Sometimes I don't know what you want to talk about. I just have to decide where to go. I think in this one, I think I know where you want to go. How in God's green earth is Paul on Scylla again?
No, Scylla's, I was going to say maybe they couldn't find it because sometimes god names are kind of hard to spell.
Right.
But Scylla, I think I'd start with looking for S.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because he really do be ripping through, is the thing, with what Paul has been doing in this set. Unbelievable. Now, I like the direction Ghost has gone. I like the Hebo and the Awilish setup. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think it can work. I would have totally done that game 1. Maybe I could have been talked into it game 2. But when Paul single-handedly just won the team the game.
Single-handedly.
Because look, yes, the play under tier 2 tower is absurd, but the rest of PK still wins that fight outside of that little skirmish underneath the tower itself. So the team deserves credit for that. But who's the one who stole fire?
That was Paul.
That was Paul. And the only reason that PK had any shot, any hope, any dream in game 2 was because they stole that fire giant. Wild to me that they are willing to go for it.
Aggression from Sam. Cuvo Fred has to give up the purification beads, but I don't know, man. How do I find it in me to get excited about a lead for Ghost?
You can't.
It has not mattered to PK.
How does Ghost mentally recover from being up 7K in back-to-back games, around 20 minutes, massive leads, and they throw them both? I mean, and look, again, it's not taking credit away from PK.
No.
But Ghost loses those games.
Yeah.
And then PK makes the does perfectly, plays everything perfectly, and ends up winning them. I don't think any other team wins the games the way that PK has won these last 2, but that doesn't mean that Ghost didn't throw them, because they absolutely did. How does your shot caller maintain confidence in what they're calling now if you're Ghost? That's the big thing. I'm not worried about Ghost starting to miss abilities or anything like that, but in those micro moments, okay, we just picked 2. Are we going gold? Are we going tower? Are we going fire? The guy who's made those calls has gotten you leads, but you've also lost these last few games.
Yep.
And if you feel like your shot calls have been good, but your individual players have been making the mistakes, then how does the shot caller keep faith in his individual players in order to still make those calls, assuming they're going to make the right calls? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't.
There is a Paul shadow looming over the Ghost decision-making at this point in the game. And we got to give Ghost some credit. I think it takes a lot of stuff I don't have to let Paul play Scylla again. I mean, these guys are not inting. They understand that Paul won that game last game. They know they've got to deal with him, and they're going to win this. It's not an oversight. It's not a mistake. This is the finals of the World Championship on the biggest stage, and Ghost led it through again. Not pride overcoming them. They think they've got an answer here. And that's tough to do, man. That is incredibly tough to do, especially when you know that Paul can play anything just as well as this Scylla. But this is such a strong pick right now with such a high win percentage. All conventional wisdom says to ban it, but Ghosts think they've got an answer.
The problem is it's such a rhythm god, too. I mean, Scylla's one of those gods that, you have to, if you think you're going to land.
Play, right? Yeah,
exactly. You have to freehand a lot of shots that aren't always easy to hit with Sikkim and I'm a Monster in particular, crush a little bit bigger. If you're going to land the I'm a Monster off the Sikkim before they use their beads, you have to preemptively use the ult because you know it's going to root them in place. So even if they beads, you're still going to hit it. How do you give a guy? I mean, Paul is unconscious in this game, in this set. He is literally he's in the flow state. He's in the zone.
Spirit plane.
Exactly. Like, he has left the mortal realm with the level of play that he's brought to this set. And you just go, yeah, you can keep playing that. Credit to Ghost, man. I mean, they're going to get a lot of blame for it if they lose, but at some point you got to tip your cap to thinking that you have the right prep and that you can make the adjustments you need.
It's the kind of call that is really, really difficult to make, I think. And it takes 5 guys on that team trusting it for that call to get made, I think, as well, right? I mean, because it's Twig you're lining up against him every single game. At the very least, Twig has got to be on board. Sam with the task of dealing with them, and this is what they've signed themselves up for. As Mike gets a ward deep down in enemy territory to keep an eye on that back camp and see what information they can try and keep up.
Look where Sam is, because they know Fred is on the opposite side back camps. Sam's able to sneak in and steal away the speed buff, and this is much safer for a character like Awilish than most other on the roster. Fine, okay, right here in order to support. This is a great start for Ghost Gaming with just pressure around the map. They haven't gotten any kills, but they're up 700 gold, and they've got small level leads in 3 lanes. You got one in mid, you got one in jungle, and you got one in this solo lane as well.
Well, it was all there, wasn't it? Fine, okay, comes over as a bodyguard in the Rage transformation. Wish I could think that's some kind of divine intervention or accident, but that's all part of how this team draws it up, man. How is this team playing as well as Ghost is down 0-2? I don't know. I guess we know the answer is Paul, right? I mean, but truly how, when you kind of take a bigger macro look at it, how does it happen?
It's just mistakes in team fights, fight selection not being great. I mean, you think back to that fight, they get Zaps, Beads, and Aegis, and then that's why Sam feels like he's free to go. He gets the green light to go underneath the tier 2, but Paul's there to peel him so effectively. The real question mark that I have is not how insane that I'm a Monster was from Paul. I want to be able to slow it down and go back and look, how did Ghost lose the 4v3 in the jungle at that point? Because Paul's damage was all on Sam. Zap did no damage to anybody else. I don't know how that's more concerning to me than Paul making this insane flick play in order to kill Sam. How do you lose that 4v3 when you're up 8k? That is really the one that concerns me.
Kind of thing that just should not happen here at this point, and yet PK have continued to find a way to get it done. It's like we were saying, I mean, yes, Paul makes the play single-handedly that puts him in a spot to win, but then everyone else has to hit their shots too, and somehow PK found a way to get it done on the backside of that fight. And now Ghost, I mean, you have got to be kind of in your own head about it at this point in the game. That was a clinical beginning of the game from Ghost, wasn't it? Spick and span, clean. And it hasn't mattered now twice in a row. The same one that I can't get excited if they do it. How does Ghost get pumped up about it if they find an early lead here? It just has not mattered to the Knights at all.
I think it's a really good point that this team might just start to clam up if they get the lead, you know? Like, what are we going to do? We've got the lead. Well, normally we would do this, but DK's kind of playing perfectly around that. So should we just wait? Should we just back? Like, what are you supposed to do that this team isn't going to punish?
Mike leaping in, but Paul had the Sentinel available, doesn't even get stunned. Never has to consider the beads or the ult, just makes it out of there, but the chase seems to still be on. Sam used the ultimate preemptively for the damage, and still Paul able to make it out of there. Cost Paul the ultimate though, never used the beads, but he escapes, and now Ghost can start moving around the jungle.
Surprised that Sam uses the ultimate so preemptively, because there's a chance that if Paul misplays that you can get his beads for free. But I guess banking on Paul misplaying is like banking on winning the lottery. So maybe that was right there from Sam.
Lower odds than that, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. At this point, it feels that way. Probably the right call, I suppose, from Sam in that moment.
Twig ultimate to reposition. He'd take the damage if he got it, but mostly trying to get out of harm's way with Paul zooming into the battle like that. So Ghost now taking a couple shots. And listen, even though maybe the kill shots have not gotten in, the rest of the map pressure has, right?
Yeah.
They're up 2,000 gold, even more than that, about 2,500. That is hard to do with 0-0 on the kill board.
Very, very hard to do. And Fred is falling very far behind.
Yes.
Because think about that play onto Paul. That's at Fred's backs that Paul is trying to clear, and Sam is still there being the aggressor at all times. Really, really good pressure being put on the map right now from Sam. And you heard it on the desk. I agree with what Mifflin was saying. This has got to be the guy to step up here from Ghost Gaming. Not that I thought Sam had a much better game 2 than that of game 3. He really played well, I thought, in game 2. Didn't go outside himself too much. The play under the tier 2, again, you just got to kind of tip your cap to Paul. It's really up to the rest of Ghost to win the team fight elsewhere, even if that happens to Sam. I think if you're a Ghost fan, putting the ball in Sam's hands shouldn't be a concern for you, because he's delivered the vast majority of the time this year.
Yeah, I think you'd argue that that's the kind of mistake Sam should have been able to get away with, right? As fine, okay, gets the two-man ultimate. Cubo Fred continues to battle, but Sam cannot find the knock-up, goes for the ult on the leap. But Cubo Fred has the beads, so Ghost take their pressure right as they have done all game long to the buffs. Over the wall, nearly stealing that one away, or securing it is Scary D, but Ghost continue their pressure on the farm.
Love the way that Mike is being the secondary jungler, really tagging along with Sam wherever he goes. And now I'd anticipate that Ghost is going to be hunting Cubo Fred, because you're one Gravity Surge away or one Ragnarok away from being first blood now that you don't have those purification beads. Another game where Ghost's comp forces PK to go 5 beads right off the rip. Even Neil has to itemize into those. It really just hasn't been able to be a punish there from Ghost for PK not having those teamfight relics, because Ghost composition requires them to run aggressive options in that relic slot as well. So it's not like Mike is being able to pick up a shell or a sprint or anything like that. He's going blink. That's not really a team fight relic in its own right. There's not this massive discrepancy where one team has a horrific emblem and the other support has beads, which can't help. Selfish relics all around for both sides.
Absolutely, Mike wanting to make sure he can be the aggressor. Him, Sam, and Fine going to be zooming into these battles. Now, that was a red buff defended by PK. That's pretty big, really, when you consider how the momentum of this game has been, where Ghosts have been in almost every buff ahead of PK. At least some of the farm on the Order side of the map is going to the Order team, and that's pretty big. That's how they slow some of this down. And remember, in that last game, right, I mean, there were still a couple of mistakes from them. We think about Twigs positioning in that one fight on left where he gets picked early. If some of that's a bit cleaner, maybe that fight is a bit more in reach later on in the game. So now we're seeing an even cleaner gameplay. A Scary D does not get pulled in. He uses those purification beads, so now his and Cubo's are down.
And Sam probably like, man, what's a belly got to do to get a pull around here with the way that this set has gone so far. Pyromancer getting low, Neil around, but he's not going to be able to steer the way. Good job. And now Mike right on top.
They know that Neil still has the ult and the bead, so they force at least the ultimate out. Great pressure there from Ghost. And I think now we can officially say, unfortunately, sadly, that Ghost have played better in every game in a row, right? Getting better and better. It hasn't mattered to PK at all. Now in this game, they're way out in front, even without kills. Again, as we said already, very, very impressive. But PK are so willing to do whatever it takes to play defensive, to kind of turtle up a little bit and be ready for their opportunity when it shows. As Ghost maybe thought they would go for goal 3 for a second, but give up on it.
Man, Fred is so far behind in this game. I mean, he's down 2.5 full levels to Sam right now, who's been level 12 for a minute. Fred just now hitting into double digits at level 10. Fine OK is up a lot on this right side of the map. Ghosts have got to be able to leverage this at this point. You just cannot afford to let it go. They're up almost 4,000 gold without a kill in the first 12 minutes, which is really, really unheard of. And you know what game this reminds me of is actually one of the first games that PK played here this week. This reminds me a lot of Game 3 up against E United, where Scream got off to this massive lead.
Okay, and that's freakish recall, by the way.
Sorry, it's kind of the way the brain works sometimes. Scream got off to this massive lead, and the way that PK really leveraged that game was playing around Yemoja for Neil. Now, you don't have a Yemoja this time around, but one way that you can get around a big lead like this is that it's really scary whenever there's a level 13 jungler and your jungler is level 10, and they're starting to run you down with it. But if it's just a level 13 jungler and you pluck Sam in while he's alone and a little bit isolated, or you pluck this Fine OK in and he's isolated, you can make that lead up very, very quickly. If Neil can find the right spots, he's a way for PK to get it back in this.
The Knights are here to contest. That man gets hit with the Fields of Love. Yet again, a bit early maybe on the ult if that was meant to execute it, but they get the Fury all the same on the side of Ghost. Fine OK leaping in, putting the pressure onto Paul. Not going to dive to tier 1. When we had that net worth chart up, it's a little over 1,000 net worth difference between Sam and Cubo Fred right now. So that 4K gold lead's not evenly dispersed. It's specifically between these two junglers for the most part.
And Fine OK up and over Scary D. It's about 1,500 each right now as Zap takes a really positive trade. He's going all in.
Even going in. He knows Panda Cat doesn't have the ultimate. He used it earlier on the Fury. Not enough for Zapman to get the kill, and I like this. Panda Cat just backs. Doesn't use beads or Aegis or anything, and essentially makes it out of there for free. But now Mike has to hold the wall as Neil misses with the charge prey. So Mike can clear the wave, keep this tier 1 standing. Not bad kind of defense play between those two from Ghost.
And this is exactly where PK should be playing it. Your right side of the map is super far behind. Let Zap get aggressive. Let Neil come over here and be a difference maker. Paul's not that far behind. Let's let him be a difference maker. Now, at least in XP, we're looking at 1,000 gold difference between Twig and Paul in the early stage of this game, and that's a combination of all these invades, global objectives going Ghost's way, and probably a couple minions going under tower for the Scylla. PK cannot afford to take any fight on this right side of the map. Scary and Fred are simply too far behind. They need to focus any aggression at all, if they're going to have any, around Zap.
That's been the call from so far. Looping underneath, there's the Fields of Love. That man again does not overreact, holds onto the relics. Beads finally come out. Wants to see the Ragnarok as Mike gets plucked in. There's a heart bomb in the equation. Neil Ma low. Ghost Gaming come out on top in that one, in that they use both ults, but get the beads out from Zap. and the ult out from Neil.
Look, and it's not a surprise for Ghost Gaming to understand exactly what we were just talking about here on the cast. They know where PK is allowed to be aggressive. They know where they don't need any help. They don't need any help on that right-hand side. They need help on the left to make sure that things don't all of a sudden become an advantageous position for the Pittsburgh Knights.
Hugo Fred's been pulled back in. There's the beads and the ult. Hugo should be out of there and safe, but everything he had that kept him alive is gone. But that's one thing. How much more can we count the ult and the beads as a win for Ghost? Because they have not capitalized on it yet, at least not in kills. They have used it to pressure the jungle a bit, though, so they're still getting it as far as that's concerned.
I think you still have to count it for a win because Ghost is doing a good job of pressuring the map. They're up 6K now with, or we're closer to 5, I suppose, with 0 kills
Goose eggs.
still on the map, which is wild that, yeah, they aren't getting any kills because PK is really doing the exact same thing that Scary's done all set. It's the exact same thing Scary's done here. Yeah, I'll lose my tier 1. Sure, I'll sit on that. That's fine. We're just going to wait. We're just going to play patiently. And PK is really pushing that strategy to the brink, aren't they? I mean, they've made it work these last 2 games. They just feel unbeatable in the late game here this week. But eventually, they're going to get to a point where there is a breaking point where they're too far behind to make the plays to come back. It wasn't the lead in game 1 that Ghost had, and it wasn't the lead in game 2 either.
Oh, Panda Cat is in trouble this time. Aegis comes out from an early, but Field of Love stuns 2, but he is still in trouble. Ghost get the pyro, but Panda Cat alone. But has he done enough to make sure Cubo Fred falls? What a play from Panda Cat! First blood does go over to the Knights, but he at least gets something back.
And that's where Fred has to be. You know you can't fight anywhere on right, and Panda really does a good job. Maybe could have lived if he had used that Aegis a little bit better, too.
Right, it didn't really get much value from his all as Mike has Zapman in the clutches. In comes Sam to clean up a free, and I mean F-R-E-E kill there on to Zapman. Great work from Mike to set it up.
And no Aegis now for Zap. A classic Zapman relic, even on the world stage. Gonna have to use that relic on the way out, even though he's got no chance whatsoever to survive. That's just Mike making the difference once again. We've talked so much about this lead on the right-hand side, but how about the lead that has materialized for this Fenrir support? 3 levels for Mike over Neil.
3 kills now in 17 minutes of action, but that has not slowed down Ghost. Now remember, you talked about the breaking point in these leads. I think we saw it last game, right? The breaking point, I think, would have been that Fire Giant that never was for Ghost Gaming, and Paul pulled them back from the brink. But how much more can you count on Paul making 2 big-time heroic plays like that to keep them alive? That is what Ghosts have to do. They have got to clean up even more. If they've been A's, they need to be A-pluses to make sure they stop Paul from finding a way to get PK in these games.
I mean, the zone on that Fire Giant was pretty good against everyone not named Paul, but the man named Paul is the one you really have to worry about. You've got decent secure in the form of the Hebo, but you had, in my mind, better secure with the Kraken last time around because the Kraken doesn't put you wildly out of position to use it in terms of confirming an objective. I think you have to keep in mind if every time Paul's up, you cannot do an objective if he's around. You have to force him out. And they did that in game 1 better than they did in game 2.
Still, we don't have Fine OK in this battle as the Knights get aggressive. Panda Cat the target. He used the ult on Neil Mon. Mike follows it up with the Brutalize. So Neil low, but Sam elsewhere has deleted Zapman. And look how far back Sam is. Was Zapman there? Because Sam found the kill.
Yeah, he went in with Neil Ma, and that is not what the Pittsburgh Knights needed.
No.
This is really putting the late game to the test, isn't it? I mean, but how do you feel like Ghosts have this one in the bag?
I don't.
You don't. You can't. Even though they're up 8K at 18 minutes, I don't think that they should be counting their chickens quite yet. They have yet to have one hatch all set long.
Not at all. Instead, they've been stuck with the egg. A 0 up there for them that has not yet turned into anything more. Fine OK looking for the solo invade on the red buff. That succeeds. And they're spreading this map out a bit more. I wonder if this might not be a bad way for Ghost to go about it. Instead of giving PK a chance to kind of steal it all back at once, they are taking everything they can on this map bit by bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to maybe do it. I don't know how you beat this PK team late.
Right, we haven't seen it yet.
Because they should have lost a billion different times in the late game over the course of these last few days. SSG should have had it, Radiant should have had it, and Ghost should have had it. And here we are with the Pittsburgh Knights 1 game away from lifting the trophy once again. So I would agree with you that, yeah, splitting the map makes some sense to me, but Pittsburgh Knights map macro has been near flawless throughout this tournament. Think back to their end call up against Radiance in Game 4, where their Titan is sub 1,000 HP, and they surge forward, letting Paul respawn and get those waves at the perfect time. I think PK's come prepped for any sort of map macro that any team could throw at him.
It sure seems that way, doesn't it? They leave Twig alone in mid, and he gets aggressive despite being alone. 2 in right, 2 in left. Though at this point, Mike is taking his back. They might not be looking to push too much more, but Zapman is going to get something forced out. It's the ultimate as they trade him ult for ult in left. Doesn't lead to much more, though. Ghost Gaming kind of slowed down a little bit. Not a big surprise, I don't think, with Fury and Pyro down at this point. They have tried to take tier 1, see what else they can get away with. But for the most part, they've capped out a bit here at this point until a little bit more comes up on the map.
And I've talked all set about being able to take this side lane pressure that they've really been focusing on and transitioning it into the mid lane. But do you want to be anywhere near where Paul is at this point? This dude is red hot in the mid lane. So normally I would say, yeah, you should be grouping and getting this tier 1 mid, but that's Paul's domain right now, man. I don't know if I do want to be there, even with a 9,000 gold lead at 20 minutes.
And they just have the one Aegis there for Panda Cat. I mean, I suppose it makes sense. Sam didn't get a chance to use it, right, last time.
Nope.
So maybe that just won't come up. But it does scare me a little bit. Paul's going to have some chances to blow some of these members up without a defensive relic to help. They've got the beads, though, at least on Sam and Twig and Panda Cat to help them out. Those are the members that are really going to suffer if they end up getting caught. But you might wish they had a little bit of extra help in terms of relics.
So not going down Paul's lane. They're going to try and make it work on this right-hand side, or left-hand side, excuse me. But Scary D is not here, even with a 4v5 that they know they've got for a considerable amount of time based on where Scary is on the map. Ghost's going to pull a bit of an okie doke and head back towards mid, take the undefended tier 1.
And can you blame them, right? I mean, I think Ghosts are playing this about as cautiously as I've ever seen Ghost play. The Pyromancer now about to go down. Not going to move right over to the Fire Giant in this spot. In fact, Twig taking it back. That makes me think they might be about done. Right now, Ghosts are kind of pitching to the corners a little bit, right? They're not challenging necessarily the Knights so much. They're taking everything they can. Now they've got this big lead, stretching them out a little bit and going where it's a bit safer. The Knights are trying to do their signature patience. Mike has now found Zapman alone in the jungle. Doesn't get any relics out from him. Does force the ultimate yet again.
Good damage from him, too. I mean, that was half of Zapman's health. Zap still had both relics, so don't think he was in a lot of danger of dying, but still getting the ultimate for nothing there from PBM certainly feels good. At some point, Ghost is going to have to do something that gives PK a small sliver of hope back into this game. I just don't know if they're going to feel confident enough to do it. It looks like they will with only 4 members here.
Yeah, a bit surprised, but I think you know that Mike has Zapman zoned out, so Twig is over here fighting Neil. Neil's been pulled in, but Dash gets him out. How is there an avenue for him? Meanwhile, Mike in a position to solo Zapman, and he does it. Neil Maw falls as well. Much, much cleaner from Ghost Gaming this time around, but Paul's still on the map. The killer is still in the streets. Finds the crush on the fine okay, but that won't turn it on its own as Ghosts have forgotten the fire and instead are on the full dive. They've got Cubo Paul dead to rights, and Mike's clutches though the Unchained off the mark. He even gets hit by the Sikkim, but Cubo Fred falls in the back.
Paul alive for now, but fine okay finally able to take him off the board, and all of a sudden the skies are clear. Everyone on Ghost is able to breathe a little bit better. They found a way to answer this Scylla, at least momentarily.
Kind of went to her last a little bit, didn't they? How does Mike win the 1v1 with Zap over there alone in duo? That's huge for him, knowing that Zapman doesn't have the ultimate available, and now they can come back to the fire, cool as you like, take this one free of charge, and put PK to the ultimate test.
That's why I didn't love the Hachimon pick. Up against Ghost, you know they're really down to pick Fenrir support at any given time. I feel like the Heimdall works so much better up against this pick because you can actually create legitimate distance between you and him. It cost Mike his thorns because otherwise he would have just killed Paul as well with the thorns underneath that crush. But either way, Mike is making a huge difference once again. Shades of game 1 where he looked phenomenal on this pick.
Yeah, Mike's playing well enough to where he might have to be the guy going toe-to-toe in terms of value generated. Great work from Ghost of coming over, denying this Fury, heading over to the Knights. They're not giving them any way back in, it feels like right now. So the Fury taken, Fire Giant on all 5 members, not enhanced, but the regular one, good enough for this moment in the game. And now some tier 2s to go cash in on, maybe get a little bit further ahead. I was going to say something about like finding some bonds to turn into cash, but I just found out I know so little about what that process is like that I couldn't even do the joke.
Right, yeah. Some people have money that they paid before, and now it's later, and it's different, and I don't really get it either.
No, not at all.
Here's the big thing for Ghost. How do you breathe still? I mean, I said they breathed a little bit, but Paul's respawned since then. He's now 4 items deep. You're up 12K at 25 minutes. I would have used the term unlosable in the past.
Any other team, any other situation.
Yeah,
right.
not now. If you're a Ghost fan, how do you feel good about this game number 3? I still don't think you can. And playing with that level of tightness, of not being able to relax and loosen up and play loose the way you normally would, I think can weigh on you.
Yeah.
It hasn't so far in this one, but it only takes once to really put yourself back in a bad spot.
Can they play with this level of tension 3 times in a row? Is fine okay, moves in, the left side Phoenix is already low, and Zatman uses the ultimate, but comes back into the fight. There's the pluck, but that's onto Mike, bringing him into the back line, so he goes into the ultimate, and Zatman has to give up the beads somewhere else. Captain Twig blows up Cubo Fred. It's a 5v4 on the mid-Phoenix.
Fred didn't use a thing. No relics, no ultimate. Died with all of that up. And you look at the difference between these games. Fred really, really instrumental in games 1 and 2. Non-factor in this game. He has not been able to do anything.
No, he hasn't. All the way down there at the bottom of the player damage charts, right next to Paul. And hey, I mean, I don't know if you can keep doing that, but that's a great place for them to be if you're Ghost as they move into the middle Phoenix. Mike is trying to keep Paul out of the fight. Neil Maul has plucked in fine okay, but Paul has to leave. Ultimate defensively again. Meanwhile, Scary D does zone a couple, but there's the Fields of Love. Now he's locked down. Mike can't find the stun, but the knockup's there, and Scary D ends up falling. Though they do lose fine okay in the back. Neil Maul drops as well. Zatman, sayonara, and that means Ghost Gaming have finally put one on the board.
Unless Paul does it again. Okay, no, just covering my bases there with what I've seen from Paul.
Sure.
Look. Ghost we could have been done right here. If Ghost had just converted those leads they had in games 1 and 2 like we feel like they should have. That's been the Ghost early game that we've seen from them. The difference in this game is that they never allowed PK to group up. They kept the map split. Mike did such a good job in this game of just keeping the carries out of these fights, putting complete pressure on them. That's what we expected from Ghost, but that's also what we expected game 1. It's what we expected game 2. Now they've got to do it 2 more times.
They've done 1, though. Can they put PK to bed? Maybe the desk can break that down.
It always starts with one. That's all you need on the board. Try and pick up a reverse sweep. It's only ever happened twice. Maybe trying to make it happen twice in 1 week. Ghost Gaming, make sure they keep things going for them. And, well, there's a couple of things going on this week. We've had an immense one, this final set being one of the biggest. But another pretty big thing is the sale going on in-game right now. 33% off your gyms. It's the last day, as far as I know, to be able to do this is during SWC week. And last I checked, this is the finals, so this is your last opportunity to get in-game and make sure that you get those. So do it. Make your wallet happy. If you think about it, a week from now, 2 weeks from now, Season 8 with all those cool things that are going to be coming out, you can guarantee those skins that are going to ship are going to be worthwhile. And you should buy those gems while it's cheap as opposed to waiting for it. So make sure you hop in game and get that done. Just like Ghost Gaming go to get that game done. The first thing I wrote was, hey, it's game 2, but it goes right. It's game 2, but Dave, Paul doesn't do the things Paul did in game 2. They equalize that lead and keep it.
Yeah, I can say this with some more gusto now. You do not 3-0 Ghost Gaming in the World Finals. I can finally say it. I can bring it, and now it's time for the Knights.
Pure confidence
That's
up
right.
here.
I said a little shaky before. I was a little nervous. I had a whole spiel ready if that were to be the case that happened. They gave Paul Silla again, and I kind of mentioned this going into that game. I liked Ghost Draft because it was still sort of their identity. And after a lot of these skirmishes, I mean, look at the screen there. That's the first kill in the game 16 minutes in, and Ghost already had around a 6,000 gold lead.
It's a lot.
Ghost just never gave PK the opportunity to play. They never gave Paul the chance to save that game and turn it around.
So it makes sense to me why Ghost Gaming comes into this set allowing the Scylla through continuously. Scylla is a god that is historically and still does struggle throughout the early game. She doesn't bring the same level of wave clear like an average mage. She's really around that second item slot, around level 6, where she can really start to match up the pressure out of the mid lane. And Ghost Gaming is a team that thrives on being able to dominate throughout the early. But isn't this the first game in the set where it really feels like some of those strategies that Ghosts have been employing all year are really starting to finally work? I don't think you can bet on it working again. It hasn't worked the first 2 times. Paul's been able to make it into the late with Scylla every single time. It really feels like Ghost Gaming, they're just risking it all.
Well, those highlights at the very end, I think, are highlighting 2 very specific problems that come in. I see, what, a 2-1-4 there for Fine OK, 2-0-5 there for PBM. Yeah, those kills go elsewhere, but realistically, these 2 are causing a lot of trouble. And you look back at Game 2, Scary D doesn't have a good laning phase against that Kukulkan. You go back to yesterday, I mean, he was able to survive against what was a very difficult and iconic Benji Kukulkan. But at the same time, it feels like, at least that in the Fenrir, you've been banning, what, Raw, Set, Rat. Dave, do you think you shift to try and deal with one of those now?
I am not red alert sounding the alarm just yet. I mean, what blue alert, I guess, is the next tier down. I don't know how
that works.
I don't know any of that works. Well, 1 tier down from red alert on banning out the Kukulkan. No, I'm receiving word. That's not at all how that works. You get the idea, though. Dial it down from a 10 to a 9 or something like that on taking away the Kukulkan. All right, Myth. But I am concerned about it. I am concerned about this Kukulkan because we've seen now in a win for Ghost Gaming and in the past for Ghost Gaming what this pick can do. I don't know. I don't know if the Knights are feeling that worried just yet because we haven't gotten a look, admittedly, this set yet at the Ra, at the Ratatasker, or whatever they want to take away in that 3rd slot. We haven't seen the Knights change anything up. I don't know if we do yet, but it is a worrying trend. Now 3 games in a row, just almost through passive farming, the Knights have fallen behind in that early game and didn't have the miraculous plays to turn this one around. So I do think, though they have the 2-1 lead in this set, there might be something that needs to be changed for the Knights.
I mean, Mifflin, it's 2 games in a row. They came into it, well, 3 games in a row, I should say. They ban the same things. They go for the same picks. They got lucky, I think is a good way to say, well, they just played well in Game 2, right? You're down and you have one insane performance. But again, that game, you have sick plays still happening from Paul, but he doesn't carry the way he did in Game number 2. You get this Kukulkan and this Fenrir that are constantly causing trouble for him, and the Fenrir maybe doing even better, even though the slash line wasn't better, handing those kills off to the teammate. It feels like, again, if Ghost can get this lead and get things under control like they did there, and I think they just showcased they can control the Scylla, then they aren't too worried about it. They're trying to push us to a Game 5. It's hard. They still got 2 more. But for you, is there something, where do you make the changes for the Knights? How do you adjust to Game 3?
I think Game 3, you really got to talk about Cuvo Fred's performance in this last match. 3,300 damage, that's not enough, especially on an early game god like he has. You need him generating pressure. You need him creating the space so that Paul can make those game-changing, miraculous plays, stealing Fire Giant, one-shotting Sanford Soccer. Those are things that happen when he's given space. This time around, the jungler for PK was essentially absent.
I think it's worth remembering as well, last year, or I should say the last time these 2 teams fought against each other in a finals, or a majority roster, I guess we'll say, it was a 3-1, if I remember correctly, in favor of what was then SK Gaming, so something you have to be a little bit worried. If you are watching, though, right now, you have to be able to show us how you're enjoying it with your friends, with your pets, whatever. Family, I think we've even gotten to see a couple of kids getting brought into Smite early. Hashtag SWC at home is the way to get to us on Twitter. And that's a beautiful, beautiful keyboard, actually, is the first thing I go to. And a really, really cute dog that comes through.
And rest in peace, Doom, the avatar there coming through.
Yeah.
Pour one out for the homie.
Absolutely pour one out for the homie. I don't mean to laugh at that. That's actually a very sad thing. It just caught me off guard. Either way, being able to come in here, watching, has the rival hat on. Look, man, if they lose this, I want you to know it's your hat. It was cursed. It was absolutely Jinx that comes in. But look at the Pantheon hats behind as well. That's where I go forward with the Ratatosker. Look, that is a Smite just chill zone. That is the best way to holster up. Oh, a nest. That's the word I was looking for. A SMITE nest. You sit down, you got the game in front of you, the stream to your side, and all of that nice SMITE paraphernalia next to you. This is the biggest deal, though. You're watching at home again, a hashtag SWC at home to show us how you are. You might not have many opportunities, depending on how this next game goes, to get featured on the broadcast, because the Knights are one game away still.
They are.
But Ghost Gaming, they put a pretty big stopper on that last time around. We'll have to see if they can do it again. I'll mention it one last time, Mifflin, before I throw it over to you again. Raw, Set, Rat. Those have been the 3 bans from the Knights. This is the time to change it if you're going to change it. Do you look at bans? Do you look at picks? How do you shuffle this up?
I think, if anything, if I were to change any singular ban for the Knights, it's gotta be this Kakullen, man. This guy, Fine OK, has been absolutely dominating the solo lane in of itself, controlling Scary D, corralling him into that short lane and not allowing him to get that signature rotation style off. You need to facilitate this guy. I said earlier in the set, he is a walking cataclysm on 2 feet. Someone's got to facilitate him.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Everything I had written down doesn't matter. Get rid of it. I don't need to see it. I have been writing some important notes on that, though, and I'm a little upset that I did that. But Raw, Set, Rat, it's the same 3 every time. And the Guan, the Yamoja, the Ymir. Dave, neither team is changing anything. It's also the next time that Ghost to come in, but they lock in this Kakullen instead. Does this feel better?
Yes, and it's with Asilla still on the board, by the way. I am happier to see the Knights go to the Kakullen instead of moving over into the Scylla, because what we learned in Game 3 just now, moving here into Game 4, is that Ghost had a strategy built around that Scylla. Didn't work out in Game 2. Again, some miraculous plays, a good turnaround from the Knights allowed that to happen. But what happened in Game 3 was not sustainable for the Knights. You are not going to win this set if you allow Game 3 to happen all over again. You need to change something up. Picking up the Kakullen, not only are you taking that away from Fine OK, you're giving it over to Scary D. Maybe throw something different out there in the mid lane. Stick with the Scylla if you're feeling good about it, but I like the change.
Well, this has been fun. Scylla has been big for them, but there's another pick that's been banned from Paul pretty often, and that was a good bait. I was about to go into a long spiel about the Morrigan, how it works well because Cthulhu, but you know what? Scylla, cool, locked in. We've talked a lot about it. Forget about it. Move on. Scylla is one thing. Cthulhu on the other side, presumably solo lane, to deal with this Kakullen. We typically see Nemesis to counter this. They don't lock in a jungler there, Mifflin. Is this Cthulhu going to be the game breaker?
Look, I do not often speak in absolutes when it comes to P's and B's. I'm going to say 0% chance this Cthulhu goes anywhere besides to Fine OK out of the soul lane. And with Fine OK playing as well as he has been, putting him on this absolute game-changing pick, the Descent into Madness Ultimate, just going to tear through the front line of PK. This Cthulhu pick, sure, you got him off the Kakullen. He's been bullying Scary D the entire time. Maybe the bully moves out of lane and moves into the team fight. This is scary if you're a PK fan.
Well, and not the Scary you want. You want Scary D. You don't want Scary Fine OK on the other side. Something you need to be worried about. Going back to it, you called it in Game 2. We saw it in Game 3. We're seeing it here again in Game number 4. This is a wheelish pick in the jungle. And some changes. The Camazotz was big for Cuvo Fred pretty much all week. Is not going to get banned out here by Ghost. They go for the Raven, the Tsukiyomi. On the other side, it's Hell and Hebo taken away. So maybe some of that synergy with the Awelish stripped away. But it feels like you're letting Cuvo, Dave, get another pick he's comfortable on.
Yeah, and that's it has to be where your eyes go here. I mean, Zapman will lock in something that works for him. You know, at this point with Cupid locked in, he's got run of the litter, or pick of the litter rather, for Zapman. I agree though, this is a big decision now for Cuvo Fred, especially if you're going to have to match the pressure of what Sanford Soccer put out there in game number 3 and what we know Mike is going to be able to output here if you do end up locking in the Fenrir. It's hard to lock in with Cuvo, I think, specifically in where his kind of mental state is right now. You know he's in the zone. This Knights team, they 100% are not going to let anyone slip away from this big moment. Hard to say, though. I think there's a lot for Cuvo Fred that can work here. I think there's a lot of weight behind that pick, though, because matching up with the pressure that we know this Awelix is going to put in, specifically to the Scylla, they've built a good draft around this Awelix so far, Ghost Gaming. I wonder if maybe the Apollo is a big difference maker here as well, if this is what gets locked in for Zap.
Well, Aggro had mentioned going up against the Fenrir in the last game, he would have rather seen the Heimdall, something a little more safe that can get away a little bit more easily. Apollo can get away pretty easily. He can go pretty far at that with his ult, but Mifflin, the thing that we've seen as the downside is the charge time of that ult, as well as the fact that his dash is pretty predictable, right? Easy to chase down afterward. Apollo in the duo lane alongside of Sobek versus, I'm guessing, Cupid, Fenrir. It seems like aggression should still be on Ghost's side.
And it's gonna be on Ghost's side. That's exactly what I'm expecting to see. Cupid and Fenrir are gonna run it down. We said earlier, or Aggro did, shades of game one, that Fenrir popping off. But now, Apollo getting locked out. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I want to talk about this Ola run.
Wow.
This is a different look. We're getting back to phase one of season 7. And what a disgusting team fight is what I hope you were about to say. Let me just strip that one right in your mouth. This is dirty. We're going to slow down time. We're going to go into the Descent into the Madness for Cthulhu. Let this Ghost Gaming draft group up as 5. How do you beat them in a team fight?
That's a gross team fight.
I mean, you know, we mentioned the Nemesis earlier, like at least direct matchup phase 2, that's good against the Cthulhu, but Twig, this Ola run, if you did not see in phase 1, honestly, even sometimes I think in phase 2, I'd have to go back and look at the numbers on that one, but definitely there throughout the first half of this year, this Ola run was a game-changing pick for Twig more often than it was for Panda Cat. Dave, I mean, you had mentioned it, Sanctified Fields. It's the first time I get to say that for the tournament. First time I've said that in months.
It's been a while.
That we get to come through. It's such a game-changing ultimate.
It's oppressive to fight into. And that makes you wonder how PK is going to have to fight around some of these fights. I mean, you look at that composition, lots of individual lockdown, Nem ult, Sobek pluck. Scylla later in the game can spread out some of those routes to different targets. I don't know if you can fight Ghost Gaming in a late game jungle team fight with this composition. I think the way Ghost have drafted here have made the Knights kind of shoehorn themselves into finding maybe a numbers advantage or a pick elsewhere before finding an engage.
And Mifflin, we're saying that, like, again, I want to run down the Knights lineup here. They've got the Cullen, really good for Scary D. Great for Ball. Sobek, perfect for Neil. Apollo, it's Zapman. Of course it's going to be good. The weakest thing that could potentially come through here is this Nemesis, but I think Cuvo Fred has piloted that incredibly well this year. I mean, it's so weird to be saying that this looks like such a great Ghost Gaming fight because PK get everything they would have wanted in this draft. Does this Ola run end it all for them? Can the Knights find an advantage? Is it early game? Is it late game? Where are they focusing for this match?
If you're looking to shut down Ola run, there's no easier answer than the early game. This guy is so easy to exploit, but it does make up for one of the late game weaknesses that PK was looking to exploit with their draft. Nemesis into Cthulhu, Descent into Madness, immediately hit him with the Retribution. That's when you look to shred him. But if you drop the Sanctified Field on top of the Cthulhu, all of a sudden, that weakness, that defense shred, you're not going to be able to optimize on it whatsoever. I think Ghost Gaming, almost an ingenious draft here, piece for piece.
Such a good draft.
Stripping away what PK is looking to do.
Well, this is the time, Knights. Someone is looking to get a second ring. Can they be back-to-back champions, or are Ghost Gaming going to push us to 5? Let's go down to Finch and Aggro and find out.
On the nest there, guys. What a draft here from Ghost in this critical game 4 in our World Finals. That team fight from them is disgusting, right? I mean, Descent into Madness, the Sanctified Field, the Fields of Love. There's so much area where you just cannot play if you're the Knights. But Aggro, is it good enough to get us to a game 5?
I think it is, because unless PK completely changed the way they played this set, because they have conceded early. I mean, they have truly rolled over in the early game. And it's worked, so I can't fault them.
Right.
But you can't against this draft, because I think Ghost outscales you in this game really, really well. With that Cthulhu, with that Ola run, you just have so much team fight presence between those two gods alone. And then the rest of the draft from Ghost is more early game leaning between the Awilish and the Fenrir.
They hedge their bets.
Genius draft from Ghost Gaming. I absolutely love it. The thing that I'm going to be watching for is how does Scary D play the lane, because he has lost his tower pre-10 minutes every single game of this set. You're obviously not doing that up against Cthulhu when you have the Cullen on your side. But how aggressive can he be? Can he open up a lane for Fred to actually find farm? Because last game, Fred was able to find 0 farm in the entire map.
Good dodge there from Mike. That might have been trouble for him had he been pulled with the Blink starter. The other thing I think is really important in this one is how does Twig build out this Ola run path? I don't know if you can afford to go that same mage build that was so dominant, mage ADC build, back in phase 1. You got an idea of what Twig path is looking to take?
I would guess something like Purple Boots into Bancrofts, into a ring. I think you can go Telkines in that slot. and have it feel really, really good. It's a little bit expensive on that build path, but it makes your fight really good.
All right, they don't get a kill in the duo lane, but maybe they do. Zapman in trouble. Great peel from Neil. But talk about Mike casually, easy as you like, finding the two-man stun off that Finrer 1. I mean, he is comfortable on this pick.
Oh, and now he's going back in. Blink right on top of Zapman. Pluck, not back up, but it is in time. Mike able to escape by the skin of his teeth.
How do they both live there? But Sanford Soccer's on his way to try and collect. Probably can't get Zapman, so blinks in towards Neil. There's the feather step, there's the leap. And somehow Panda Cat gets it and all that. First blood for game 4. Going to Ghost.
And Ghost continues to keep their MO the same. We're gonna gun it down on the side lanes. It's been early solo lane ganks for the most part in this set, but this time Sam's comes over to duo early. They're drafting to kill. They've got no intent of farming to the late game on these side lanes, man. They are getting in there, and that's what Ghost does better than anybody in the whole league.
Yeah, it feels like Sam at the line of scrimmage can call an audible anytime, right? Where does he want to go to look for this early game pressure? Sometimes it's solo, and sometimes it is duo. Wherever he needs to go, Sam can find it. And by drawing some of this attention to the sides, you give room for Twig to get through what Mifflin described on the desk as Oleron's scariest part of the game. That's the early. He has the sanctified field for all that safety.
Exactly, and that's what Ghost does so well, because if they're not going to pressure duo, then you could expect Sam to come over towards the solo lane. Now, pre-5, I'd expect Scary to be able to get his buffs very freely. Cthulhu not scary at all before he gets that Descent into Madness. But post-5, I don't know that PK can really afford to take those fights either, because Fenrir is just so strong through the early to mid game. He just puts out so much damage and still has that CC that makes him so scary in the first place.
Mike now trying to find a way to invade this purple. Zapman on it and looking for the confirm. Good tail whip. Really makes it a non-contest. He's able to get the tail whip at that key moment of it, but the whole goal is to make it hard for Zap and Neil to farm normally over there, right? Zapman can't stand alone if every time Mike is over there threatening him, so Neilma has to be there with him, and good job by the Knights to still find a way to confirm it.
And Ghost is just going to try and do exactly what they've done this set, which is coast through the early stages and then really make the difference a little bit later on. But this time around, they don't have things like Anubis in the mid lane that are really only there for the early stages. They've got much more insulated team fight with all this AoE that they have between the Sanctified Field, the Descent into Madness, and that Fields of Love. Pittsburgh Knights cannot afford to give up in the early stages what they gave up these last few games. They've been down insane amounts of gold, and I get it. You feel like you can't lose late, but you just lost in 25 minutes because you never got a chance to really play the game. Ghost has been doing that to teams all year long, making them feel like they can't play, like they didn't get a say in what just happened to them. But you do have a say. You just have to be able to defend your buffs a little bit better. And that's why I really like this first pick, Cullen, as long as Scary is being active on the map early on. The worst thing that Scary can do is get caught stuck in lane, standing there trading autos with Fine OK, getting him low but never quite killing him. That's the worst thing that you can do, because you need Scary to be there not just defending your buffs, but invading on Ghost Gaming's buffs. Their mid-fight is not very good with an Oleron.
No, it isn't. Twig cannot get involved all that well right now. The Sanctified Field, a strong tool now at his disposal. 7 to the 6 all, just for the moment. A lot of different directions that Ghost Gaming can go with here in this early game that Knights have to try and defend.
And the big thing that I've seen from Cuvo this tournament is that he has been so good in the mid game and in the late game team fights, but we haven't seen that pressure from him early.
Not at all.
In nearly any set. And that's not because Fred is incapable of doing that. It's been a conscious effort by the Pittsburgh Knights to not put themselves in a position where we could lose early. Why would we when we're this good late? Why not just take it to the later stages? So can Fred hit that extra gear that we haven't seen from him through the first 10 games or so of this tournament?
Good confirm there for the Knights. Good thing that they went right on in and make sure they dropped it, because Ghosts were on the way and lurking nearby, so no chance for Ghost to steal that away. The Knights should know that Ghosts are on this side of the map. In comes Sam to strip away this purple buff. They do that successfully, so even without the red, they find a way to get on this side of the map, on the Order side, and strip farm away from the Knights. They've got about 1,000 gold lead, a little bit above that 1,300 or so, and on the back of another kill that they were able to find for First Blood.
And it's better than what we saw from them last game, because last game they were losing buffs left and right, but that's one purple buff already in this game. Can you defend the second one is going to be the question.
Mike gets hit there by the Crush. Without the Sikkim, probably not a chance that you scare Mike into using much more than that, but that poke The hope forces Mike to go back to base a little bit early, so he does take that trip. Ends up picking up just the cudgel on the back end of the reinforced greaves he's got. Mike's done such a good job all times of this set, just being aggressive, right? And you were saying you wanted Zapman on a pick that could battle against that a little bit more. You saw that dive where Mike won the duel last game. Can this Apollo hang in there a little bit better?
No, I don't think it can. and that's why I'm surprised again by this pick instead of the Heimdall. I don't think it gets away from Cthulhu as well, though the long channel time doesn't matter as much against a god like Cthulhu, who doesn't really burst kill you, but kills you via a war of attrition. But you start channeling that ultimate, I'm sure Sam's going to be blinking on your head pretty quick.
What a call here. I mean, how does Knight stop this with the Sanctified
with
field
this.
down? But in comes the Honor Monster. The
With
Knights strip it away. Paul just walks in and takes it. I can't believe no one was on zone duty. They just walked in and down smashed.
And you can't just go for that without any sort of sentry. Look at this, Scary all the way on the rotation.
Coming behind, and that means that man could come in with his ultimate and try and help out. Nothing there for them. I understand the idea with the Sanctified Field. What can contest it? Certainly not a normal ability, but I'm a Monster ain't normal.
No, CC immune the entire time, long range with its cast range. That's easy steal for Paul. That's really in his favor over what Ghost Gaming is going to have. And if they have that gold sentry, I think they get it. The plan was never to secure over the Pittsburgh Knights. The plan was to kill it before the Pittsburgh Knights could respond, but when they see you waltz up and start to hit it, even though your DPS is excellent up against that objective, you're not going to be able to make it work.
Sam for soccer here, but Scary D so close to this rage transformation makes it so unlikely that gank goes through. That's why I could call in such a strong pick over there, even though maybe it doesn't always have the impact others do in the late. When this rage transformation is on, you just cannot contest. That makes it easy for Scary D to make it out of there. Let's take a look back. This is Paul finding the steal.
Yeah, I mean, this is easy. This is really in his favor. You use that extra movement speed from the I'm a Monster. Good job by Neil to not be afraid to get in there and create some extra space for him, because the real fear in that moment, if you're Paul, is not that I'm not going to steal the objective. I feel good about my odds on that. It's that I'm going to use I'm a Monster, get the objective, and then have nothing left in the tank, and then I'm going to get jumped on. But by Neil blinking in and throwing his body in the way with that blink, just space creation, even into the Sanctified Field, they're going to have to focus him before they can get to me.
But those are the kind of miscalculations, openings, that Ghost have been giving the Pittsburgh Knights all set throughout this finals. And that's what the Knights have taken. They've ripped those open and gotten confidence. That man is just done. Heart Bomb is enough, and Panda Cat gets the kill. So yes, Ghost leave those openings, but they're doing a good job trying to cover them up.
Man, Panda's just played lights out this whole set, hasn't he? I mean,
he's backed up the talk.
It has been unbelievable from him. And in 2v1 Zap underneath his tower and get Zap's beads. Yeah, let him know. VET all you want in that lane. Neil's gonna, Zap's gonna go, is he taunting? And Neil's like, no, that's some weird death bug thing. Don't worry about it.
Well, there's the charge play from Neil, but he might have signed his own death warrant with that. What was the idea? I mean, I guess get beads from Panda Cat. He got him. And in comes Zapman, but maybe it was too early as Zap's now here. But in comes the dive. Mike gets a double. And Cuvo, they're coming in one by one. I don't think this is the plan. They're not going to get the backup from Paul in time. No, Paul makes it in. Crush. Buries Mike. I'm a Monster, not enough. And that is some deja vu of Paul coming over to the duo lane and helping.
Needed something, because good Lord, the Pittsburgh Knights conveyor belt is operating at an all-time high. Production's never been better. We've got inventory to last for years at this point with us getting in there. You just can't give Ghost's duo lane this kind of lead, man. I mean, sure, you get Mike. You got the support. P-Cat just killed you twice in lane, and now he's coming back with the Cupid, and you know Zap doesn't have ult. You know Zap doesn't have beads. Zap's not going to be able to step to this wave, man. Panda Cat's never going to let that happen without that ultimate. Once his ultimate is back up and he's back to base. This is scary for the Pittsburgh Knights, because this duo lane for Ghost, we talked about them on the onset, the Kobe and Shaq of this league, and Polar Bear Mike and Panda Cat, they have been so dominant throughout their careers, and giving them this kind of lead, not a winning formula.
And you got to make sure we talk about what is coming in the late game for Ghost. Not just this excellent team fight, but a hard carry, I'd say, in this Ola run. Once he gets up and running, he can do so much damage to you. And if he's able to get the knock up into the damage, you never have a response. They got a two-pronged attack.
And Zeros was tweeting about it in between games, that he really liked the draft for Ghost Gaming in Game 3, because with Pittsburgh Knights giving up so much early, if you just give Twig something that can match the output of this Scylla late game, then Ghost Gaming should be scot-free. They did it with the Hebo, worked out nicely. and now they're doing it again with the Ola run. Same kind of deal. I expect the Ola run to be able to have a similar level of effect in comparison to the Scylla if Twig is playing it to the level we know he's capable of.
I like this as the response to PK. They're going to give you the early, take it, and then be ready to battle late with a bit of a lead, and that's what Ghost have now. A little bit under 2,000 gold or so in their favor. Not quite at the pace they were setting last game. I think the Knights have done a great job not giving everything up the way they did in Game 3. But I also don't think Ghost necessarily need the same big lead they needed last game, right? They're on a much better footing for contesting in the late. And yeah, Zapman, I appreciate the valiant attempt, but you're not stopping that.
No, sir. At least his beads are back up, but this is perfect timing, man. Fury's up at less than 5. Let's head over to the Pyromancer, make sure that PK can't agree to the gentleman's agreement of Gold Fury for Pyromancer trade. And Ghost is so much stronger walking into this team fight. Look at the difference between Panda Cat's strength and Zapman's. Zap's sitting on 41 stacks of this Devo's glove. He's a little bit over 47 now after the wave. He's a little over halfway there. Panda Cat's done with his and is on a charged bow. He's far stronger.
All right, the Knights start this one up. Scary D just about to rage transform, but immediately Mike gets the beads from Cubo Fred. This fight's big as Panda Cat drops the Fields of Love and the Sanctified Field there as well, but they don't catch much as Fine OK moves in for the aggressive zone. 3 of the big ultimates, 4 really, are down for Ghost Gaming, but Knights still have a good amount in the back pocket.
They do. No, a little surprised that Fine couldn't find the knock-up to allow for that gravity surge to come through, but Fred did a great job. That's exactly who Fine was looking for as Fred escaped towards mid lane. But Fine OK, looking for him, couldn't reach with that knock-up in the descent into madness. Cubo understanding that he's going to be the target as soon as his beads are forced. But I like this as well from Ghost. Why force it?
Oh, but now they have a chance to punish Paul. They don't get the kill, but that is beads down. Scary D has the rage transformation coming, but will it be enough with Fine OK? But Twig and Sam gave up on that engagement. Cubo had run in. Do you like them just dropping that one there?
Yeah, because they've still got a shot. Scary, good turnaround at the last moment. Because now you get Scary his thorns down, you poke him out, you still didn't lose anything at all there in the mid lane besides Sam's blink. You're much stronger with this Ola run sustain coming into another fight if you want it. It's a matter of if Ghost feel like they can take it. I agree with their decision for the record, even though Panda is way, way stronger than Zap. You want to play patient here because I'm a Monster is still the best secure on the map.
They don't want to be too patient and the Knights will just take it. But if you want to understand why the Knights have been such a problem for Ghost this set, that last Fury defense is why. I know that Ghost got a bit out of it, but how well did the Knights play at getting out of all that aggression and really not giving Ghost much at all to work with?
Exactly. This Pittsburgh Knights team is the best at receiving those body blows and being able to still come in with that strong counterpunch whenever it's necessary. Love the way they've played in these team fights. They're letting Ghost tire themselves out. You know, they're not going for the round 1 KO.
Right.
They're absorbing blows until the final round where then they turn up the offense a little bit. They're not going for the TKOs. They're trying to win by decision.
They absolutely are, as Pittsburgh Knights are right back in position. So Ghost can't just kind of take that last fight, say it was favorable for them. You know, they got some good cooldowns and leave. The Knights are doing a good job of kind of pulling Ghost back in and saying, hey, if you want to start this fight, you better finish it too, or we'll just take it with this great damage they have from Scylla and Zapman. But slowly but surely, Twig is starting to become a problem. It was Typhons into the purple boots, into the Bancroft. Still no rings yet for that attack speed. It's all lifesteal and power.
Still has the attack speed stim on the 2, so that's not too big of a deal here for Twig. I think you pull it now because look at how many completed items Ghost have. You're not sitting on tier 1s. It's not like waiting another 3-4 minutes is going to get you to a full another item. And you still have the relic advantage in support with Mike over Neil and for Panda Cat over Zapman because Zap hasn't back hitting 12. I like this pull a lot.
So they started. Mike is the one that leaps in first, but they have to drop the objective because the Knights are here, and again, playing this on calm and patient. Ghost can't know this, but Cubo Fred just took a back Apollo. Zapman's going to show up on this wave. Maybe that can be the go button for Ghost, despite the across the sky getting Zapman back into the fight quickly, but no. Ghost still haven't pulled the trigger. Now they step up, pull it in with Captain Twig holding it, not Panda Cat, but Twig took a lot of damage from it, drops the first ability down. Daring the Knights to come in. They've pulled it in once more. Have it down to half. Fine OK doing the zone duty. Dashing in. Crush is there, so they must drop it. But Ghost now want the fight. Blink in from Mike, and Paul gets deleted. Big work from Fine OK to remove the biggest problem. But in the backline, Panda Cat in trouble as well. Sanctified Field. The carries doing great work to protect each other.
No play zone for the Pittsburgh Knights, and Ghost Gaming are picking apart the defending champs. Neil Mod caught in between the towers. Mike and Sam gonna chase him down, and Ghosts have just said enough is enough. Someone not named Paul is gonna have to beat us.
Yep.
And at this point, Zap has got to be the one to step up. Your other backliner is gonna have to make use of the space that Ghost is going to give you, like Paul made use of the space given by Ghost whenever they were gunning down Zapman. Remember how they lost game 2 when Sam goes over the wall, really locked in on killing Zap?
Yep.
Paul makes the game-winning play. Zap needs to be able to find a way to do the same thing.
Well, Zapman and Cubo Fred may have overstayed. A mistake could be looming for the Knights, but Cubo Fred shreds Panda Cat. What a play from the jungler from the Knights. They get Zapman out of trouble as well. What I thought was a miscalculation has turned into a nice pick.
Very smart play by Zap, understanding that running is only going to put him in a worse spot. By dashing into Fred, ends up being in a much better position.
Now Cubo looking for the steal, knock up there from Twig a bit early, but go secure the Pyromancer anyway. But Scary D moving in. The Knights have recognized that Ghosts are kind of lipping into this one. I'm a Monster lowers fine, okay. Paul comes in for the crush, the only one on the team that knows they have the damage. But
Wow.
no, it was a zone. They're going right for the fire, but Paul lives in the battle with Mike.
They don't know.
Pittsburgh Knights are burning this one.
They don't know. Ghost has no idea.
What a
Mike's
call.
starting to realize that it could be there. No, I'm a Monster to secure.
They gotta move in. Fire Giant low. Crush is there for the secure. Mike moves in, but
Ooh.
Pittsburgh Knights get the biggest objective on the map. What a bounce back from the defending champs.
This is what this team does. They just
Better
do
than anyone.
not go away. They do not go away. Whoever's calling these objectives for Pittsburgh Knights has got to be keeping the headset on just to keep their brain from leaking out of their ears. It is massive, galaxy brain level plays coming from the Pittsburgh Knights. You cannot give this team not even an inch. You can't give them a millimeter because they find a way to make it happen. A bad call from Ghost to go for that Pyromancer because that makes them stick around too long. It forces people to use relics, go back to base, come back a little bit too low. And Pittsburgh Knights make a great call to go for it.
That's why this team is here, isn't it? That's the exact reason put on full display. How do they turn that Gold Fury loss, truthfully, into a Fire Giant gain? Not a lot of other teams are pulling that particular type of play. We got a lot of teams that win all kinds of ways. Sanguine, they'll team fight better than you. Ghost dominates the early game. Space Station had the best 3v3 in the whole league, right? But this Pittsburgh Knights team wins by finding those weaknesses, finding the openings, and punishing the opposition.
And now Ghost has to find a way to be able to keep their towers up because Pittsburgh Knights have a really good split push composition. This Apollo for Zapman, he was so far behind, but because he went mid, instead of sticking around and doing nothing on that Gold Fury fight, into right, helping get the kill. He's been able to pull ahead now of where Panda Cat is in the level department. Now, itemization, Panda Cat still has the lead, but not by much anymore.
Not at all. And Ghost Gaming are doing, as you said, trying to hold on. Panda Cat taking the 1v1 in left up against Zap. Meanwhile, Ghost 4 holding strong underneath the mid-tier 2. Do you like this call from PK? Do they have to push with this fire and try and get something?
Yeah, I think they do. You don't want to let Ghost get control back of the map, and there's still a pretty big level discrepancy between Mike and Neil. You want to be able to get global gold where you can, but you can't just go in there expecting Ghost Gaming to roll over and give up their towers. Ghost is still strong enough to put up a defense if they need.
A bit of a slip up here. Ghost has left the mid-tier 2 open, but not enough for it to drop. They rotate back over in time, and Zapman is keeping Panda Cat locked in left. He cannot leave, or Zapman can just take that tower.
And I love the way that Pittsburgh Knights are playing this because they know that Ghost grouped up as 5 with Descent into Madness, Sanctified Field, Fields of Love. They're not going to win easily in fights like that. But if we can keep the Awilish and the Cthulhu separate, if we can separate the Cupid, it's going to make our job a lot easier.
Scary D solo pushing the mid-tier 1, tier 2 tower is going down. 1,500 gold into the pockets of the Knights. The map opened up a bit more, and they've done some work with this fire. With a minute left, Aggro, I think that might be about all they accomplish. Is that work, taking down the mid-tier 2, keeping Ghost busy enough?
It's a step in the right direction. I think they might be able to make a play for this tier 2 and left. They've got a wave coming, and Fury's up in 30 seconds. If they can get this tier 2 and the gold and the Primal Fury that's coming up, I think Pittsburgh Knights have done enough with this fire.
But now it's the 5v5, the dreaded 5v5. So I like this call. The Knights end up backing up. Maybe if the Ghosts weren't there quite in numbers, they could take it. But this is what you were mentioning. The Fury as an objective. Even without the tower, they're going to try and come back and be in position.
this is a more conservative call from the Pittsburgh Knights, but I like it. They're going to try and bait Ghost into a less advantageous position.
A big pluck, and Mike's in trouble. The Ragnarok gets him out of there alive, so he knows Paul's the target, comes back for him. The second I'm a Monster's over, fine okay there, and Paul forced the lead, but Mike is relentless, continuing the hunt, but in comes Zetman, and Mike ends up in a coffin. Zetman puts him there confidently, but Neil falls in the back to sit in the madness, and the Sanctified Field will be the tools with which they dig his grave.
But 1 for 1 when Mike is 2-3 levels up, that's worthwhile for the Pittsburgh Knights, and they still have Paul around to confirm this Primal Fury.
He doesn't have I'm a Monster. He's a lot more vulnerable than before. Can Ghost Gaming capitalize? Fine okay moves in. They push the Knights out, but not away entirely. This is still contested.
Now, a ward is there for the Pittsburgh Knights, so they know exactly how low this objective is getting. Paul no beads, and Sam knows it, so he's going to be lurking, looking for this knockup or forcing that Sentinel and trying to pick off Paul and bring him back into the team.
So instead, Ghost go over, grab one of those mid-harpies. Ghost are done with this objective, and fortunate for them, it seems like the Knights are as well. So all of that action, the Fire Giant, the push in mid for the Tier 2, the Gold Fury struggle, ends up bringing Pittsburgh Knights back into contention, down only about 1,000, but aggro, I mean, the Ola run, the Cthulhu, the Cupid, that's all still a problem.
It is. It's not going to get a whole lot easier to deal with those, but maybe the Cthulhu ult gets to a point where you have Fred in his ultimate there to try and chew through him. I just think that the Pittsburgh Knights have done a really good job of keeping this Ghost composition away from what it wants to do, which is really grouping up the Pittsburgh Knights. And Zapman's use of that ultimate, far better. Let Mike overextend. Let him get to a point where he's all in committed into killing Paul. That's been the MO from Ghost in this game. Force someone else to beat you? Well, in that sense, Pittsburgh Knights are leaving Paul as the bait and are using him to capitalize.
That man considering taking down the Fury on his own, but Sam for soccer knew, rotated over and stopped it. But look at this. Pittsburgh Knights have heavily out-rotated Ghost to this Fury, but they didn't start it up right away. Ghost are right behind and certainly recognized, so Knights aren't going to just sneak this one away. Ghost are here.
Still no beads for Paul, 30 seconds on those. If I'm Paul, I'm probably communicating to the team that I really don't want to step too far up because you're going to have to use I'm a Monster if Sam blinks in just as an escape tool.
They're not all here, though. Sam is just now leaving base. Twig pushes up. Primal Fury secured by the Knights. And now Mike is stuck in the middle without much backup. Wow. He goes in for the Unchained on the 3, but that might spell the end for him. Captain Twig looking for more, but it is not there. Ghost end up in this weird in-between, but Zapman should at least fall, but they lose Twig on the back. How do Ghost bungle this?
Just a beautiful I'm a Monster once again from Paul. Stop me if you've heard that one before. Sam for soccer on the run. Huvo Fred, no blink available, but he might be able to catch Panda Cat.
But if they're not all in position, isn't it better to just give the Fury up? I mean, this fight, where they get both, the Fury and 2 kills, seems so much worse.
I mean, Mike did work in that fight. He blinked in there, got a set of beads, did a ton of damage with his Pridwin proc. Thorns on top of everybody. He got a 4-man Unchained. That was all great. It's just that Sam and Final K are a little bit preoccupied right now with trying to peel for Panda Cat. And I almost wonder if it's worth at this point just letting Twig be that guy, because Twig was caught
before, right?
in between in that fight. He tried to Sanctified Field in order to help Mike instead of turning to help with the rest of the team. I like the odds for Ghost Gaming to be able to use Fields of Love or Sanctified Field to get the beads, and then use the other to make sure that the dive can't be successful on the other end. By turning and helping, I don't think that Sam is really in the prime position. He wants to be diving a little bit more effectively, but really all the credit goes to Paul in that team fight in my mind, because his I'm a Monster in the middle of a Sanctified Field, by the way, where Twig is legitimately just moving faster than every other character at the time, Paul still free hands and I'm a Monster, chunks 60% of Twig's HP instantly and makes the dive for the rest of the Pittsburgh Knights onto him much, much easier.
Ghost are meant to have the tools for exactly this type of moment, for these late-game team fights. For Twig, who's building into the attack speed now with the demonic grip into the Telekines, and eventually that'll be online, to be able to chew through these fights, but it hasn't happened. Has Sam really, since like 10 minutes into the game, gotten to the backline effectively? Not particularly, right?
No.
It's mostly Mike. Has the Sanctified Field locked in the Knights yet? No. They still seem to have all their CDR, all their abilities left to get away from Fine and Twig at the same time. Ghosts aren't maybe layering it to the quite the same effectiveness, but as you said, there's all this pressure on them from Knights. in how they react to the Knights' dive as well.
And it's the Purification Bees from Scary, really respecting things like Ragnarok and that Sanctified Field. It's all these Magi's cloaks here for the Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah.
Hugo Fred has one, Neil Ma has one, and there aren't really easy low commit range CCs that Ghost have. What are you looking for? A Heart Bomb from max range? That means you're in pluck range, number one. And number two, I just don't think that that's a really safe way to get the fight started. It's going to be fine okay with a ranged route, but both Cuvo and Neil have dashes. So it makes it that much harder for Mike to be that initiator. And then, even though Magi's doesn't matter up against Sanctified Field, because they have this Magi's, they don't have to use beads on things like Ragnarok. They can rely on their Magi's in that instance. And then beads the Sanctified Field in order to complete the dive onto Twig.
It has just been tough for the Knights so far to complete the picture, right? I mean, we have all the individual puzzle pieces, but they have not lined up to complete the picture on the front of the box just yet. And a lot of that credit has got to go to the Knights. And now, so much pressure on this next Fire Giant fight, which is likely where we're going to be.
Yep.
Instead of the Ghost coming in as they wanted to with a bit of a fallback, right, of a bit of cushion, instead the Pittsburgh Knights have made the margins razor thin.
And really credit to the Pittsburgh Knights for playing this composition in the early game much better.
Yes.
Ghost Gaming has really struggled in changing their play style off of this all-in sort of style and really transitioning into this team fight, which we know they can do. It only takes one with a composition like this to get the job done, because you can 5 for 0 with this team comp pretty well.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of lining up all the stars and getting in the right spot.
Well, likely not a real attempt here. No, maybe it is. Zapman has rotated over. Cuvo Fred is on his way. The Knights are serious about at least starting a fight. Zapman drops onto Mike in the back of the fight. That does get Mike's Thorns out, which is a pretty big cooldown, and Mike now alone up against 3. He gets the beads out from Cuvo Fred. Paul hits everything, and just like that, Mike is dead. Pittsburgh Knights are breaking Ghost apart.
And Sanctified Field gets nothing for Captain Twig. Final K has to make use of this Descent into Madness, and he's in the perfect spot to do it, chasing down 3.
He's pushing in. Sam for soccer gets Cuvo Fred. Scary defaults as well. It's a double for Sam. How do Ghosts turn this back around? Paul has now used the Aegis as well, so Sam moves in. Feather step, but Paul manages to survive. Final K now low, but Paul gets swept to death. Ghost Gaming bounced back from the death of Mike.
Final K's up on Pride Rock right now because everything the light touches is his. That much space created by Final K.
Huge.
4, 0, and 4. 3 members shoved back from the Pittsburgh Knights. And yeah, Mike gets one tapped, but it costs 2 of your best ultimates in order to do it.
Yep.
In that Divine Retribution and I'm a Monster, Final K wastes no time on getting into the back line with it. Sam's
Zap
there to help
him too, right?
Yeah, exactly. Zap overcommits onto PBM as well. So 3 ultimates for Mike ends up being too steep a cost for the Pittsburgh Knights.
That's the first time Ghosts have gotten the Knights to overcommit, right? It's been the exact opposite the entire game, where the Knights are waiting happily for Ghosts to find a way to move into them. Instead, Zapman goes a bit off script as far as I'm concerned, dunking into Mike early on. It's a heavy commitment for Paul as well. And then how about Final K keeping all the damage away? That leaves Sam free and clear, man, to start shredding the front line of the Knights. What a fight from Ghost to pick up the pieces. Fire Giant now on all 5 members, ready to make a push. And look at these 2 lanes. Min and right are wide open to start committing onto the Phoenixes. If they like, I imagine they'll take the tier 2 and left first. But Ghosts have a real chance now to open this one up.
Perfect position because they get to get Primal Fury on the way. It's not going to take you long to get that. Final K can shove this left wave as the rest of the team is getting their buffs and ready to go on that Fury. As you said, tier 2 should be the call. Keep mid push to want to make sure you have some threat there. But as we've covered during this whole set, Ghost's composition works far better whenever you're all grouped up. And now you're going to be grouped up underneath that Phoenix. It's going to be hard to make sure that Twig's Sanctified Field hasn't gotten value. That's the crazy thing here, Finch, is that Twig hasn't had a good Sanctified Field yet.
Not at all.
In this game. And you are not picking Olarun for buttons 1 through 3. There is no chance. That character's unplayable. It's really all about that ultimate for Olarun. If he can find a good one here, we're going to game 5.
All right, so the tier 2 tower in left, that's going to fall. No chance Pittsburgh Knights step up enough to stop that one. It looks like Final K is on his way. Left might be the plan. I mean, it's furthest on the Fire Giant. This would be the priority if they can get it. And I think Ghosts do want a 5-on-5. The Sanctified Field so good here as Mike moves in first into the ultimate, looking for a pull. It does not happen yet as the whole team regroups. Fields of Love from Panda Cat used as well, but they get the left side Phoenix largely for free. Shell down for PCAT, all of Mike's relics used, but I think they make that trade.
And the 2 most important diamonds for Ghost Gaming still lit. Descent into Madness and Sanctified Field still up and ready to go. And even though you don't have to worry about Ragnarok anymore, that is still a heavy weight on the shoulders of the Pittsburgh Knights. A much more disciplined Ghost Gaming in this game, isn't it? I mean, that is vastly different from what we saw from them in games 1 and 2.
And Fine OK has his ultimate when Cubo Fred doesn't. That is the Knights' best answer.
Yep.
To Fine OK is what Nemesis can do to make him so much more vulnerable. So Fine OK should be running free and clear in this one. Ghost looking for one more push. The mid finish is the call, and they are happy to 5 stack up. But Pittsburgh Knights not let them in just yet.
Blink is up here for Fine, and you want to use those Thorns early. So this is probably going to be a similar play to what we saw in left once Sam pushes this wave. Love what Mike is doing as well. Give him an opportunity to push up this right wave. That right wave is stacked for PK, so this next wave is going to make the difference for Ghost, but if this is an elongated fight, 2 more waves should be pushing for Ghost Gaming, and Sam has a much better flank route coming from the left.
Sam gets that lave up. There's the blink for Fine OK. He moves in. Thorns popped as well, so he's ready to cause the problems. But into the backline, though, goes the damage. Paul finds Fine OK and deletes him. Mike grabs Scary D, takes him out of the fight, but Twig all alone.
Not
Paul
again.
gets a double. The Knights stand up at the last minute and push Ghost out.
Not again. Not like this, Finch. 2 for 0. Too deep for Fine OK, and now Panda Cat not in a great spot. He's going to need support from his duo lane partner.
Well, Mike is on his way. Panda Cat drops the fields of love, but in comes Zapman diving from the sky. Zapman is still alive. Panda Cat has dropped, and Mike can't find the last bit of damage.
No.
So somehow Knights have all 5 still alive, and Mike, my man, is dead to rights.
No chance he gets anything done here. A little bit of damage onto Paul is the best he can hope for, but Mike has bought an eon of time. But
More
Sam
than expected.
just went in, forced the blink out from Neil.
And Neil's not going to let Sam back at this point. That means the base unprotected for 10 more seconds. Fine OK.
2
on
waves
the
coming
way.
left.
Captain Twig right behind him, but you're right. Minions are moving into the Titan of the Pittsburgh Knights, so this one might not be free. If PK are going to push in, they got to be quick. Fine OK's back up, and he won't have Sam's back yet.
My God, they're doing it again. They're going for it again. Their macro has been immaculate so far here this week.
Twig is up.
They're going to have to try and make something happen here. They decide not to go for the end. I don't think that was ever in the cards for the Pittsburgh Knights. But they trade a good portion of their Titan health for that left side Phoenix, and it's not for nothing.
Ghost.
The Ghost's all in is good, and Zap has been caught by Sam for Soccer.
What a play from the jungler from Ghost, the world MVP once upon a time, has stepped up again, and Ghost want to get us into a game number 5. They've got a lane to push in down left. It's a 5v4 for 50 more seconds, almost a minute before Zapman is back.
Yeah, I don't even think you mess with an enhanced Fire Giant here, Finch. I mean, it's risky, though. I mean, against a team like PK,
Yeah.
Are you really going to go for something like an all-in dive
You gotta find
onto
Paul.
the Titan? But you've got Sanctified Field, you've got Descent into Madness, you've got so many ways to just dive that Titan with ease.
Well, Sam and the boys are moving down left, but they are not grouped. Panda
Cubo.
Cat trying to win a battle up against Cubo all
Cubo's
alone
caught.
in mid. And Cubo now low, in comes Fine OK, but
What a
Neil
pluck.
has the peel. But Captain Twig steps up, Sanctified Field puts Cubo Fred down, and the Ghost Gaming have the 5v3. In goes
That's it.
Fine OK. Paul in some trouble, but Panda Cat has fallen in the back. Ghost Gaming with 4 alive can still make it work.
Scary D doing his best, but Fight OK just too strong. Can't
my
take
God.
him down. But without Panda Cat or Sam for Soccer,
Yeah.
Finch, I thought that was it, but Zapman's up and he's going for Twig.
And he certainly should. Right there's the drop down, but Mike is there for the peel. They land the stun. The knockup is there, and Zapman has fallen to Mike and Captain Twig. In goes the leap. Mike finds another 2-man stun. Now it's Scary into trouble, having to use the beads, but the pursuit is on. In comes Fine OK, and Scary D starting to melt.
Didn't need Panda Cat if you've got Twig. That man pumping autos into the front line of the Pittsburgh Knights.
They're gonna go for
And
it.
Ghost Gaming going for game 5.
They're looking to close this one out. They want to move on in the game 5. Twig has the damage. Neilmar plucks him, but that won't stop him now. The Titan solo minions coming in as well, and Ghost move us on to a game 5 finals.
Unbelievable. Could it be any other way?
No.
The Pittsburgh Knights have done it to teams twice. Space Station Gaming sitting at home going, yeah, don't feel good, do it. That can't feel good for the Pittsburgh Knights because they know what it's like on the other side. They know how much momentum Ghost Gaming have right now. They know how confident they must be feeling. And now it's Pittsburgh Knights' turn to show SSG how they should have defended their 2-0 lead.
Ghosts seem to have found their middle ground. Will that be enough? It is all on the line. Game 5 on the other side of this break.
I see no signs. Do we go right? Can't decide. Do we turn back? Do we turn back? It's in your face. First up to mine. What did the day end up in time? How do we fall? How did we fall?
Only one other team has been able to complete a reverse sweep, and they had to do it a year apart, over a year apart in terms of competition. Ghost Gaming right now are looking to try and give us a second one within 1 week. I mean, Dave, that was absolutely insane. The fact that they were able to play to it. There were times where it looked like the Knights were going to win as well. This was not an easy win for Ghost.
What an absurd series these two teams are putting together, huh? And I would argue that's the closest game we've had in this best-of-5 series where Ghost starting to pull ahead in the early. They didn't get some quiet 4K gold lead this time. Knights are able to roar back things even. There's Fire Giants. There's Fury. I mean, this one really had it all. It's a loss, of course, for the Knights. I love the way that despite an overwhelming team fight presence from Ghost, they were able to fight into that. So I think, again, it's a loss, but if there's anything to build confidence on, it's the fact that you're able to shot call and somewhat effectively team fight around the onslaught that Ghost had. Game 5. What else could we hope for?
And that somewhat effectiveness that comes through. I mean, we're talking about this Ola run. Technically now 100% win rate, but Mifflin, there were times that Sanctified Fields was not doing what you wanted it to. It was the team fight afterward that Ghost had to do well on.
But it felt like the Sanctified Field was often used as just a tool to create space. Sure, I drop Sanctified Field, they beads, they run away, but you still got the Fields of Love to back it up. You still got the Descent into Madness. How often did he drop Sanctified Field? They'd all retreat straight into the open, happy arms of Fine OK, already up in the air as the Cthulhu. It felt like a really good draft, and I'm sure PK, we're feeling the pressure the entire match.
Well, it has been an exciting finals, and of course, we get one more game, which means for you out there at home, that's more opportunities to try and get here on the broadcast. Hashtag SWC at home. Tweet at us now showing how you are enjoying these finals. You got one more game. There is Rage coming through. Wearing the E United, unfortunately for her,
concussion.
she did get knocked down, or they got
feel like
knocked
we gotta
down.
tell
She
her to
almost
stop.
got knocked down. That's the concussion that came through.
Take care of yourself, Rage. Come on.
You gotta relax. Look, you don't get 3 5-game sets 3 days in a row and ignore the final game
guess
as you're
so.
coming
Cool.
forward. She's got to be able to watch as it is right there. And watching in VR, it looks like, to be able to hang out with everyone. Virtual popcorn as well as real-world
sick,
popcorn.
actually.
That
That's sick.
is one of the coolest ways to watch it. That might
Whoa.
be one of the better ways to watch it. You're not going to miss a thing with 3 monitors going, though. You can look to your left. Oh, man, that was a sick team fight. Look to
right.
your right. Hey, that's a sick play from Paul again on
Yeah.
this
We all
Scylla.
need a
Almost
little more
always.
Gormizer in our life. That's the way to do it. You just put them on 3 monitors.
Oh, I guess so. I'm going to be going in triplicate. And here is
Hey.
Todd Allen Harris. Guys, you might
we
remember
love
him, but now an owner of Ghost Gaming just says, please ban Scylla and ban Paul. Just, right? Because
Right.
even if you ban the Scylla, there's the Morrigan, the Hell, the Hebo, the list goes on and on and on. The mages this guy has are just ridiculous to try and deal with. I didn't even write them all down. You just had to go off of it. But this PK team, Dave, they play to their opponent, and I think that's the most difficult thing Ghosts are experiencing right now. You don't beat SSG and Radiance by accident, and now
Right.
they're finding out why.
And this is really interesting. I wonder, and we're getting, I'll get to that point kind of over at Picks and Bans. What I saw here from Ghost Gaming was some resilience there in the early game. I like Mike going back to this Fenrir here. A little questionable, I think, Mifflin on a couple of those dives back in there from the Knights in that lane, but Ghost Gaming, they set up for those types of moments.
They really do, but look, as far as I'm concerned, Ghost Gaming duo diffing PK has been
Yeah.
the story
It has.
of this entire set. It's PBM and it's his boy Panda Cat absolutely running it down consistently. But you bring up the questionable dives from the duo lane of PK. I'm going to go ahead and call out the player. It's Zapman on that Zapalo. My man's too confident. How often did he dunk down and then immediately get punished? Even the very last team fight, that's how Ghost Gaming find they're in. Zap goes in and gets blown up.
What a shift we're starting to see in some of the player mentality there as well. Immediate opposite from what we saw earlier on. Neil takes a step back, gets the troops rallied. You still see a smile on his face. They're not worried about it. Ghost, though, starting to feel some energy. Everyone's got to be on the same page, though, for Game 5.
And that's the biggest thing. Neil, I mean, he has said down 2-0. He gives this speech to the team. He gets them back up. You're not out of it yet. Look, guys, all we have to do is the same thing we've already done before, but this is different for them. They're not down by 2 and fighting back. They were up 2 and losing on the precipice of victory. And so that conversation there, that Neil right there, is the mental fortitude of the team. I think he is holding them together. A lot of good damage. As mentioned, that was a stellar game. Very back and forth between these two in terms of the fight.
Right.
Honestly, everything I have written down here, I'm not sure it matters anymore. A friendly reminder that it's Twig's first year in mid. That's an important point to drive home. This guy is insane. The fact that he can bring out things like an Ola run. The team fight has been incredibly solid for them, but I think this next Picks and Bans Mifflin, it might be it is the end-all be-all, right? I mean, it is
last
the
game of the
thing
set.
that is going to take you into the final game of this World Championship.
Look, I don't know what you need to change, right? You've shown that you're capable of beating the Scylla. Certainly not easy, but the capacity to do it is certainly there. Does Ghost Gaming stick to their guns and bring the exact same bans? PK's done it 4 times in a row. I think that there have been small adaptations, small pivots from both teams. I wouldn't be surprised to see something come through here. If anything, it's on PK. That's where I want to see the changes made. You took away the Cucullin, you put him onto a Cthulhu. Fine, okay, can't be stopped that way. I think if anything, if you want to limit his god pool, you can't just take one. You got to take away a lot more.
I mean, we're in such a bizarre area. As much as I want to talk about it, Ghost, they've had 4 games in a row where they've started with a lead, and then depending on how a coin flip toss is what it feels like, they've been able to either win or lose. The first 2 Knights have impossible comebacks, and as much as I want to go on and on about how Ghost are playing well, it's what we're expecting of them, right? I mean, this is a team that 3-2'd Radiance for Phase 1. They 3-0'd Radiance for Phase 2 in those playoffs, and then they come into this, they absolutely demolish the Renegades. There's no other terminology for what they did there, and they move into this finals. It's shaky, I think, that we come forward, but this Knights team, especially as we move forward into picks and bans for game number 5, is the one that is on my mind. They come back from 3 Phoenixes down. They come back from 2 games down and reverse sweep on SSG. Now they're in this position. Dave, I mean, there's so much weight on this. They've done the same thing 4 times in a row for those picks and bans, or at least the bans, I should say. Do they go back to it?
I think you do. I mean, honestly, at this point, it nearly worked for you there in Game 4. Honestly, nothing. The Ghost has been adding enough variety, I think, into their draft that I don't know what I'm changing if I'm PK here.
Honestly.
No individual pick outside of maybe the Cullen that PK picked away in Game 3 stands out to me. Like, this has been tearing us apart this set. It's been in-game tactic. Like, maybe you throw the Fenrir out there. Mike has been dominating on that pick, though there's enough peel and burst damage to slow that down there in Game 4. I honestly don't change anything if I'm PK because nothing else stands out to the level that we need to rip this away. I am interested, though, and I'm going to do a little share one here, maybe. Miff, what are you, or Gord, whoever wants to jump in on this. I am curious, though, at what point, because there are no Paul bans here for Ghost Gaming. Is there a weird world where Ghost are leaving some of these picks open that we know Paul likes to play, and he's just not picking them because Scylla's been this big talk of the tournament? Scylla's been this big pick, and all these other picks are still on the table. He loves Hebo. He loves Morgan. Think of all these picks we've seen Paul dominate on, and it's just been Scylla the entire set. I can't believe I'm questioning it because it's looked incredible. Don't get me wrong. But are you shoehorning yourself into a specific play style by going to that pick every time?
But what is the common thread between every single one of Paul's picks? The Hebo, the Morgan, the Scylla are all these late game-centric gods that Ghost Gaming are looking to abuse. I think it's a choose-your-own-poison situation here.
Sure.
He could have any single one of those, but it's not going to play into the weakest point of PK's drafts, the early game. I think Ghost is very happy if he goes to the Hebo. That's so easy for a Fenrir to run down. The same could be said of Morgan, the same could be said of Scylla, the same could be said of Hell. I think that even though Paul's god pool is incredibly diverse, it still has that commonality thread throughout that Ghost Gaming is looking to abuse.
Just don't care.
That's a weird world. I mean, a few days ago, Hell and Aphrodite were the talk of the town.
Right.
At least, the Hell was getting banned. Aphrodite was something that I had to write down because it's in their top picks. They played it so much. And granted, Paul himself didn't look necessarily great on it. You don't look good when you play Aphrodite. You make other people look good. And he did exactly that. But you come into this, and like you had said, Dave, now we're looking at the same 6 bands, the Ra, the Rat, the Set coming through, the Ymir, the Guan, the Yamoja. But the change-up is going to be here. Cupid locked in for the Knights alongside the Morrigan that comes through. And I want to highlight a game from yesterday. Paul, they end up losing it, but Paul switches into some of the Warriors. I mean, he has a great game against Radiance on this Morgan. Mifflin, it feels like, again, another solid pick. And like you said, late game for him. And they grab this Cthulhu.
Whoa.
What's scarier than one Cthulhu, Gore? It's going to be 2 of them. Descent into Madness times 2. That's a huge change for PK. Now, their late game team fight is going to be in spades. They're going to be able to blow it out of the water. But outside of that, it's still, you need to make it to that late game team fight. You need to make it to the point where you're able to group up as 5. Ghost Gaming has bringing the fight to him, PK that is, so early on. And already there's that micro matchup that's established itself. Cullen, who was able to rotate into the mid lane early on with the Ventilate ability, should be able to chase down the Morgan incredibly easily.
Well, Poseidon, Rom being locked in, notable because we haven't really seen him this tournament. It's been the Heimdalls, you've got the Apollos, you've got this Cupid. I mean, even Jing Wei coming out before we've gotten to see Rom. It's been from top to, not necessarily the bottom, I guess mid-tier overall for your carries. But Dave, I mean, he's been the matchup against Cupid all of Phase 2.
Yeah, this Rom pick, I'm actually surprised at the lack of maybe Rom throughout some of these early games. I like the ability to disengage yourself from these fights, gun down long-range objectives. Now you look at some of the objectives secure, specifically, of course, we have the Poseidon, but adding that Rom in there as well, whether it's an objective that goes start up or now this new PK that likes sneaking away some of these objectives, you have a slightly wider opportunity to take some of that away. It's an extremely niche, I think, conversation to have around the ROM and the ability to steal away objectives, but it's something that's kept the Knights in games here this week, so it's probably something worth looking at. ROM versus Cupid, though, that absolutely, I think, is going to be a fun lane to watch, especially with how volatile the duo lane has been up to this point. Panda Cat's got a lot of weight to pull here on this pick, and he has the ability to do it because we've seen him on this pick in the past.
Oh, you want to talk about bans. Tsukuyomi, Raven, clean out the rest there for Ghost. Their final bans of this World Championship. On the other side, it is Fenrir and Nemesis. And the only thing I think that could get... I can hear a crowd screaming again. We might not be in front of them, but I can hear it loudly for a signature pick here, Mifflin. This Hunbats from Sam for Soccer. It's something you got to be scared of.
It's huge for this team fight. The Morgan, it slams by Fear No Evil so easily. And take a peek at the bans across the board. Raven, Tsukuyomi, as you already highlighted. Nemesis taken away by PK themselves. That essentially forces Cuvo Fred's hand. He has to go back to the Camazotz. We got to see it once already in this set. It didn't look good. 3,300 damage throughout the entire duration of the match. And now he's going to have a pretty hard time dealing with this Ghost Gaming draft. Hunbots with a disengage through Fear No Evil. Rom able to disengage himself, as Dave has already highlighted, by using the Astral Barrage. Even Kakulin just creating that space. I think Ghost Gaming, they might just do it, man. Already with this core 4, this might be reverse sweep territory.
I heard that list you gave, though, and suspiciously missed someone in that. You mentioned Kakulin, Rom, and Hunbats, but is Cuvo picking this to try and sit on Twig to make this Poseidon hurt?
It is a tool that can bully out Poseidon, the bat out of hell, if you're worried about the Kraken coming through immediately, even if you're inside of the Whirlpool, if you've got fast enough reactions, you're going to be able to avoid it every single time. But it's so hard to get to the Kakulin, or the Poseidon rather, in the back through this entire roster. And if that was the strategy, if you're looking to shut down Poseidon, Ghost Gaming, as if they're listening to you, Gore Miser, lock in the Khepri in that very last slot. If that's the easiest target, that means it's the only target that needs to get Scarab's Blessings.
And Dave, this Khepri pick, as much as I want to go back and talk about this Kuzenbo for Neil, I think we can pause, put that in a little box, and go to this Khepri now. It's one of the biggest things we got to see during the wildcards. During Phase 2 playoffs, he was pretty big. He's been oddly devoid of this. I know I can guarantee Auburn right now is spamming in chat because the hug bug was just locked in for the last game of the World Championship. But that Mifflin highlighted, it's so good. It's so powerful here.
So stifling in a lot of these fights as well. I mean, when PK are having to scrap for every individual kill that they've gotten throughout this set, now giving Mike the opportunity to take one more away from PK when they're able to find one. Talk about a mental check in this game where PK are potentially going to find a pick. Morgan wraps around. I mean, all these scenarios where Mike can lock down PK and their ability to find these individual picks. It's an awesome pick, I think, here from Mike, because not only do you have the ultimate, you have the ability to keep these team fights in your corner by saving someone on your team. It's an awesome ultimate. You're not sacrificing some of that early aggression that Mike likes to find. I mean, it's not the same as a Fenrir. It's not the same as some of those really in-your-face support picks, but a Root and an Abduct can set up for the rest of your team just as well.
Now, you're coming into this, though, like you said, Root, Abduct, great setup. The save that is going to come in the form of that ultimate, insane for what it can bring. But Mifflin, I'm looking at a Cthulhu, and I'm looking at a Kuzenbo. Honestly, I'm looking at Morgan, I'm looking at Camazotz. There's a lot of initiators on this team. Cthulhu and Kuzenbo may be standing at the forefront of it. They're going to be difficult to deal with. And there's not really direct counters to deal with that Cthulhu, plus the Morgan Cthulhu that can come out.
There isn't on the other side, but even then, it's just a dive-centric composition from PK. Cthulhu, Camazotz, Kuzenbo, and you know what? We don't have to call it the Morgan. We'll call it Cthulhu 2, because that's more than likely what we're going to see come late game. All Ghost Gaming has to do is survive that initial engagement, make it through the double descent into madness, and then all of a sudden this entire draft from PK starts to fall apart ever so slowly. I think it's going to come down to Cuvo Fred throughout the early game, making sure that Paul gets a lead. If Paul's able to get a lead in the early, he's all of a sudden got the ability to one-shot just about anyone. Then Scarab's Blessing, a lot easier to place, but even then, who's been getting the early lead every single game? It's Ghost Gaming.
That's scary to think about, guys, but we're going into game number 5. Can the Knights go back to back, or can Ghost break this curse? Let's find out.
Thank you on the desk one last time as we move into our Game 5 of the finals. And Aggro, 2 players are doing an about-face as far as I'm concerned in their play style. First, Paul, after 4 games in a row on Scylla, switching over to this Morgan. And then Mike, after how good the Defender has looked, how polar opposite is Kepri from that?
Very polar opposite, but it's still a signature pick for both of these guys.
Right.
And I like the adjustment from both. I like PK going away from the Scylla, which is a psychotic thing to say when you consider the first 2 games of this set, that somehow PK would get to a point where not picking Scylla when it's open is the right call, but Ghost has demonstrated that they've figured it out, so it's time to switch it up. These first 3 picks were spooky if you're on Ghost's side, because the Morrigan plus Cthulhu already feels awfully strong. But when I was looking at what I was thinking Mike would pick, I'm thinking, okay, something that he can go Sunder on. That's what you want up against the Cthulhu, so you can at least maybe take care of one very, very quickly. And Kepri is the god that he usually goes Sunder on because it's so easy to set up for it. You've got the Abduct, you've got that Solar Flare, you've got ranged CC, and it helps get rid of that dive potential onto at least one of the members of Ghost. This is a heavy dive sort of composition from the Pittsburgh Knights. Ghost Gaming have got to find a way to either group up on the retreat together and not get picked apart by all of the space that Pittsburgh Knights can create with this composition, or they have to find a way to surge forward, to push through and not be intimidated by what you're going to see coming from this Morrigan.
And I really like, as a critical piece of that, Fino K back on this Cullen. This has bounced back and forth between him and Scary, and I feel like the guy that's had it has kind of been in the driver's seat, haven't they? They've had the chance to be the aggressor, to dominate this lane and then move out with that strong pick. I love seeing this here for him in his hands, but boy, are Ghost going to have their work cut out for them here in this one. What a way for this finals to end. We are approaching the end. We shall be crowning a new champ before too long here at this point. Can you imagine the pressure, Asher? I mean, I don't even think that I can.
No.
Right? There's something so far beyond what I've ever personally been in. As Mike
Neil
locks down Neil, even uses the Sunder.
Wow.
But not enough to take him down there.
No, truly not even close. I thought Neil was in much more danger in that situation, but Neil, understanding his situation, is A-okay. I think that we're kind of taking for granted just how impossibly hard it is to reverse sweep, because we've seen PK do it 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
That it's like, oh, well, now that you're back to 2-2, that means that it's automatically Ghost, right? But it really hasn't been. There have been tons of situations where teams have come back from 2-0 down and then still lost here in Game 5. The mental strength that it takes to be that locked in with that much pressure on you this entire time is really, really hard to understate. I think the Pittsburgh Knights are a team that has proven to me that no amount of mental pressure or mental damage can be enough for me to sway how they feel. So against other teams, I think they'd really be feeling the pressure now that they're in reverse sweep territory. Not PK. I'm not stressed about them at all.
No, this is a team that could hold on. And if we're going to take the Paul out of, not the Paul, the Still out of Paul's hands, rather.
You were close.
Then the Morgan's a
the
great
same
place to put it. They're essentially the same here at this point. And I think giving them this Morgan is going to be critical. And you hit it dead on with this Cthulhu. What are Ghosts going to do in these team fights? And they have 2 of those to deal with. Perhaps a lot of pressure on Sam with that Fear No Evil.
First thing that pops off the board at me here is that Fred has gone Blink up against a Hunbat and a Kepri and a Poseidon.
No beads, yeah.
That has not been typical for him. And so that signals to me that PK is coming in and has talked about not giving up in the early game, not conceding our buffs, because otherwise we're going to end up falling too far behind and this team fight composition is never going to materialize. That's interesting to me, that clearly some sort of decision has taken place, whether that's Fred internally all by himself, or that Pittsburgh Knights have said, hey, we need you to be more active in the early game, because we didn't really get a chance to see very much from that Nemesis at all in game number 4. We didn't get to see him do anything on the Camazot's game number 3 because Sam was all over his buffs. I think that that's something that to keep an eye on. Is Fred going to be aggressive with this Blink, or will Ghost Gaming be the ones to go, oh, hey, one Abduct and Fred is toast?
And you got to think Twig's going to be a big part of Fred's target selection, right? He wants this Poseidon done with. And putting Twig on this pick, what a call in this last 5th game, because it's so binary when you're playing Poseidon. Either you hit that Kraken or you did not, right? Or you found the right Whirlpool in this team fight and locked down a couple people, or you didn't. And Twig's is going to have to succeed at that multiple times, because we know the Knights are not going to go away from 1 or 2 good fights. They are trusting Twig to really, really execute on this pick in the biggest moment.
and it gives you something here in the mid lane that at least gets you pressure. And I think that while you're right that it is very binary in terms of its team fight performance, it's not in terms of what it brings to your team composition.
Neil with the blink in. Mike has been grabbed into the fields of love. Heart bomb there as well. Twig providing a little bit of peel, and Mike makes that a trouble on that one. That is the blink down for Neil, as well as the ultimate down for Zapman, and Mike escapes successfully. Now fine, okay, put a bit of pressure on the Scary.
And losing that Descent into Madness means that this could open up a buff invade. Look at where Sam is headed. He was going for his blue. Now, Scary D, half HP, no ultimate. See if we can get there in time.
Glad maybe that they didn't, with Paul lying in wait. Would have been a difficult fight with all three of them there. And Ghost end up thinking the better of it in that last little interaction. But you talked about how maybe we might see the Knights looking a bit more aggressive in the early. How about Neil and Zap looking for maybe a pick on the mic, just roaming the jungle?
You love it. And it doesn't work out, but that's okay. It doesn't cost you that much,
right?
As long as Panda Cat's not going to be the aggressor in this lane. But here's a hint, he's not going to be the aggressor in this lane. Rom versus Cupid is one that we've seen a lot this year.
Yep.
And it's always been that Rom ends up just being there to tread water and then outperform in the later stages of the game. When I think of hunters that can take down Cthulhu, I think of Rom near the top. Big attack speed steroid. You're not missing those autos on a target that big, and he's just going to chunk through that HP pool late game. Plus that Sunder coming from Polar Bear Mike. I think Ghost Gaming have really come away with an excellent draft, and really more than anything else, I'm a sucker for clutch players on clutch gods, and that feels like the case for Sam on the Hun Bats.
Yes, Sam's got to find some really big Fear No Evils in this one. Imagine in a late game team fight if Sam gets to Paul and maybe the Changeling never even goes off. Imagine how much that could turn the tide of a fight. Or if he's able to find a big one on a Zap or Cubo and get one of these members out early. Or in the midst of this dive, maybe it's hard to affect these Cthulhus, but if you can stop some of that follow-up, that would be huge as well with that Fear No Evil. Sam is going to be absolutely critical. Is there anyone else that you want besides the world's MVP making those big moments for you?
No, certainly not on the Hun Bats. Hun Bats is a character that's been around forever.
Yep.
I mean, Cuvo has been long touted as one of the best Hun Bats players in the worlds. Of course, we think of adapting on that pick, and Cherio, and Andinster, and Gars.
Yeah.
For my money, Sam's the best to ever touch it. He has been dominant on this pick in his career, and he just makes it look easy on this pick. And that's what I love, man. It's like watching Emilito lock in Kronos in Game 5. You know, nothing feels more right than seeing a guy go to one of their signature picks. Even if it isn't meta, even if we're not seeing other people play it all that often, putting Hun Bats in Sam's hands in a clutch situation makes sense to me.
And embracing the moment as Sam Forsuck gets aggressive, Scary D makes it into the ultimate, but he shall not survive. Ghost Gaming find first blood in the solo lane.
And close, but no cigar there on getting the kill after the fact. But Mike is in no man's land. He walked in between the towers expecting an invade on the other side. There is no chance he lives here, right?
No, they're willing to dive. This what a shot from Paul. The dive never even comes up as he hits the fadeaway.
Yeah, that just can't happen, though, for Mike in that
really
situation.
Tough.
I mean, you set up a great play. I think Mike was assuming that there'd be a heavier rotation coming over to that right-hand side, and he was trying to get there to support. But he got caught in between, and if that happens, then you've got absolutely nowhere to go. Bad mistake coming from Polar Bear Mike to kill some momentum here for Ghost.
That's huge for the Knights. I mean, think about how different that 0 is up there in this moment, right?
Yeah.
We peak here the last team in the world whose head you're getting into from what we've seen, but still, it can weigh on you a bit when the other team's hitting their shots and you're not. So getting that free pick on the mic, he even used the Scarab's Blessing, which kind of turned into a good idea, right? He almost made it out of there, maybe a little bit. But still, I mean, you get a good amount out of that if you're Knights. You definitely do not want Fine OK getting way ahead or Sam in that solo lane, but getting something back from Mike is nice.
And that's the thing that I want to see here from Fine, is that when we've seen him on this Cucullin, they have used it to garner right side pressure really, really effectively in every single game. Even in the games they lost with this Cucullin, Fine has been able to dominate this solo lane. And immediately he's doing it again, going to proxy early on in the game, already has a Talisman of Energy as his option to give him some more magical defense, because he assumes Paul is one that could probably rotate over at the exact same time. Right side pressure has been achieved already for Ghost Gaming.
Sam's here again, pushing Scary D out. So that Fine OK can strip away this blue buff. Start to get a little bit of farm started here for him. And they do strip that blue buff away successfully. Tier 1 tower under siege as well. This is what Ghosts have done really well. Not just the early game, but in particular solo lane. They've had it all game long. Really the side lanes in general, as you've covered plenty of times, and use that to move into the rest of the fights effectively. They need Scary D to hold on, but maybe they don't. I mean, how many times has Scary D lost lane and then still been huge in late game team fights?
Exactly. That's been the strat so far for the Pittsburgh Knights, but that's why I think that this blink on the Camazotz is interesting to me. That feels more like Pittsburgh Knights wanting to get a little bit more aggressive, and so far it's mattered exactly 0 because
and we're
Cubo
close
is
to it not, right? When he gets to 12.
Right, he's 2 levels away from having beads anyways where he would have been picking up that blink, but this is what I wanted to see. Is Cubo going to come over and eat a Fear No Evil?
And this time you don't have beads. What a decision from Cubo Fred. He gets out of there with a bat of the hell, but fine, okay, is on the warpath. Sam coming underneath to look to lock him down. Still has the blink, but Cubo Fred with the counter blink overhand smash puts him down, and Sam takes the back. Meanwhile, fine, okay, winning the battle up against Scary and Mike and Twig surviving. What a play in solo.
This right side of the map is becoming a problem already for Ghost Gaming. Tower about to fall on its last legs. This is going well, but Mike again nearly gets caught in mid.
Paul almost gets there and punishes Mike, but doesn't quite get to do it. Twig doing a good job of dodging, goes into the Kraken, taking the opportunity if it's there. I love it. Take those shots on Poseidon if you can find them.
Absolutely, you get beads and ult for just your ult cooldown. Sign me up. You've got at least 10% CDR there with the Mage's Blessing, and Pittsburgh Knights have not looked prepared yet in this game for the pressure that Ghost is going to bring. It hasn't been a secret. When they lock in this Kakullen, you know that they are going to be on that right side of the map. They're picking pressure mages to match it so that you can't just walk out of mid and beat him there either.
Cubo Fred coming in to contest, but Ghost get the Pyromancer. It looks like they're going to make it out with their lives as well. Though Twig takes such a greedy path, and Twig on the world stage, but in comes the Scarab's Blessing. Twig survives, and that's Paul's ultimate on cooldown.
Polar Bear Mike in the right spot at the right time.
So
but boy,
big time.
You are right, because that was greedy pathing coming from Twig.
It was in your hands, man.
Yeah, that was scary that he was going that way, but even that makes a big deal. Twig forced back to base. Scary D's here for gold.
Fine okay here as well. So is Boulder Mike, but the snipes are there. The Knights confirm it. Great job. But in comes Fine okay looking for a punish. He is pushing into enemy territory, but the blink from Neil gets him out of danger. The Knights find a big answer with that Fury.
Zap caught in no man's land. Fields of Love is up, uses it to buy him space, dashes through. Nice play coming from Zapman, but look at this tower on the left. Are they just going to be able to take it?
I think so. Panda Cat knows he has the pressure. That tower is down, and Mike is preventing anyone from stepping up. The left side tier 1 tower, gone. That right one on its last leg. Ghoster opening up the map more than the Knights. The Knights are finding ways back in, yes, but it's nowhere near as strong as this affirmative action from Ghost that's setting them up.
They are posing all of the questions. The Pittsburgh Knights have had very, very few answers so far. Sam's on his way over to the right-hand side, knowing that Fred might stick around, and Blink Fear No Evil is up for Sam. He's got that Hydra star, so close to the Hydra's Lament. He's got plenty of damage in the bank already.
Still no beads yet for Cubo Fred. He has not yet taken that level 12 back, so he still has that vision shard instead of actually having that extra safety relic. Mike rolls to the jungle, sees Cubo Fred, but on his own poses little threat. But this is so impressive, man. This is the biggest time these guys will face, right? I mean, here trying to get Captain Twig a ring, finally. Pittsburgh Knights trying to get Cubo 1 and Sam getting aggressive. Makes it back to his own tier 2 tower for safety. But Fine OK is here. They want to get aggressive, and Scary D might have to ult if this pressure continues. There's the Blink Fear No Evil, but Scary had the response. But that is not slowing down Fine. In comes Sam with the overhead smash. And the Kraken from Twig puts him down, but they got to respond. Neil Maw here, but there's the Scarab's Blessing again as Captain Twig survives. Big time ult from Polar Bear Mike.
But again, they've got Water One Cthulhu. How about a second Twig on the run? But Paul's on different targets. Everyone is going to live from Ghost.
And Fine OK almost catches up to Cubo Fred. Mike and Twig make it out. My goodness, Ghosts are not shying away from the big moment here at all. Making the plays back to back to back. I want this tier 1, and I want it now. Say Ghost Gaming. Nothing going the way of the Knights. And Panda Cat is all the way in right, finding a kill for himself.
Unbelievable. Ghost is just snowballing this game. They have all this momentum. They've won Game 3 with their back against the wall. They won Game 4 with their back against the wall. And now here in Game 5, they have come out of the gates red hot. And the Pittsburgh Knights now reeling. And this is where they've been numerous times here in this tournament. If it were anyone else, I'd be waving the white flag. I'd be worried about the mental of the Pittsburgh Knights, but I just can't write this team off yet.
But you got to think about the flow of it, of how normal Game 5s go. When the team that has been reacting the most gets to make that final adjustment in Game 5, it usually gives them the advantage. But Ghost kind of flipped that, didn't they? They came in with a completely new look. So Knights didn't get a chance to make that reactionary play that we normally see happen here. Now the Knights have to respond to a new look. I mean, this is some stuff Ghosts played all year, but new in this set, on the fly. Can they do it? Can they hold on the way they typically do?
4,000 gold here at 15 minutes, or closer to 3, I suppose. Still a massive lead for the Ghost Gaming squad. The good news here for the Pittsburgh Knights is that the experience deficit is not what it has been during some of these leads. Mike, once again, very, very far ahead of Neil. That's been a storyline all day so far here today in the finals. 3 levels up there for Mike. But the rest of the map, despite losing all this pressure and losing their towers, has not fallen too far behind. And that means that Pittsburgh Knights have opportunities in order to come back. Don't forget as well that because a lot of this gold has come from towers, this gold is ready to be claimed back by the Pittsburgh Knights. A lot of the gold has been lost to towers by minion waves being pushed under. That's where the damage onto the towers came from. And 1,000 gold is from killing 2 tier 1 towers. They're worth 500 gold apiece for the whole team. So now you're in a position where Pittsburgh Knights, they win one fight after something like a Fury. Maybe they can catch up pretty quickly.
They're going to need to, as Final K once again looking for some pressure in solo right when the Rage transformation comes up. Not going to get the kill, but hopefully maybe he can get an ultimate forced out. Doesn't materialize, so he just retreats. But this is where Ghosts have got to be careful. This is where Pittsburgh Knights have made their moves, isn't it? Right around this point, when all the momentum is in Ghost's side, Paul steps up.
And particularly when Ghost puts themselves in positions to be capitalized on. They've made mistake after mistake in this exact part of the game. If Ghosts keep it buttoned up, close to the vest, they should be in a very good position to be lifting the hammer, but they cannot be late to objectives like this Oni Fury that's about to spawn. They can't be lazy on their ward coverage because Paul is going to be hunting on the backside. And Pittsburgh Knights, coming into a very important fight, aren't behind by that much itemization. 3 items complete for everybody almost on the Pittsburgh Knights side. 3.5 items complete for Ghost. So this is an opportunity for, if I'm Ghost, I press tab, I look at the situation. If we wait another 800 to 1,100 gold, we'll be up of an item, whereas Pittsburgh Knights might get a tier 1 on theirs. I think you might be able to wait and play for a stronger power play than where they are now.
Still, it looks like Ghost would like to force the issue. So far, we've not had a real 5-on-5, had we? These have been picks that Ghosts have been going their way. They have been out-rotating Knights in this early. This could be where PK can say, we can plant our flag here and maybe win a big one altogether.
Now, the big difference in itemization that I'm seeing is what you see out of Panda Cat. He's completed his chin size.
Huge.
And Balance Blade is only there for Zapman. The difference in DPS between those two hunters is going to be massive in this fight. So can Panda Cat leverage that?
And how important is that going into the Cthulhu as the Fury down to half? Cubo Fred has the loop around behind the actual Fury, but Scary D blinks in first. Cubo right behind, but the Fear No Evil for Sam buys them a little bit of space, but they're too stacked, and Ghost Gaming are now in some trouble. Good ultimate from Mike. Keeps Sam alive for the moment, but he's brought right back into the trouble. Cubo finds one. Kraken doesn't find anything, and Scary D gets Sam, but Fine OK, as always, is riding the ship. Panda Cat still alive as well, and maybe they can find a couple picks. But Twig, left alone, is going to die under the mid-tier 1. It's a double for Cubo Fred.
Panda looking to get what he can on the back end, trying to catch up to Scary D, but rolls into the root, and Scary might just be out. Final K on the way, no blink for him, but no tower for Scary to protect him.
At the very least, Fine OK can keep the chase for a moment, but cannot do it. What a fight from the Knights there.
Beautiful fight, and that's where they just group up, and they say, beat this. You know, we got a Cthulhu ult, we got Morrigan coming in, we got plenty of space to create, and that's exactly what they do. You can't peel Fred. He's up in the sky. The big difference is that Sam did not get his ultimate off before Scary was able to blink in. Scary doesn't have beads. He doesn't have Magi's. He doesn't have any of that. If Sam sees Scary, he's got to take the initiative. He's got to find that blink Fear No Evil on this Cthulhu, because if you let Scary get into your backline by blinking, Thornsing, and ulting right away, it's going to be very, very difficult to kill him. You either have to blink Fear No Evil him, or you need to Fear No Evil off of his reaction, off the sound, before he uses that ultimate. Mike can do it too. He's got that abduct. Mike still has both relics up at this point, and that's because the relic dagger, I believe they came back up after that fight. The good news for Ghost after that fight is that they have completed some of these items that we were just talking about. A Hide of the Urchin there for Fine OK, an Erendite for Sam for Soccer. And now you've got a lot more defense available for Fine OK. He can dive a little bit more effectively. And Panda Cat got to free cast that whole fight. You're not going to win a lot of fights if you're the Pittsburgh Knights if that keeps happening. You can't let him do that.
I mean, the big difference maker, well, one of them, there's a lot going on in that fight, but imagine if Twig can get that ultimate a little bit more into the fight,
Great
right?
point.
That's
Yeah,
a bit off the mark.
Yeah.
So if you're Ghost, maybe you don't lose by such a big margin. You're thinking if you can execute a bit better, especially as you said, if you can stop Scary D from getting into the ult. Another big fight around this Oni Fury.
But Sam is going to be looking for Scary, and Scary's got to know that. Scary's going to try and blink Sam's blink the vast majority of the time, but I almost wonder if there's a world where Sam can force the blink and Mike can instantly abduct, and then Sam can just turn and drop the Fear No Evil right on top of that abduct. If you can take Scary out of this fight entirely, I almost don't care how many ult it takes you. You're going to have a lot easier time, even with the Morrigan being another potential Cthulhu.
Fine OK as the Fury down to about half. Ready to move in as Scary D has done a great job all fight. The Fury goes to Twig, gets rid of Neo. Finally, he steps up, and Scary is low as well in the back, but he gets Fine OK first.
Twig!
And finds some revenge for the lane. Kubo in the back is diving Sam, who goes to the overhead smash, but it's not enough. Paul gets a kill as well, and suddenly the Knights have found a 1-for-3. The team fight going easily to the Knights.
And Panda Cat and PBM, the only ones left standing. That's 2 fights in a row that it has not been close for the Pittsburgh Knights. And again, Twig just a little bit off the mark. He ends up just not having enough damage in order to kill Scary. It forces Panda Cat to go up into that ultimate in order to try and take him out. But that's more time that Panda's not on the ground dealing that DPS. Pittsburgh Knights have really been able to make these team fights work because they've target selected beautifully so far.
Well, this is where the punishment comes from. Ghost still in the lead. Ghost got the Fury. Until now, there wasn't really a big punish. This is the play. The Knights get this fire, and suddenly Ghosts are on the back foot. Scary and Zapman are on it. Mike and Panda Cat are moving in, but Panda Cat does not have the ult. He cannot contest from a range. They might have just give this one up. How can Mike and Panda Cat contest?
Well, Mike's going to get blinked on right away, as is Panda Cat. Panda Cat's beads are down. That's it. I think Fury is going the way of PK.
Yeah, the fire, the biggest objective on the map, going to the Knights. This team believed after every step of the way in their team fight in the late game when they could group up in the 5v5, and right now, in the biggest moment, it's showing up.
Again, it's the early game for Ghost. It's the early game for Ghost and Pittsburgh Knights. Okay, well, we'll be okay. Just wait a little bit. Just calm down and wait until we start to group up. This team looks immortal when it comes to these team fights. They are making it work every single time. No one has been able to get on top of Paul, and that's been a huge deal, because if you let him really play these team fights patiently, wait until you get into the late game, especially with the Cthulhu ultimate creating, it's just hard to see whenever he's up in that ult. He's got so much going on around him, all the effects. It's hard to keep track of where the Morrigan could be coming from, and if Paul's able to get one rotation of skills off and then transform, he's been transforming more into the Kamazots than the Cthulhu, it's not going to be easy in order to take him out. Really, it's been this backline DPS from Ghost has been so split up, which is oftentimes what you want to do against Cthulhu. You want to make him choose. Don't let him do what Fine OK did to the Pittsburgh Knights last game, where he's able to single-handedly push all of your backline out. But at the same time, it's making Paul's job that much easier. It's making Cubo Fred's job that much easier, and it's making PBM's job harder, because he's got to choose which backliner to save.
This game is virtually even, though. The big difference is the Fire Giant for the Knights, so I like this. Ghost don't want to give up much. I mean, you obviously don't want to take a big fight over the Tier 1, but these Tier 2s, where a lot of the money comes from, I think Ghosts are going to have to make a stand.
And this is where the fact that Ghost got a lot of their early gold lead from towers ends up making this lead start to dematerialize more quickly than most leads would.
Exact same gold. The Knights are now getting the gold, even experience, heavily favoring the Knights, but with most people approaching 20, Paul at 19, 18, 17, so still relevant for a moment, whereas the Knights have a big advantage, 20 to 17 in the jungle, so absolutely some advantages still there for the Knights in that. And now they're splitting up the map a bit. Cubo, Neil, they're moving to left. They still have the Cthulhu and the Cupid in mid. They are splitting up this push.
Going to be difficult to handle, because this is exactly how Pittsburgh Knights have won these team fights. Split up the back line and let your dive composition go to work. And if Paul can find a way to get in between these towers, just float in between. There is no deep ward coverage where Panda Cat's standing.
But there's Sam for Soccer dropping the ultimate on the Scary D right at the start, and that is the key to get rid of Scary early, and Ghost Gaming sending the Knights packing.
Exactly what Ghost needed to do, and now you've got to worry about Final K blink it in, because he's got blink alt charge.
There it is, he finds Neil Ma for the knockout. Root not there, Neil gets out with the ultimate, but Ghost Gaming cannot overreact. Calmly, they take down this mid-tier 1, but if they overstep, the Knights every step of the way have taken something from them.
Exactly, 3 ultimates still up for PK, 4 members still with Fire Giant. You can't disrespect them. I like this call. I don't think PK can afford to step up to a 1 health tier 2 tower.
Look at those pings.
Yeah, look at the pings. They're gonna go left and try and prioritize the tier 2 where the wave is here on the duo side.
Doesn't that make a ton of sense? I mean, like you said, they cannot contest in right.
Yep.
But now, Ghost Gaming are backing. I don't know if they'll get there in time to save this tier 2. There's not a traditional hunter there. Paul and Cuvo can't get in time. Mike's on the way.
Paul does have Polynomicon, so that boosts your tower killing by a lot as a mage, but still won't be enough. A huge play there from Sam, and you see Scary start to work on a Mantle of Discord. That's going to stop that 100-0 chain CC potential from happening, because you'll get cleansed whenever you hit that threshold, but still you're going to be 40% HP with it in a bad spot after the fact. So I wonder if a Magi's is even the call, but Magi's doesn't feel that good up against something like a ranged root from Cap.
That's right, it can get taken away at any time easily by Ghost. As a great call really from the Knights to take that Primal. That is not nothing here at this point in the game. I know maybe the gold itself and experience, not the biggest deal, but making that Fire Giant easier for them is going to be key. Always going to be hard for them to take it if Twig's up with that Kraken, but this is going to make it a little easier.
And not a lot of pen here for Captain Twig in the build. He's got 10% coming from that Pythags piece, and he goes with the E-Staff instead of something like the Soul Reaver. Now, we see this a lot in mage builds these days because they fill similar roles. It's just that E-Staff gives you more tanky stats, and the proc is true damage instead of affected by mitigations and protections and things like that. But it also happens less frequently. I think Twig really needs both. I think he needs E-Staff and Soul Reaver in order to take down this Cthulhu, but he also needs a 20% pen option with the build. And as smart as the Hide of the Urchin is, knowing that you're going to get dove against a dive composition, and that Paul can transform into a physical god if you build magic defense, or a magical god if you build physical defense, the Urchin makes a ton of sense. But I don't know if he's going to have enough DPS to take down this Cthulhu when they really need him to. He's going to need to get to true 6 items with a Charon's coin or an Obsidian Shard and a Soul Reaver before I think he really poses a significant threat to Scary.
27 minutes in, we approach some of the biggest moments we have seen all year. This is what these two teams have fought for since they met last time, right? I mean, these are the exact same squads that battled. Already Ghost doing a bit better, right? Taking this to 5 as opposed to the 3-1 they lost last year. And you know these boys would love to get a win here. Prove they could do it once more with this version of the roster. This Fire Giant fight is going to be key, but the Knights have actually established the defensive control. They have vision around it. Ghosts are going to have to push in.
And when you have a Morgan on your side, getting that vision control is crucial because it lets her know where she can start her transformation, or start her stealth. That's the big thing for the Morgan. You can get past wards once you're stealthed, but the further up you've got sentries means the more options that you have in order to get to the backline. And the same goes for Ghost. You have to know as a backliner, okay, our furthest up sentry is right next to back harpies. That means that in the 5 or 6 seconds that Morgan has in that stealth, she can get to me all the way at blue buff. I've got to be hugging more right side than left side, or else she's going to have an easy time getting to me. It really changes the dynamic of your positioning as a backliner and even as a frontliner when you know how far these sentries are up.
Make life easier. Fred Sam for Soccer has gone over towards the red buff and picked that one up. Twig has the speed. So it looks like they traded those normal where you'd expect those buffs to go. Now Pyromancer being looked at. Ghost can't afford to overcommit here. Pyro not the biggest deal, but they are contesting lightly from afar, and they make it so the Knights can't take anything down for free. This is still very, very close. 100 gold or so separates them based on who goes to grab another camp or so. As the Knights grab the Pyromancer, Ghost still keeping this one very close.
Good poke on an Neoma, though, is worth almost as much as that Pyromancer. It does matter, though, because on those fights where you get low and have to reset back up, having that Pyro buff coming out of base ends up being a big deal. It also makes it easier for you to reset and rebuy wards, which is a huge part of Fire Giant dances. You want to be able to secure your backline with those sentries, make sure that they have no ward coverage there, and then go back to base, buy more sentries, and move them up a line. And then go back to base and move those up a line. And that's how you really start to dominate a neutral objective like Fire Giant. You see 5 sentries on the board right here for the Pittsburgh Knights. 1 on the backside of Fire, 1 in the Fire pit, just underneath the Fire pit, and then 2 around the left. This bottom left sentry that's highlighted right now, these 2 sentries you don't need anymore because you know Ghost doesn't have wards there. And as long as you've got someone there to tell you if someone steps up to ward far enough, then you can put another sentry there. So now you can move those 2 sentries up a line and put them in a position to dominate vision a little bit better and make Ghost Gaming's job that much harder of stepping in.
Minions just made a big play for Ghost. Tier 2 tower over in the left, brought down. Zap was rotating over to try and deal. Didn't get there in time, so now they know Zap's in left, and they could look to make a bit of a push. Twig is really far up, trying to make use of this tankier build he's got to be able to leverage an ability to step up a bit further. So Fire is the start, but now the Knights are kind of flanking around, enveloping Ghost, and recognizing that Ghost back up so they don't get flanked.
And this is perfect, because now Ghost has just given up control of the Fire Giant pit. We get instant control there. Zap's been able to do good work on this left-hand side. It looks like he wants to actually stick around potentially and solo out this Oni Fury, given the opportunity to give even more map pressure over to the Pittsburgh Knights.
Look at this. Mike maybe recognizing it rotates over, but Mike is the one on a ward. So the Knights have the information that the support's not around. They are on the hunt. Cuvo coming in underneath, looking for Mike. But Mike takes the safest possible pathing, gets back to safety. Now, Oni Fury going to belong to the Knights. Unless Mike can get there quickly, this is such a big value here in the late game to force the spread on the map. But now fight going to start here in the jungle. Cubo Fred has to ult. He goes for Twig, who is getting chunked. Paul on the way, and Twig gets deleted. The Knights make a huge play in the late game as Panda Cat snipes. Can't all connect, but they've got Neil Malo. Cubo Fred using the ultimate, trying to spread this fight out a bit, but now Ghost underneath the watchful gaze of the Knights. Zapman gets fine okay. Polar Bear Mike has to ult himself, and the Knights right on the precipice of putting this one to bed. Only 2 for Ghost, still standing.
Who cares about an enhanced Fire Giant? We've got Phoenix on the menu here for the Pittsburgh Knights. Only 2 left standing, no ults. I think you go for the end here, Finch.
This is such a big moment. Sam and Panda Cat with no ultimates to help defend. Not a lot they can do. There's still a lot of towers up, so this Titan is healthy, but in comes Scary D, and Panda Cat and Sam have to make the play. The Titan now down to about half HP, but Sam gets 1. Ghost Gaming, hold on, in a final moment.
Going in, though, is Sam for Soccer, and Cubo Fred is going to try and make him pay. Sam lives with a sliver of HP, 25 HP in a dream for the jungler for Ghost Gaming. Ghost not going home quite yet.
But haven't the Knights done quite a bit of work opening up this middle Phoenix, giving themselves a win condition here in this late game? Ghosts are getting caught spread around the map here, Aggro.
Yeah.
They are not matching the way the Knights are moving.
And that's what the Knights have done to every team they played against.
Yeah.
They've just played the map better so far, but Twig cannot be there, number 1. He dies with both relics up, Finch.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a cardinal sin at this point. But I think the Pittsburgh Knights may have just blundered.
Oh, they're burning
went
it
for the Oni Fury instead, and this is 3 DPS members on the EFG.
They still have Kraken. This is huge. Ghost Gaming are going to be able to secure this Fire Giant. This is huge. I know they lost in middle Phoenix, but Ghosts have just brute forced their way back in.
And that's credit to Panda Cat, because Panda Cat stopped Cubo Fred's back as he was trying to back in the speed buff. He rolled forward, put an arrow through that wall, forced Fred to blink out, really delayed the back timing from the Pittsburgh Knights. And this is one of the first real misplays we've seen macro-wise from PK, is not being there to defend that enhanced Fire Giant. Though I don't know if they could have. It would have been just those frontliners trying to step up and stop Ghost Gaming from doing it. The real mistake was going for the end. Too many towers up, Titan too tanky, and too much damage coming from Sam and Panda Cat.
But that's 2 traded haymakers, isn't it? Big fight for Knights in the mid, taking down the mid Phoenix, and then the return gut punch from Ghost as they come back and grab this fire. My goodness, is this set coming down to the big moments here, Aggro. Ghost Gaming now get to make a bit of a push of their own. They're starting in mid, obviously, though, trying to push up those fire minions.
This is where you got to start, and this is where you have to do a good job as well of pushing these side lanes, because you don't want to get caught in a position where you can't quite end, but you can't quite guarantee the end either by taking out Phoenix as you otherwise normally could have. So I would rather see Ghost be doing a little bit better job pushing out left as well as right, but because they have so little ward coverage and because there's a Morgan on the other team, they really respect the surprise attack potential coming for the Pittsburgh Knights. So they're going to move as a unit, which means it will be harder for this team to push out those side lanes because you can't afford to have just Sam or just Twig or just Fine even pushing out one of these side lanes, because if they get caught by Paul, they're probably not living.
A little under 2.5 minutes here for Ghost to work with on this fire, close to 220. And lurking in the jungle are the Knights. They know exactly where Ghost is. They're showing up on all these minions here in the middle of the map. Twig, again, being a bit of a solo agent, wanted that red, but good heads-up play from Scary to strip that off the map. Now Ghost get this last mid-tier 2 completely open now by all these Phoenixes. And Ghost can start trying to make a play.
This is their only option, though, Finch, is to gun it down mid. They do not have a wave coming. Waves are pushing in PK's favor on the right and left-hand side, so there is no other place to go. There's no feints that Ghost have available to them. They're stepping up, and they're fighting around this mid-Phoenix.
They've got some ward vision in the jungle. That's going to help with Paul, but look, Ghosts are backing up. I think they understood what you meant, and maybe it was a little bit too one-note their push. They're not going back and pushing up waves either. They're kind of sitting in this in-between, farming up the jungle a bit more. Yeah,
I'm a little bit worried about this. I mean, Sam's backing, but the rest of Ghost is posturing up. Now Sam is going to be convinced to stick around, it feels like, and seems like Sam's way has eventually won out. They end up, no, they are going to push. A lot of discussion happening. Ends up being the people who want to push winning.
Twig steps up the furthest, looking for poke. Everyone knows in the mid, and Paul looking to flank around the side to disrupt this Ghost Gaming push. A little under a minute left for Ghost to work with if they're going to take down this mid Phoenix. And how big would it be if they could? They step in. Phoenix getting poked a bit, but nothing serious. Is Scary. Preps to blink over the wall.
Keep an eye on Paul. Now, they have the sentry in the jungle. This does nothing for Ghost Gaming. Paul's sentry is the one that matters because he can easily cover this amount of distance in the stealth. This is exactly what he did to Radiance in this exact same spot.
Someone's got to be ready. Paul moving in. This is a commit. No, he backs up at the last moment. No one will know. So Paul can do that. He can step up, take a little bit of steps in, and then wait.
This is the last wave that they're going to have EFG. Next one's on the way.
So they're pushing in. Cuba Fred low already. He is forced to retreat. Fear no evil separates the fight. And Zapman low in the back. That is Fine OK's job to take Zapman down. Aegis keeps him alive for the moment. But Fine OK gets the ADC. Mid-Phoenix down as well. And Ghost continue the onslaught. Barely Paul makes out of trouble, but I think Ghost are right. Take your mid-Phoenix and go. They've done their job.
Zap just died with Fields of Love up. That cannot happen in this moment. Are Ghosts sticking around to try and end the game here? They aren't going anywhere.
There's the abduct. Sam, Scary is the target. Kraken lands, and Scary finally transforms, but he is low. So is Fine OK in the back, though. Ghost must be careful, but Sam moving in, overhand smash. Does not connect, and Ghost continue to be patient. They forced out so many cooldowns.
They did, but they don't have a lot left in the tank. It's only Scarab's blessing, and Zap's up in 30. They decide they've had enough. No fire wave coming either. Think that's the right call. Look at the state of the relics here for the Pittsburgh Knights. Not looking great, whereas on the other side, Ghost looking pretty strong. I think you almost stick around and go for fire. Fine OK is really the only one low, but it seems like a full reset is the call here for Ghost. But they make a smart call. They don't make the same mistake that the Pittsburgh Knights did. Primal Fury still up, waiting for someone to show up. I don't think anybody's coming from Ghost.
No, Ghosts are on their way to this Fire Giant. My goodness, how this set has culminated, huh? Yep. It is coming down to the wire. Mid-Phoenix is traded. Fire Giants traded. A rematch from last year, living up to the hype, going one game longer, and showing us these teams are just that close. Sam did on Knights last year. Can he do it again here on Ghost and perhaps win an MVP?
Man, the question is, who's the real main character between Neilma and Sam? They've been arguing about it on who the real protagonist is here. It's been close the whole way. Man, this season's turned up great, right? The writers and Hindu Man on the script really did a great job.
Nice work out there from Hindu, but we have to see it through to the end. Ghost Gaming are on the objective, and outside are the Knights, but they can't feel great. Zapman with no relics still, and all of them up for Ghost Gaming. Even Thorns back available, so Ghost still have the pressure.
Man, still really patient here from Ghost. Good idea to get this ward, make sure they don't have perfect info. Question is, can Fine make that same play? He walked in soloed Zapman. It was Panda Cat snipes that helped, but Fine really forced Zap to not play that last team fight. And that was a team fight win without a good Fear No Evil coming from Sam either. That didn't get a whole lot of purchase. Love Sam's positioning here. He's going to have to clear this wave, but that gives him a lot of space there on that right-hand side to be able to blink in from an unseen location for PK.
Not potentially get clipped. and have that blink not available. Ghost are right on the edge of starting up this Fire Giant, but still not all in committing. Now Panda Cat starting to hit it, still not fully committed, but they have all their ultimates. 2 red buffs, one on Sam, one on Twig, for them to commit with as the Fire now down to about half. Neo Moss starting to move in, scary, right on the edge as well, but Fire has been leashed.
This enhanced Fire Giant's really doing a number on these health bars. Even just a little bit of poke damage matters a lot. And PK is doing a great job of keeping this mid-wave pushed. No defensive ward backside here for Ghost Gaming coming from mid. So it's very easy for Paul or Fred to just clear this wave and then sit in that mid-Harpy camp. They know they've got vision there.
Ghost start to move a little bit towards mid. Final K and Twig pushing up. Mike and Panda Cat holding that area where a flight can come. And Sam pushing all the way back. He's taking a really long pathing, maybe back towards red or something like that to grab.
Yeah, he's grabbing red buff. This is what this team has done a lot this year. Give speed over to Twig, let him use it to kite and move around in this team fight. Let Sam get the red buff, give him true one-shot potential.
No, okay.
No, he can't clear that. I think he's looking to see if someone's coming to push this left-hand side, maybe catch someone going for their own red buff or purple, and he might catch Paul.
What a fight this would be if Sam and Paul meet here in the jungle. Sam is found, and there are the beads. Pre-beads are necessary, but Paul is forced to ult early. That is a huge trade. Fear no evil for Changeling.
Yeah, but you get Blink and Fear no evil from Paul, or from Sam,
Paul's
rather.
beads?
Paul's beads are a big deal, but without Fear no evil, that's really the main tool. The big deal is getting the Changeling, I think, because now it makes it very hard for Paul to get into the back line and actually make an impact.
Yeah, I think Ghosts are going to want to press this fight even without that Fear no evil. Cubo, Fred, and Sam meet in the jungle, but the Fire Giant is the star of this show. Down to half. Neomall comes in. Kraken is early. Fire Giant still there, and Scary D pushing forward. Fire Giant sees Forgotten. Zatman moves in, looking for it, but Final K is there. I think Zap's making an error, but Cubo, Fred getting one in the back. Paul gets a double, and Pittsburgh Knights in a great position to end.
I think they done it, Finch. I think they did it.
Triple!
It's only Final K left alive, and he's going to have to keep all of Ghost's hopes on his back.
If Final K can't do this, then this set, this year is over. It belongs to the Knights. If Final K does what he can to kneel, but the rest of Knights are pushing down mid, unfiltered, unstopped. Final K taking his back, but how can he stop for the Knights? Burn down the middle Phoenix. The Knights looking to push into the Titan, and Final K has it all to do.
He's got no ultimate available. Paul with the transformation. The Pittsburgh Knights are going back to back.
That is it! Pittsburgh Knights, lightning strikes twice, and Ghosts are going home.
Yet another second place finish for the Ghost Gaming boys.
It's gotta hurt.
Heartbreaking for that team. But you want to talk about clutch. You want to talk about mentally strong. There is no one in the history of SMITE more clutch, more mentally strong than this Pittsburgh Knights core. Back-to-back champions once again here in SMITE.
And you have got to talk about Cubo Fred. What a career from this man. Finally getting the dub on the biggest stage without tricks, without the boys he's had his whole career. A big win for the Knights. Let's get it over.